Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had 5 Experimented Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He blinked in confusion a few times, trying to clear the blurriness that rapidly spread through his vision. He stood, squinting, and made his way to his closet. He dressed into a mismatched blue shirt and bright orange shorts. On the shirt displayed a certain blonde-haired hero in a rugged pose with the caption, "Detroit Smash," underneath. He ran into the hallway, his hazy vision dissipating, and shouted a loud greeting to his mother. "Happy birthday, Izuku," exclaimed Inko, a wide smile spreading across her face as her precious now 4 years old scurried into the kitchen, the excitement practically radiating off of him. "Come eat, and then we'll run to the store to pick up some things for your party." "How does that sound?" "Awesome, Mama. Can we invite Kachan?" Izuku asked politely, squinting ever so slightly so his mother wouldn't notice, not wanting to worry her. Inko knew that Katsuki could act cruel to her son, but despite the rough demeanor, she knew he had a soft spot for little Izuku, seeing him almost as a little brother, despite there only being a small gap between their birthdays. "Of course, hun, we'll stop by the Auntie Mitsuki's on the way to the market. Now hurry up and eat." "Okay." The green-haired duo walked down the street hand in hand. Izuku unlatched from his mom, skipped to a large tan and brown house, and ran to the door. "Slow down, Izuku. Wait for me, silly," Inko exclaimed after her son, giggling at his antics. He knocked on the large door, though his little fist barely makes any noise when it comes to knocking on the oak door. So, he then rings the doorbell. Repeatedly. "I'm coming, you impatient sheet," Mitsuki screamed, making Izuku jump and let go of the doorbell finally. He giggles while Inko shook her head and chuckled. Mitsuki kicked the door open and glared at the little boy, feigning fake anger until a treacherous smile betrayed her as it spread across her lips. She absolutely loved the pair, and she wasn't surprised to hear a faint knock followed by an infinite ring of the doorbell. Her son glared daggers at the door and crossed his arms. "Shitty Deku, why's he here?" Katsuki mumbled under his breath. Anyone who didn't know the fiery-tempered boy well would believe that he didn't want to see his peer, but his parents share a look. They knew how excited he actually was. The night before they had spent hours going to store from store looking for the perfect gift for his friend, Katsuki pretending to be uninterested in it until his mom attempted to pick out anything, exclaiming he wouldn't like that, or that shitty Deku would ruin it. They ended picking out 2 All Might figurines, an All Might hoodie, and a peanut chocolate bar. Izuku loved peanuts and Katsuki knew it. He made it his mission to get him one whenever he had enough money, once spent his entire allowance on buying 2 so they could share. That was also the day they found out Katsuki was allergic to nuts. "Hey Inko, Squirt, what are you guys up to?" Mitsuki asks lightheartedly, letting the pair inside. "Aunt Mitsu. It's my birthday." He looks over to Katsuki. "Kachan, come over and play." "Izuku, mind your manners, dear." Inko smiled sweetly at her son and patted his head gently. "Sorry, Mama," Izuku says, almost embarrassed. He looks back over to his best friend. "Wanna come over, Kachan?" "If I have to, you shitty nerd," Katsuki says, almost succeeding in hiding a smile. The mothers shared a knowing smile, looking over at each other, and then looking back to their sons. Inko watched as the 2 boys ran up and down the sidewalk, yelling things like, "Texas Smash," along with other All Might phrases. She smiled at the pair and adjusts the grocery bags in her arms. "Boys, after we drop off the groceries, do you want to go to the park?" Izuku and Katsuki looked at her, smiles spreading wide against their faces. "Yeah." They both shout, Izuku jumping up and down in excitement. They continued their walk at a leisurely pace, the boys still playing their hero game. Inko watched them with a thoughtful smile on her face. Her little boy was 4 years old. She remembered holding him in her arms at the hospital like it was yesterday, and she wondered where the time went. Despite all the things she had to go through in order for her son to have the life he did, she wouldn't change a thing. She had a sweet, caring, honest little boy who would do anything for the ones he loved, and that was all she could ask for. He didn't possess any of his dad's traits, and she prayed he stayed that way. She wouldn't love him any less if he did, but she wouldn't be able to bear the thought of her sweet child being plagued by her husband. He was a cruel man, and the minute he found out that she was pregnant, he became obsessed with the child in her belly. She had run away, leaving her with no support behind her, until the Bakugos came along. They moved to the neighborhood a few months after she did, and she and Mitsuki became good friends fast. They bonded over their pregnancies, their jobs, and just about anything else. Mitsuki completely adored Inko, and she vowed she'd protect her mild-mannered friend and her little bun in the oven. They went shopping together, cooked together, they did anything and everything in between as a pair. Inko honestly didn't know where she and Izuku would be right now without Mitsuki's love and support. She snapped out of her thoughts as Katsuki reaches the door, yelling, "Auntie, unlock the door please." Katsuki knew to mind his manners around her, as Inko Midoriya was a force to be reckoned with. Of course Katsuki, 1 second. She pulls her keys out of her purse, unlocks it, and opens the door. "Boys, can you help me put the groceries away? The sooner we get done the sooner we can head to the park." Both boys nod, determination filling their eyes, which made Inko giggle. She set the bags down on the table and took out the food and handing it to the boys. They ran around, putting the produce away as fast as possible, almost making a game out of it. The project ended almost as fast as it started, and soon they were off to the park. "You're always all might, Kachan," Izuku whined, while Katsuki just rolled his eyes and jumps off the monkey bars. "That's because I'm more heroic." "But it's my birthday." "Too bad. Get along." Inko called from the bench she was sitting on. "Take turns. Katsuki can be All Might first, and then Izuku can be him after." "Does that work?" "Yes, Mama." "Okay, Auntie." Izuku smiled at his mom and then turns back to Kachan. "Muahaha. I'm evil." Izuku yelled loudly, facing Kachan with a comical evil grin on his face, obviously trying to get into character. Kachan smiled at him and steps into a heroic position, but he freezes, the smile disappearing from his face and the pose crumbling away as he curls in on himself. He looks above Izuku's head. Izuku dropped the evil act and turned his head. On a nearby building stood a gargantuan figure. Around him, wind and clouds spiraled, the clouds producing little lightning bolts. Inko ran to the boys, screaming for them to run. It was then the villain manipulated a lightning bolt to strike the building he was standing on. Inko grabbed hold of both of the boys' hands and dragged them towards the park entrance, where tens of other people were scrambling to get as far away as possible from the crumbling building. Chunks of concrete, bricks, metal, and glass fell around them. Izuku heard Kachan scream, and he whips his head around to watch a woman and her child be crushed by a piece of the building. The child screams, their legs being trapped beneath the rubble. Inko pushed the two children forward, urging them to run and not look back. They complied, Kachan grabbing Izuku's hand and sprinting towards the exit. Inko ran back to the little girl, who was wriggling and sobbing under the gargantuan piece of the building. She screamed out for parents over and over to no avail. Inko tried to calm her down, saying things like, "You're okay," and "I'm going to get you out of here," though it doesn't do much. She tried to push the rubble off of the little girl, only for her to scream out in more pain. She stopped and tried pulling her out by her arms. Bricks and concrete fell closer and closer to them, the building now being torn apart piece by hurricane-like winds. Izuku ripped his hand away from Kachan and screamed for his mom. He ran toward her, his eyes tunneling straight to her. He heard Kachan shout his name, telling him to come back, but Izuku kept running to his mother. He was too late. Inko and the little girl are crushed. Izuku froze. For seconds, minutes, hours, an eternity passes before his feet begin moving again. His pace is much slower, barely a shuffle. The world around him disappeared, only leaving him and the debris that his mother's corpse was trapped under. He reaches the rubble and falls to his knees. He felt a hand on his shoulder, and the hand hurts, almost feeling like it scorched him. He scurried away, holding his now bloody shoulder. He looked at the figure standing above him. It was a boy, not much older than him. The boy's eyes were filled with something similar to pity, though they also held something else. Something much darker and scarier than Izuku had ever seen. The boy's hand was held out towards Izuku, almost as a peace offering. When Izuku didn't take his hand, the boy's eyes turned angry, angrier than anything Izuku had ever seen before, even more angry than when Kaken had called Inko an old hag, and he mumbled something venomously under his breath. The boy grabbed Izuku's arm, only using 4 fingers, and dragged him up towards another figure a few yards away. The person was a dark, inky black fog in a suit. Their bright yellow eyes stared at Izuku for a moment, as if trying to read his mind. Izuku was sweating, his body not cooperating. The inky figure's eyes seemed to convey a sense of glee, though Izuku didn't even want to know what that could mean. The person moved, flicked his hand in an almost uncaring manner, and an empty black hole appears in front of the trio. Izuku looks at the hole in pure terror. He tries to pull away from the boy, only to feel an unbearable pain stretch throughout his left arm. He cries out and stops struggling, looking at his arm, up to the boy's face. He was grinning. Izuku nods, and he means it. He wasn't even sure if his legs would be able to move. The boy let go, the pain automatically dissipating. Distantly, he heard Kachan calling out his name. His real name, not Deku. The evil pair looked at each other, deciding something. Izuku watched as Kachan ran toward him, his legs carrying him as fast as they could. He was yards away, moving closer and closer, until he was almost to him. Izuku felt the boy's fingers close back around his wrist, guiding him towards the portal. Izuku watched as he got pulled away from his best friend, practically his brother. The boy shoved Izuku in first before following. He was shrouded in black for mere seconds before the back of his head connected with a hard surface. Everything went dark. Izuku is very, very cold. He's been encased in this room for what seems like hours, though he has no way to tell how long it's been. He woke up a little while ago, only to realize that he was locked in a small room that was about the size of a walk-in closet. Unlike most children his age, Izuku was never really afraid of the dark, which now worked in his favor. He sits in the corner with his back against the wall, any hopes of escape forgotten after searching for the door for what he thinks was at least half an hour. He's curled in a ball, trying to stay somewhat warm. The temperature seems to continuously drop, though he thinks it might just be his imagination. He wants his mom, or Kachan, or Auntie Mitsuki, or anyone really. He's scared. He's so scared. His eyes are an angry red and his throat hurts from screaming out and sobbing, and yet his eyes still leak pitifully. He's tired, despite being knocked out for who knows how long. Izuku can't bring himself to stay awake for any longer as he sees no point in remaining conscious. He lays down, scrunched against the wall in a fetal position, and closes his eyes. Sleep overtakes wakefulness in mere minutes. Izuku wakes up hours later to a blinding light. He squints and blinks a few times, letting his eyes adjust after hours of being locked in the dark. When he can finally see clearly, he stares at the people in front of him. It was the shadow man from the park, standing next to a new person. The person had dark, fiery spiked hair and even fierier red eyes that flickered with amusement. He stood to around the shadow figure's shoulder, his arms crossed and legs spread shoulder-width apart, conveying a sense of confidence. There was something about the man that Izuku recognized, though he couldn't exactly pinpoint what it was that made the man seem familiar. "Dimin, you actually found the kid. I owe you guys big time," announces the man in a loud voice, making Izuku flinch. "We were only following orders, nothing more. You don't owe us. If anything, you owe Sensei for allowing this child to join our ranks." The shadow man replies, his words cold and void of emotion, except for maybe a slight annoyance. "Yeah, I guess you're right, Kurogiri," replied the fiery man, who almost seemed embarrassed. Attention shifts to Izuku, who shrinks under their gaze. "Hey there, Izuku," the man says, a kind smile resting on his face. "Sorry it took so long, I had some things I had to take care of. But I'm here now," the man says, seeming excited. "My name is Hisashi, I was a friend of your mom. A real good friend. I'm so sorry to hear that she was smashed to bits," Hisashi says, feigning mock sadness. Izuku feels the bile climbing up his throat after hearing that. His eyes begin to pool with tears and Hisashi's mood seems to dangerously change as soon as sees the glassy state of Izuku's eyes. Are you really about to cry? Hisashi asks, his tone taking on an icy chill. Over something as little as this? Izuku feels the mood in the room change drastically. He can feel the ice-cold rage radiating off of Hisashi. If Kurogyari notices the change, he doesn't show it. Almost as soon as the feeling consumed the room, it dissipates, being replaced by the previously calm atmosphere. Well, no matter. We'll just have to fix that crybaby attitude. The tone of Hisashi's voice seems sweet and caring, though Izuku isn't fully convinced. Kuro, let's show Aizu his new family, why don't we? Kurogyari nods in agreement. I don't see why not. Fantastic. Alright Aizu-kun, let's go explore your new home. Izuku nods, tears soon forgotten and the fear he was feeling is soon replaced by excitement, albeit he still felt a bit apprehensive. It dawns on him while Hisashi is leading him through the bar, hand in hand, that he's his dad. Izuku has a dad in his life now. It had been 11 months. 11 months since Izuku had disappeared with those two people, and Katsuki couldn't do anything about it. His mom was a mess after what had happened at the park, and she still wouldn't let her son out of her sight. Mitsuki had saw the weather villain on the news and quickly called Inko. When there was no answer, she had rushed to the park, finding a terrifying scene. Her son sitting on his knees, expression filled with shock and unadulterated grief. A few yards away from where her son sat was a large piece of rubble. Underneath the piece of building was the crushed, bloody body of Inko Midoriya, along with a child. Mitsuki had originally thought that Izuku was the child trapped with Inko, though her son revealed days later that that wasn't the case. The first thing he had said in days was, "Where are they?" He murmured the sentence, almost too quiet for his parents to hear. He repeated the phrase, though it was now accompanied by a terrifying look in the boy's eyes. A look of hot, uncontrollable rage, and pure determination. It wasn't the rage that scared his parents, but the determination. What was he so determined to do? Izuku was hurt. This time the injury wasn't inflicted by his dad, surprisingly. No, this time it was one of Sensei's brilliant scientific minds testing out some new methods to help Sensei create his masterpiece. It was becoming a bit of a trend, using Izuku as a guinea pig. His father was dead set on making sure Izuku was living up to his full potential, even if that meant completely destroying what he began with. The cause of the injury wasn't the only thing different about this event. This time he was really hurt. Or at least, this time the injury left more than just a painful scar or two. This time he had lost something that he would never be able to gain back. He had lost his eyes. Hisashi and few of his colleagues had driven Izuku to the warehouse several days ago to undergo some more tests after they had given him a mystery serum, refusing to tell him what it was, and to try out yet another experiment on their favorite test subject. This was his 40th visit to the warehouse since the first week of his joining the league with his father. 40 experiments within the past 11 months. His poor, brittle body was riddled with hundreds of scars, not all from the warehouse visits, spanning from faint pale lines and holes on his arms and legs to large burns, lacerations, and even a few places on his body where the skin seemed to be growing back over damaged muscle and nerve endings. Those spots were in constant pain, though Hisashi had told him the pain would help him. Izuku knew that what his father and the league did to him wasn't good or normal, but he still hung on to the hope that his father was doing this to help him get stronger. He was blindfolded, as he usually was while on the way to the warehouse. When he got there, the scientists explained after the regular poking and prodding that they wanted to try out a new drag, giving the user enhanced sight, better than a hawk's, is what they said. They had a large needle already prepared for him. Izuku knew better than to show how he felt about what he was about to be subjected to. Izuku was strapped to the regular metal chair, somewhat resembling one from a dentist's office. Izuku knew what this chair meant. He tried to prepare himself for whatever painful thing they were about to put himself through, though he knew it wouldn't do much if the experiment was especially agonizing. By the time the last strap was secured, he had already gone to a place in his brain where the outside world couldn't bother him. The pain was barely noticeable at first, feeling almost like an unscratchable itch resting just below his left eye, slowly filling into his right as well. It soon morphed into an excruciating burn that Izuku could barely stand. He was brought out of his head when the pain became indescribable. He struggled against his restraints, thrashing, screaming and sobbing. The tears filling his eyes might as have been acid from how bad it burned. He managed to rip his arms from the leather that fastened them down, and he began to claw his eyes out from the sockets where they previously sat. The scientists and villains grabbed his arms, trying to wrench them away from his mutilated eyes, or what little was left of the deformed orbs. They were too late, and the damage was done. Izuku had scraped his way through his left eye all the way to the optic nerve, which was barely covering the retinal vessels. The right was hardly in a better state, though he had still managed to dig out the lens, clawing his way into the vitreous body, which holds the liquid of the eye. The outside of his eyes weren't in a much better state, as large, deep scratches marred the upper part of his face, the bloody gashes smearing every which way. The eyelids were somehow still intact. The scientists had to remove what was left of his eyes, barely keeping him alive in the process. Izuku was bedridden, and almost always heavily sedated, as to not cause more damage to his already destroyed eyes. The pain was still there, however. The itch still lingered whether or not he was awake or not. This continued for weeks, Izuku always floating somewhere in between consciousness and rest. Sensei had decided soon after that Izuku was no good to them in this state, and decided that he might have to help speed up the process, and maybe even gift the green-haired boy with a way to cope with his new disability. Hisashi was unbelievably sad. His useless, quirkless son was laying in bed with 2 less eyes than he did earlier, and he was disgusted. His son, no, that boy was wasting everyone's time and energy on trying to keep him from doing anything else to hurt himself. He just didn't understand it. They could be doing so many better things instead of babysitting some worthless brat. Within the 11 months that he had known the kid, he had never wanted to rip apart a child more. He was a whiny crybaby who could barely handle a simple knife technique. When they first met the boy, he was almost certain that he would end up with his quirk, or at least something close to it. But no, he was quirkless. Once the twat goblin had tried to tell him that he might be a late bloomer and to take it easy on him. He ended up with a few lovely burns after that comment. Hisashi decided that if nothing was done about the child soon, he would get rid of him. He would give it a day or two, and if nothing was done he would burn that useless F trophy into a golden crisp. 2 days passed with no change. Hisashi was fed up with the attention the child was getting, and sought to snuff it out. He waited until midnight to kick the kid's bucket. Most villains were either out doing whatever they did with their time, or sleeping somewhere in the bar where they probably shouldn't have been, those places ranging from the counter where Kurogiri served the drinks to up in the headboards where all sorts of vermin had nested. Silently, Hisashi creeped past the passed-out villains in front of the bar into the back room where Izuku lay in a fitful state of rest. He creaked open the heavy metal door and smiled when he saw his oblivious victim in his state of unease. Serves the brat right, Hisashi thought to himself. He crept up to the bed where Izuku lay and felt his throat start to heat, his tonsils acting as coals, his saliva a match to light them. Smoke begins to seep through the cracks in his teeth as he smiles a primitive smile, which eerily bear resemblance to the face of a predator about to pounce upon their prey. He stalks up to the boy, reaching out to grab him by his collar. He wanted him to be conscious as Hisashi torched him. When he touched the child, he felt his head being split by a mind-numbing pain. He retracted his hand as though the simple act as touching Izuku burned, which wasn't exactly wrong. It hurts, doesn't it? It seems our young Izuku has finally gained his quirk. Hisashi whipped around to discover an unknown young man. Most of the person's skin was charred to a dark purple, the damaged skin being stable to the normal, average skin with large staples. He wore dark clothing, making him even more difficult to depict from the surroundings of the dark room they were currently standing in. He had to be at least 20 years younger than Hisashi himself, maybe around the same age as Shigaraki, though he looked a little younger despite the scarred skin. Yeah, I guess he has. Hisashi replied, a big grin plastered over a scowl. Can I ask who you are, kid? Dabi. The preteen, Dabi replied. You want to tell me what you're doing in here, creepily standing in the dark? Hisashi asked, letting some of his annoyance seep through in the question. I was put on guard duty of my favorite green bean. What about you? I'm just wanted to come check on my son. Is that a crime? Only if you're going to kill him, replied a raspy, familiar voice, the sound echoing. Hisashi looks around for the god-forsaken voice, the one that seemed to haunt him throughout his dreams. It seemed Sensei had acquired yet another quirk. What are you really doing in here, Spitfire? Dabi asks, a sickeningly sweet smile spreads across his face, excitement reaching out in his words. Sparks began to fly off his fingertips. Hisashi knew whatever was about to happen wasn't good. He could probably take down the brat in front of him without too much effort. What he was really scared about was that he was involved, and Hisashi knew he didn't stand a chance. His best option was to bolt, and so he did. He kicked himself off Izuku's bed and sprinted out of the room. He lit a fire in his throat and breathed out, releasing a large stream of fire as an attempt to throw off his new enemies. He runs past the stirring villains at the bar, seeming to have been woken up by the commotion coming from the other room. He zoomed through the door of the bar, trying to get as much space as he could from the bar. He climbed a fire escape up to a building's roof and disappeared from sight. Dabi was hot on his tail, his hand engulfed in flames as he reached out for the back of Hisashi's neck. Hisashi had made it to the door with Dabi right behind him before a hand grabbed him by the hood of his thin black jacket. He thrashed for a moment against the grip, to little succession, however. He stops and crosses his arms while the arm sets him down. Why'd you go and stop me, Sensei? You know he's gonna come back, right? Dabi asks, the annoyance making itself known in the boy's usual deadpan tone. Yes, that's what I'm hoping on. You'll understand soon enough. Thank you for watching over Midoriya for me tonight instead of playing with Tamura. You can go now. If you need anything, let me know. I am indebted to you. Dabi looked indescribably surprised, though a hopeful glint shone in his eyes. Actually, Sensei, sir? Would it be okay for me to stay in contact with Midoriya? This intrigued Sensei. Yes, that's fine. Can I inquire as to why? Well, I guess he reminds me a bit of my younger brother. He's the same age as Midoriya, and he's also got a scar on his face. I feel like, I don't know, his dash. Dabi felt a hand grab his shoulder. He looks up to face Sensei, dread filling his stomach. Do not get attached to that child, Dabi. He is nothing but a mere pawn for our dear Tamura, and only a fool would allow themselves to get attached to a pawn. Correct. Correct, Sensei. Hey guys. Welcome to our Q&A for The Universe Lies Docile in Your Eyes. Thank you everyone who contributed, it is very much appreciated. Alright, let's start this thing. Sin, my dearest reader, you have been here since the very beginning. Thank you. So, you accept a lot of really badass things. I laughed my butt off while reading your comment honestly, especially your desire to see Hisashi and Endeavor get yeeted into Lusun, so thank you for that. I am extremely excited to hear you are excited about Dabi and Izuku's friendship. I can't say too much about it except that our boys will help each other in a few different ways. So, you asked a few questions concerning the future ship between Izuku and Shudo. Yes, it will be a slow burn. I haven't decided in what way they'll meet, sorry. I do think they'll bond over their shitty father figures though, so get ready for that piece of angst. Concerning your question on how Shoyuta and Hisashi will become a part of Izuku's life, I can't say too much about how it comes to be, but they will become his adoptive dads fairly soon. I'm so excited to develop Hisashi and Shuda's relationship not only as fathers to our BOI but also as the cutest, happiest married papas in the whole gosh dang world. So you're also wondering what Izuku's quirks are and how he's going to deal with them all. Izuku's quirks are probably my favorite part of this entire work, despite the fact that only one of them developed so far in the story. Izuku will have 5 quirks in all, none of them came about in a natural way, however. The first quirk he developed is called Agony. This quirk is pretty self-explanatory. If anyone touches Izuku, they will filled with an indescribable pain. This quirk was given to him by Sensei the day before Hisashi attacked. Izuku will not be able to control it for a while and it will contribute to making him feel like a monster. The next quirk he gains is a bit evil, if I do say so myself. It is a manipulative quirk named Control. Control is another self-explanatory quirk. Izuku can control the thoughts and actions of those around him. He refuses to use this quirk no matter what. It was given to him by Sensei a few weeks after Hizashit's attack. His third quirk is my all-time favorite thing ever. This quirk is the only one that Sensei didn't give him, but instead his body forcefully developed it in a stressful situation. Its name is Seeker. Seeker allows its user to see, but not in the usual way. Faint lights and wisps of color pollute Izuku's vision, each dot of light having a sense of self, each light a life. The wisps are objects, each cloud of color has a shape which reflects how they look. Seeker also gives Izuku eyes. Where his green orbs once sat now lay marbles filled with a whole unfathomable universe of bright lights and colors. With his new eyes, he can see everything much clearer than before, though he grows to hate his new sight due to Sensei using them for his wrongdoings. His last two quirks are a strength enhancer, which obviously just makes him stronger and faster though it doesn't alter his appearance at all, and a sensory quirk, given to him by Sensei as a goodbye gift. Izuku is overstimulated by this quirk and it essentially breaks him for a bit. You'll see how that goes in a bit. Promise. I'm excited. Now I can't really answer your other questions without spoiling a lot, but in summary of all your questions, Sensei is a piece of shit. Izuku has friends in many places though he doesn't know it and life seks for many years. Sorry fam. Alright, moving on. Ginger the cat, you asked how our dearest Bakugo is doing. Well, not well. Not well at all. You gotta keep in mind he was 4 when he saw his aunt get crushed by concrete, his best friend know his brother get kidnapped by a creepy kid who looks like a crusty Benjamin Button and whatever Kurogiri is. Bakugo doesn't know how to emotion, so he's turned his fear and sadness into anger, which clearly will not end well. Katsuki will come back into the story during the entrance exam, so that'll be lots of fun. Thank you, Ginger. Okay. Riley Munderskas, hi. Thanks for the question and suggestions. You have some kick-ass ideas that I'm really into. You're 100% correct. Izuku wouldn't be able to escape on his own within the timeline that had been set and with his disabilities, and I'm not just talking about his sight impairment. By the time he escapes with, you guessed it, Dobby, he will have almost completely lost all sense of himself. He is broken and has no reason to escape. Until a special someone comes in to rekindle the fire that burns deep inside of him. I also agree that, despite how much I love the idea of Dobby raising Izuku, he wouldn't be able to take of Izuku. It just wouldn't be possible with the situation they're in. Luckily Dobby is a smart cookie, so you'll see how everything plays out soon. So, you asked how long Izuku has been with the League. Right now, it's been about 2.5 years. The goal Alex and I have set is to have Izuku free from the League by the time he's 4. Do we have 1.5 years to go, so get ready for the bullshit time Izuku is about to have. Now, for the final question. Riley, you wanted to know what our green bean looks like because you want to draw fan art? I'm sorry, but what? For my story? Holy shit. I literally started crying when I read this. I had to call Alex and cry to him for a solid half an hour, so thank you for that. Alex was not pleased. Anywho, at the beginning of the FIC, he looked exactly like how he is presented in the anime, except in the goofy outfit I put him in. By the first year he had severe burns dusting over his right shoulder and on his lower abdomen and multiple scars marking his entire body, the larger ones stretch across his stomach. By year 2 he had small scars all covering the back of his elbows, his neck, and his thighs from needle incisions. More scarring covered his chest and large sections of his back, except these look almost like road rash scars. Those are from Tamura. He has to wear Tamura's old clothing, so everything he has put in is dark in color and is way too big for his small, malnourished body. Right now in the story, Izuku has severe scratch marks covering the upper part of his face, more so focusing on the sockets upon where his eyes once sat. The inside of the sockets have also been damaged due to Izuku's continuous digging to them even after he had almost completely removed them both. Here's a pic of what the socket like. https://www.google.com search. QI plus socket plus without plus I and TBM iskan ved 2UKUJ9 underscore WJ underscore VQKHQ9 CXKQ2C SecQ and OQI plus socket plus WID and GS underscore L mobile GWS was MG.1.0.35I39G0J33IL2.3831.4954 5608.0.0 0.141.525.0 J4.0.1.0 I30J0I24.GC 8 WSV 10 VCAND EI by 9 KXKVICON 70 WV23 can BIH 512 and BIW 360 and client MS Android Verizon and PRMD ISNAND HL and hashtag IMGRK EGAIR 2 LJVWIRBM. Have fun with that one. When Izuku goes to live with the pro-hero papas, the scratches will be scarred over, but he still won't have eyes. He usually closes them while in good company after he runs away from the league, but while in the league he was required by Sensei to keep them open because that sheet is scary as F-. Sensei's F-ed up bro. Thank you everyone for participating. It's so awesome that you guys like my story enough to want to know more about what's going on. Now, who's ready for a few updates? So I and Alex have unfortunately decided to wait to make our adventure story until the universe has a steady updating cycle and to where the story is far enough to where we feel comfortable enough to start working on another FIC. But we do have an idea for it. Anyone interested in an abusive Inko story? The pain that had plagued Izuku's every moment had seemingly disappeared when he finally came to. He recognized the room he was in to be the back room behind the bar, as the sickly aroma of alcohol wafted around him. He opened his eyes, trying to see what was around him. He blinked several times, trying to see something. Anything. He brought his hand to his left eye and tried to rub it, only to be greeted with a familiar pain. His hand pulled away from his face and he began to cry a tearless cry. He lied there for a few moments whimpering softly to himself, his eyes closed and his stomach tied in knots. When his soft cry finally ceased, he began to think. Where was everyone? Usually, after an experiment, the scientists would monitor him for a couple of days, but it seemed he was alone. Maybe it was because the inquiry went wrong. Maybe they would finally leave him alone. Izuku chuckled a humorless laugh to himself, knowing he's never had such good luck. The longer he laid there, the more and more he began to feel as though he was being watched. "Hello," he called, sitting up slowly and looking side to side, more out of habit or instinct than anything else. Izuku heard the door open soon after he called out, followed by the sound of the glass bottles stored in the room clink together as though they were being moved around. "Morning, Sleeping Beauty, took you long enough," said an unfamiliar, scratchy voice. Izuku turned his head towards the voice and rustling bottles. Izuku shrunk into himself a bit, posture becoming rigid. About every person in the league headquarters, and this person's voice didn't belong to any of them. He inhaled a silent breath. "I'm sorry, but I don't think I know you," he said in a shaky voice. He heard footsteps move across the tile, stepping from one side of the small room to another. The footsteps got a little quieter, meaning the person had stepped a little further away from him instead of closer. "Strange." "Oh, I don't think you do, Green Bean," said the voice, a bit of humor becoming known in its hoarse tone. "But believe it or not, I know you pretty well. Did you know you sleep talk? It's pretty cute, little Izu." Izuku felt uneasy around this person. Their voice reminded him of Tamura, which scared him. It was different though. It had a more monotone lull to it, but it wasn't boring. More uncaring than anything else. It did, however, seem to carry a soft undertone when it spoke the pet names meant for Izuku. "So how are you feeling? Any pain or irritation in or around your eye sockets?" asked the voice, the tone turning more businesslike and even more deadpan, as if reading from a script. Warning. Summary under paragraph. "No, I'm fine," Izuku replied. "I'm sorry for asking, but do you know where my Spitfire is?" Izuku knew that his father wasn't very keen on having his name known by most people. In fact, Sensei, Tamura, and Kurojairi were supposedly the only ones in the league who knew Hisashi's real name. Most of the villains didn't even know the relationship between Izuku and Hisashi, Some speculating that Hisashi asked for a living punching bag and Sensei brought him little Izuku, others suspected much darker, twisted things. Not all of those speculations were wrong, unfortunately. Not that Izuku remembered any of the many times Hisashi had committed the acts. More often than not, he would wake up early morning with a sick feeling in his stomach, strange pain in an even stranger place, covered in sickly purplish-yellow bruises, and what looked like bite marks. Izuku once brought up the strange occurrence to his father. He was beat severely for it. The incidents were never discussed again, but they didn't stop. Summary. Izuku asks the person in the room if he knows where Spitfire, or his Hisashi, is. We then get to learn what the villains think the relationship between Izuku and Hisashi is. Most think he is just there to be beaten on, others suspect more unsavory things. They are not wrong. Izuku does not know about the deeds. I'm sorry. End of summary. Sorry Bambi, your dad isn't welcome here anymore. Izuku opened his eyelids in disbelief, his eyebrows rising and his mouth dropping open slightly. He felt a lump in his throat begin to rise. He was free. He was finally free from the pain. Or so he thought. Izuku spent the next few weeks working on renewing strength to his atrophied body, always accompanied by his new companion. During these weeks, Izuku turned 7, though this fact remained unknown to anyone, including the birthday boy himself. After he learned about what happened with his father when he was asleep, the person with the raspy voice told him his name, or at least his alias, Dabi. Izuku learned that Dabi wasn't too much older than him and was about the same age as Tamura. That fact scared Izuku at first. He thought for a moment that Dabi was going to treat him the same way Tamura did, to hurt and torture him with his quirk and make sure he understood his place. But the longer Izuku talked to the deadpan boy, the more Izuku realized the obvious differences between the two preteens. The more he noticed the differences, the more Izuku felt safe with Dabi. He never once spoke harshly towards Izuku, nor did he ever hurt him. Izuku looked up to Dabi as he did to Katsuki, except for one gargantuan thing. Izuku's friendship with was brought up on a foundation of worship. Izuku saw Katsuki as a more strong and worthy being. His friendship with Dabi was built on a mutual feeling of equality. Izuku was willing to do anything for Dabi, that included lying to Sensei about their friendship. Dabi had done the same. They both acted as if they hardly knew each other, they both being mere pieces in Tamura's game. Izuku was a lowly pawn, willing to sacrifice everything for his king. Dabi a knight, ready to defend his king. Unbeknownst to those who thought they ruled, neither of the boys saw the fated ruler Tamura as their monarch. They were each other's king, both vying for their survival together. Only a few mere months after waking up, Sensei decided Izuku would do well with another quirk, despite Izuku having no control over the one he already had. The quirk agony had made Izuku miserable. He paralyzed a villain during training a month after he woke up. The man died a few days after due to prolonged exposure to Izuku's quirk. A week later he accidentally bumped arms with Dabi, causing his friend immense pain. Izuku shut down for days, refusing to leave his broom closet-sized room. When he finally left his room, he told Sensei that he refused to train with Dabi. Sensei accepted it, but it made him apprehensive. Sensei feared that the boy was getting too comfortable. He was beginning to show defiance. That would not do. Not at all. So the question was, what to do? What kind of quirk would pull Izuku out of his rebellious phase? After a few moments, an idea came to mind. A sickening smile stretched across his face. He knew what Izuku needed to set him straight. He did indeed. Sensei heard a series of soft knocks on his metal door. "Come in," is all he replied, as he saw no need to complicate his instructions with pleasantries. He turned his chair to watch as the pair walked into the room, Dabi guiding Izuku over the large tubes that took refuge on the floor. After a few minutes of careful steps, the duo stood a few feet away from Sensei. He smiled. "Hello, boys." Sensei greeted kindly. Izuku still flinched at the noise and inched a bit closer. To Dabi, who seemed a bit bored. Sensei's attention was pointed at Izuku. "How are you feeling, Izuku?" "Fine, sir," he replied in a meek voice, head pointed down at his shoes, eyelids closed. "Head up when you speak, boy." Sensei's tone cold and firm. And open your eyes. If you have an asset, you use it. Yes, Sensei. Sorry, sir. Izuku replied, head snapping up and eyelids flying open. Yes, well, anyways. I'm glad. The sooner you are fully recovered, the sooner you can go on to help the league. I've had an idea, my boy. Your current quirk is a bit of a hassle, isn't it? Izuku nodded hesitantly. I have a solution. You need something that can maybe combat against agony. I think I have just the thing. He exclaims, sounding something like a door-to-door salesman. Izuku smiled hopefully at Sensei, naively thinking that he might actually be trying to help him. I have recently acquired a quirk dubbed Control. It allows the user to, as the name suggests, control any person's thought and actions. Izuku's smile faded slightly. He didn't like the idea of controlling anyone. That wasn't nice. Also, how would this help him stop hurting people? Things didn't add up, and it confused Izuku. Sensei, if you don't mind me asking, how will this new quirk help me with agony? He asked meekly and politely. Control will make it so you don't have to worry about people touching you. Along with other things, of course, but no one will ever be able to touch you, so you don't have to worry about hitting them. Sensei explained to Izuku, his words slowed as though he was trying to simplify something so a toddler could understand. Izuku felt embarrassed due to the way Sensei was explaining his idea to him. It wasn't Izuku's fault the plan didn't make a lot of sense. Why give him a new quirk just as bad as agony to make agony stop working? Nothing added up. Though, Izuku knew better than to question Sensei. He kept his concerns to himself, not wanting to suffer the consequences of speaking out. That choice was a mistake, however. Soon a new pain would become known. Dabi knew and said nothing. He made a mistake by staying connected to Izuku. Dabi was scared. No, Dabi was terrified. And so he stayed silent. It was all a mistake. Izuku once again woke up in pain. He supposed it was to be expected, considering his body wasn't made to house a quirk, let alone two. Also, Dabi was missing. Over the past few months, Izuku had grown used to the older boy's presence, so much so that he could tell when he wasn't near, which was very rare. They had become attached at the hip, so it was odd when Dabi wasn't with him. He felt as though he had lost his sight all over again. He was scared. He sat in bed for what felt like hours, though he had no way to tell. After a while, he began to think Dabi wasn't going to come back. He didn't know where he went, and he didn't remember anything about Dabi saying he was going anywhere. Izuku was alone once again. He laid his head down on the hard pillow, head facing where he thought the door was, and closed his eyes. Izuku woke to the sound of his door opening, and he lit up when he felt a familiar presence. Hey Dabi, Izuku said, trying not to sound too excited. Where have you been? Shigaraki wanted to discuss business. Sorry I left you for so long. It's okay, just let me know next time. So how you feeling? Not bad, I guess. It could be worse. Don't bullshit me, broccoli boy. Izuku smiled a private smile to himself. He honestly didn't know how he survived with Dabi. I'm not. My head just hurts, I'll be okay. Well, if you say so, Aizu. Dabi walked slowly towards Izuku and bent down on his knees so their heads were level. Sometimes Izuku wished he could reach out, touch Dabi, or even hug him. Izuku missed hugs very much. Dabi began to cry softly mumbling please and no repeatedly. Izuku heard the sniffles and looked towards where the noise was coming from. He was pulled into a hug, though it was anything but enjoyable. He struggled against it, thrashing around trying to get free. He was hurting Dabi. He was hurting the only person who cared about him. He began hyperventilating, on the verge of breaking into a frenzy. Don't touch me! Don't touch me, Dabi! He screeched, falling into hysterics. Dabi wouldn't let go, however. He just squeezed tighter and tighter as the seconds ticked by. Izuku screamed at the top of his lungs, clawing at Dabi's back and arms. Get off, get off, get off, get off, get off, get off. Dabi, stop. You'll die, Dabi, please. Izuku's pleas were soon drowned out by a blood-curdling scream. The screech lasted for what felt like hours. Izuku froze, words falling out of his mouth, his words becoming garbled and mixed, his voice slowly becoming quieter and quieter until he's barely muttering. Then it all stopped. Dabi's eyes widened, the last of his screaming dying out. A single tear slides down his face, landing softly on Izuku's cheek like the first kiss of rain. Dabi's arms fall to his sides, and his body collapsed on the hard concrete ground of Izuku's small room. Izuku blinked once, twice, a third time. His mind is blank for 3, 4, 5 seconds. The first thought that enters his mind is a cruel one. I'm alone. Completely alone. And nobody cares. Now it was his turn to scream. Sensei smiled to himself. Yes, he had definitely made the best decision. How did that saying go? Yes. He had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Except, in this case, it was more than a saying, wasn't it? In this, it was very literal. The little blackbird was dead in a literal way, while the precious little bird was only dead in a metaphorical way. He had lost his will to live, and thus his soul had died. Sensei's smile grew. He would soon become a lovely weapon, that boy would indeed. They threw Dabi's body into a vat of acid. Sensei said it was the easiest and most respectful option they had to dispose of his corpse. Respectful my butt, Izuku thought. Privately to himself. He felt empty. There was no sadness or anger or grief. Just empty. He sat in a chair in Sensei's dark office looking down at his tattered red sneakers, his left hand clenching right onto a small metal earring. It was Dabi's, of course. Izuku had taken it off of Dabi before he was put in the vat. He didn't know why he grabbed it in the first place, but now he couldn't seem to let it go. He felt like the moment he let go of the cheap steel, he would die. Sensei sat across from him, observing him like a hawk would their prey. He was holding back a smile with a look of pity, which of course he felt none. As soon as the little bird woke up from his state of shock, he would be overcome with guilt, as he would realize he killed his friend with that nasty new quirk of his. Izuku, my boy, I know you are in pain. I know you hurt in an indescribable way, but we, unfortunately, don't have the luxury of time. Dabi was a key member of our organization. You, dear boy, must now step up and replace him. Izuku tipped his head up and looked to where he had heard the voice. His expression was blank, no trace of emotion to be found. Yes, Sensei. Sensei smiled wildly, all looks of sadness and pity went in a flash. Good, good. We must begin your training then, young Midori. Your previous sessions with Dabi, Sensei ignored the flinch Izuku gave when he heard his friend's name was mere child's play, barely helping you in any way. We will start with the basics. You will begin training with Shigaraki today. Yes, Sensei, Izuku replied once again. Something struck him though. Sensei? How will I fight? Dabi would tell me where he was and things like that to help me learn to attack without seeing. How can I fight? Yes, well, I know exactly the thing. Sensei exclaimed, snapping his fingers as the idea made way in his head. Let's give you a new quirk, my boy. A strength enhancer. Izuku didn't understand how that would help but kept silent as he heard Sensei take a breath, which meant he was about to go on. In theory, this strength-enhancing quirk should do more than increase your brawn, but also your senses. Nothing too crazy, just a bit above your abilities. I think this will indeed help. Are you willing to try it, despite what happened with Dabi? Izuku didn't fully comprehend Sensei's end statement, but he felt his stomach clench at the words. Push it down, he thought. Wait to release, don't do it while they can see. Yes, Sensei, he replied once more. Excellent. Now, here, he said as he pricked his index finger, red liquid beginning to trickle down slowly. Open, my boy. Izuku complied, tilting his head back and opening his mouth. He felt the warm, metallic fluid drip onto his tongue. 1, 2, 3 drips hit his tongue, and Sensei moved his hand away from Izuku, who waited a second more before swallowing and put his head back down. He immediately began to feel tired. Now, young Midoriya, head to your room. Get some sleep. We begin training when you wake. Izuku stood and began shuffling his way out of the room. He felt Sensei's eyes on him the entire way out. When he reached the exit, he heard Sensei call out. Oh, I forgot. You are being moved to Dabi's old room. Izuku blinked in disbelief for a second, but then replied with a simple, Okay. He felt anything but okay. He didn't want to stay in his room. He squeezed the small metal ring in his hand tighter yet, the scar on his neck pricked with a ghost pain, the feeling bringing back a bittersweet memory. Come on, Dabi. Fight me for real. I know you're holding back on me. It's not fair to you or me. Dabi smiled in response, a teasing, predatory look stretched across his face. All right then, Pipsqueak. Get ready to have your sheet rocked. Dabi exclaimed, blue sparks flying from his hands. Izuku ran head first at his best friend, putting his arms up in a defensive stance as he charged. He struck Dabi first, though he wasn't completely sure where he hit him. All he knew is that it was a solid hit and that he needed to get away from Dabi fast. Izuku turned the opposite direction and hightailed it to the end of the mat they were sparring on. Unfortunately, Dabi's flames were faster than him. Way faster. Izuku yelped, feeling the heat swallow up his left upper body, the flame liking its way from his left pec to the bottom of his chin, the worst of the damage concentrating on the left side of his neck. Izuku wasn't scared, however. Yes, he was in pain, but there was no fear. He didn't even cry out a scream, but instead smiled a wide smile that rivaled Dabi's own raptorial grin. Izuku turned around to face Dabi, who had stopped the flames as soon as they made contact with Izuku. He lunged at the older boy and swung a wide jab directed toward his upper body, or at least where he thought Dabi's upper body was. He, unfortunately, miscalculated and missed Dabi by a foot. He ran directly off the mat, signaling that he had lost. He screeched in utter defeat, releasing his frustrations out through his voice. Dabi cringed at the hoarse tone, but said nothing and looked at the anguished boy with a sense of contentment. The look changed to something mirroring concern when Izuku fell to the ground unconscious. Izuku woke up with first and second-degree burns covering his upper body. He smiled and smiled. Dabi still held back. Izuku shook the memory from his head, swallowing the lump in his throat. He finally made it to Dabi's room. His room. He sighed sadly and opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, Izuku was immediately met with the familiar scent of cinnamon and ash, just as Dabi did. The farther he walked into the room, a musty underscent reared its head. All of Izuku's possessions had already been moved into the room and had been set in the far corner next to the tiny twin bed, though most of Dabi's things hadn't been taken out. Slowly, almost tiptoeing, he crosses the room over to the small bed. Ran his hand down the rough gray blankets, his mind wandering down and down into a tunnel of memories, and each one that came to mind brought Izuku lower and lower down. He crawled on top of the bed and tenderly picked up the pillow lying in front of the metal headboard. The pillow's covering felt greasy from lack of wash. He brought his back against the wall, pulled his knees to his chest, and tentatively lifted the pillow to his face, inhaling the scent of his of his brother. The familiar knot of unspoken emotions fill his stomach and throat, and his mind wanders back to that day. He remembered and wallowed, and then he realized. He wanted Dabi to hug him. He thought about it while in that room with him, and then Dabi did just that. He squeezed and squeezed as Izuku was doing now to the yellowing pillow in his grasp. He remembered the strangling feeling, and it once again entrapped him, though from the inside this time. It felt like something had taken his heart in their hand and was now squeezing it tightly, making it so hard to breathe. An angry pain spread through his chest as Dabi's screams echo throughout his head, making it impossible to think any coherent thoughts. The pain grew and grew as the hand constricted the flow of blood, Izuku unable to breathe. He felt himself begin to fall out of consciousness, and his mind scrambles to pull itself from the consuming memory, but the darkness has already consumed him. Everything hurt. Todoroki Shudo laid in his bed wrapped in his blanket, quiet whimpers filling the silence of his bedroom. Training was not good. Every inch of his body ached, and he knew he'd wake up with an abundance of unpleasant bruising. This, however, was not new to Shudo. This had been his life since the age of 4 after his quirk came in, but it was better then. Easier. He had his mom then. Training got inherently worse after the incident, with his mom, as she was no longer around to protect him. Shudo hated his dad. Hated him with a passion. He took away his main support system, leaving Shudo alone to wallow in misery and pain. He knew his mom never meant to hurt him, it was all his father's doing. Just a month after his mom was sent away, the oldest Todoroki, Tuya, ran away from his father's controlling grasp. Shudo missed him too. He was odd and had a cold, uncaring shell. Underneath the chilly exterior, however, held the funniest, kindest, most caring person Shudo knew, his tenderness rivaling even his own mother's at times. He heard footsteps nearing his room and he tensed. They were heavy, meaning it was definitely Enji. He pulled the blanket up over his head and tried to stifle his weeping, not wanting to think about what Endeavor would do if he heard his son whining like a crybaby. Slowly, the steps got quieter and Shudo breathed out a silent sigh of relief. He peeked his head out from under the covers to hear if it was safe to get out of bed. The large, extravagant house of horrors was silent. As quiet as he could, he pulled the blankets off of himself and he stood up. He slowly limped himself to the light switch and flicked it on. The bright fluorescence filled the large barren room with a headache-inducing light. He blinked a few times, his eyes adjusting to the blinding light. He then made his way to the large full-sized mirror by his closet to check the damage training had left him with. He looked at himself in disgust. The newly developed scar around his eye and in his cheek was a sickly, fleshy red. He stared at his left side, feeling the bile rise up his throat. It looked just like Enji. Just like the man who destroyed his life. He had his bright blue eye and crimson hair, along with the same destructive quirk that caused pain. He hated it. He wrenched his eyes away from the left side of his face and examined his arms. Both had minor bruising that would clear up in a few days. He expected as much. No way would Enji leave such obvious wounds on his son. The media would eat it up like vultures coming across a corpse. Bad publicity was not something the number 2 hero took well, Shudo thought with a shudder. Next, he took off his cream-colored nightshirt to check his abdomen. He grimaced when he saw the damage. He knew it was going to be bad, but not this bad. Large, dark purple welts traced up and down his chest and stomach along with a few first and second-degree burns scattered around. The worst burn, a large third-degree burn in the shape of his father's hand, now engraved on his right upper hip. That one was going to need some attention. He threw back on his shirt and then peeled down his warm, dark-colored sweats to his boxers. He had no obvious markings on his legs, which was good. It was summer after all. He had managed to twist his ankle, though. That was unfortunate, he thought with a bit of a smile. A sprained ankle means no training for at least a week. Thank God. He guessed he should probably tell someone what really happened in the mansion, but he doubted anyone would believe him. No way the second most amazing hero of the world would beat his children. No way indeed, Shudo chuckled sadly to himself. He pulled back on his pants and made his way back over to the light switch. He switched it off once again, walked to his bed, and laid back down into the soft king-sized bed. He closed his eyes and let sleep finally overcome wakefulness. Training with Shigaraki was, in a word, terrifying. He held back nothing and actively tried to kill Izuku every training session and then sometimes in between lessons, claiming that he was testing Izuku's ability to handle a sneak attack. Izuku went to bed every night too sore to even make it under the covers. Izuku had come to learn within a week of his new training regimen that he was fed in so many different ways, though he couldn't bring himself to care very much. That also seemed to become an on-running theme with him. He didn't really care about anything anymore. His thoughts were often garbled and made little sense, but he didn't care. The one thing that ever did make sense was Dabi, but he was gone, so nothing mattered. He once dreamed of escaping with his brother, but now that dream was dead, much like his brother. Or at least it was dead. That is until he found a present left by Dabi. One night a month after his panic attack, he had finally gotten around to unpacking his stuff from the boxes that had been sitting in the corner. While putting away his oversized, mostly black and gray clothing, he discovered that one of the drawers were jammed. He pulled at it a bit harder, and when that did nothing, he took hold of the small metal handle, activated his weak strength quirk, and heaved. He and the drawer flew back and rammed into the tiny metal bed. Izuku winced and rubbed the back of his head gently. A small bump was already forming at the base of his skull. He sighed, stood up, and dragged the wooden drawer back over to the dresser. As he moved to put the drawer back in its place, he felt something under the drawer. He flipped it upside down and felt around, searching for whatever he felt. His fingers hit it again and he ran them around the object. It was the shape of a rectangle, and it felt like it was made from plastic. He pulled the object off from the drawer and grasped it in both hands, feeling his way around the thin plastic box. After a few moments of feeling around, his fingers stumbled upon two round circle parts that sunk slightly lower on the far ends of the rectangle. A tape maybe? His mother had a collection of them, Izuku recalled from long-forgotten memories. The more he scoured the item for any more clues, the more he became convinced it was a tape. That left a rather large question, however. Why did Dabi have it hidden away? It must have been pretty important to him. That didn't make a lot of sense, though. Judging by the fine layer of dust Izuku had brushed off the record, it clearly wasn't taken out from its hiding place often. If it was something he held dear to him, Dabi would have at least got it out every once in a while. Maybe he had it hidden for a different reason. What if it contained something the League didn't want anyone to know? What did the tape hide? Questions continued to consume him until Izuku decided that enough was enough. He shoved the tape under the dress and put the drawer back where it belonged and made his way to his bed. He lied on his back and opened his sore eyelids. Sensei had started forcing him to keep them open, and they burned after a wild day of keeping them open. He had also taken to calling Izuku an assortment of names, his favorites being Little Bird and Prodigium, meaning monster, in Latin. Izuku didn't understand Little Bird, but he did know why he was called Prodigium. He brought pain and demise with him and infected his loved ones with it. He had been the demise of both his mom and his brother, so it made sense. He wasn't as bothered by the nickname as he should have been, but whatever. His thoughts traveled back to the tape as he drifted off to sleep in his tiny, uncomfortable bed, one reigning supreme, however. He needed to know what was recorded in it, and he soon began to devise a plan figuring out how he would listen to it, along with maybe getting his first taste of fresh air in years. Things would maybe start looking up. Izuku took 3 deep breaths. And out. He grabbed the doorknob, twisted, and swung the door open. He felt the sunlight hit his pale, sunken face and he smiled a soft, genuine smile. It was honestly the first real smile he's had since Dabi's death. He pulled out his white cane, unfolded it, and stepped his right foot out the door. He inhaled a deep breath, admiring the fresh air and all the scents the outside came with. Smells of oil and the city greeted his nose and his smile only grew. The smells of sweat, blood, and death washed away by the scent of Metropolis. Izuku was the happiest he's been in the past 4 years. Sensei had finally agreed to let him go out after months and months of pleading. He only let him go out after he was able to hold his own against Shigaraki for more than 5 minutes. It took 3 months for Izuku to figure out what Shigaraki's weaknesses were. Of course, making the plans was the easy part. Even after that and figuring out how to implement his quirks to help him and stay in the ring for more than a minute, it took another 2 months to actually be able to keep up with the crusted F-. After another month of all the blood, sweat, and tears, he finally made it with a time of 5 minutes 27 seconds. Sensei, of course, had a few conditions concerning Izuku's ability to leave the base. He wasn't be able to stay out past 11. He had to always ask permission before he could leave, and he wasn't allowed to talk to anyone. Ever. And of course, Izuku planned on obeying these rules. For the most part. The occasional late-night city exploration couldn't hurt anyone, right? So here was now, walking the streets with a smile on his face. He was free. Well, somewhat free. He felt eyes trailing on his back, but he couldn't care less. It wasn't too surprising, all things considered. It probably wasn't normal to see a blind kid walking the street by himself, and his appearance was definitely a bit strange. He looked like a shell of his younger self, if he was being honest with himself. He had the same pigmentation of a white sheet which made the freckles that dusted his ghostly cheeks even more standoutish. He had scars covering a good majority of his eyes, cheeks, and neck, and his bright green hair and dark oversized clothes didn't help matters either. So be it, he guessed. He had spent weeks mapping the city, learning the ins and outs. How else would he find the best place to purchase a cassette player? He decided the best course of action was to earn some money, purchase the stupid thing, and finally learn what secrets Dabi's tape contained. Unfortunately, there weren't many ways to make money as soon-to-be 8-year-old, and a cassette player costed at least $25, which was $25 more than what he had. In other words, he was screwed. He had to start figuring things out and fast, before anyone started to suspect anything. That would be unpleasant if they did. Before long, Izuku's thoughts began to spew hushedly from his mouth without him realizing. It seemed to start happening a lot more after Dabi's funeral. Just another side effect of being alone for too long, nothing to be too concerned about. So, he kept walking until two things happened. 1. Another body slammed into him, and 2. He started falling to the ground with an extra person on top of him. His back connected with the ground first, then his head. Pain rippled through his skull, and he felt a wave of nausea crash into him. "Ouch," was all he said after a few seconds of laying on the ground with a heavier body still toppled on top of him. Izuku started to sit up, the person laying on top of him still. After a few moments longer, Izuku realized that holy shit, he was being touched. Not only touched, but someone was laying on top of him. His breathing constricted, a strangled sound climbing its way out of his body. He started kicking and scrambling out from underneath the body. He got his torso out and then began kicking the rest of his way out, and soon he was free from the overbearing weight of the other person. After a few seconds of catching his breath and calming down, he realized the person still hasn't moved. That wasn't good. Izuku slowly felt around for his cane, grabbed it, and stood shakily. He walked carefully over to the person and tentatively poked at them with the butt of the stick. After a few moments without a sound from the person, Izuku squatted back down to see if the person was even breathing. Then the thought hit him, and his eyelids widened. Holy shit, what if he killed this person? Shit, not again. His breathing once again shortened, thoughts began pouring from his mouth uncontrollably. He was royally effed. Or so he thought until he heard another voice. "Hey, are you okay? Sorry to have scared you." The soft voice said, obviously frightened. "Oh, thank God. It's alive. Yeah, I'm okay." "Holy crap. What's wrong with your eyes?" the voice exclaimed, the voice shaking. Nothing. Nothing, my butt. Are you okay?" the voice asked, fear now being masked with concern. Strange. "Yeah, I mean it." Izuku said to what he determined was a boy, assumedly around his age, judging by his voice, size, and vocabulary. Not many adults or teenagers use the word but instead of but. "There can't really be anything wrong with my eyes if I don't have any," he mumbled to himself, the sentence not meant for the other boy to hear. "Wahaha. What the heck, dude? That's kinda messed up." The boy chuckled out in between laughs. "What? I mean, it's not like it's not true," he replied awkwardly. "Yeah, I guess you're right. My name's Shinso Hitoshi. What's yours?" That's why he wasn't supposed to talk to anyone. "Some people call me Kodari," he said in a soft voice. "But that's a girl named Dude." Shinso replied, though his voice wasn't judgmental. "So?" Izuku replied a little harshly, though his voice still very timid. "Hey, I'm not judging you. It's a nice name." Shinso replied softly, trying to make the other boy feel a little more relaxed. Izuku blinked, not used to the sweet tone in Shinso's voice. This boy sure is strange, he thought privately to himself. He felt a throb of pain spread through his left eye socket, causing him to squint them closed and attempt to rub the ache out. Shinso's eyebrows twinged with worry at his new friend's antics. "Hey, are you okay, Kodari? Dear, eye parts hurt." Izuku stopped rubbing for a second, looked up and snorted, bursting into a laugh. "Eye parts? Really?" This guy was an absolute dork. "Shut up. I didn't know what to say because, like you said earlier, you don't have eyes. What was I supposed to say instead?" "I don't know, there's got to be a better term than eye parts." "Yeah, well, I couldn't think of anything better. Seriously though, are you okay?" "Yeah, my eyes hurt after being open for a bit. Nothing to worry about." Izuku's thoughts traveled back to his original reason for going out and started panicking a bit. "Hey, do you know anyone who'll hire a 7-year-old? I need money." Shinso chuckled. "No, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure that would be considered child labor." What do you need the money for? I need to buy a cassette player. Cassette player? What are you, 30? No, I have a tape I need to listen to though. Oh. Well, you could try selling things. Do you have anything you could sell? Izuku thought for a little bit, his small hand resting on his chin in contemplation. He then exclaimed and pulled his hand away from his cheek. I think so, he said with a large smile, the first one that Shinso had seen from the small boy. The smile soon began to fade, however. Fears soon began to swim throughout his head, and he began imagining what could happen if he were to sell his things. He knew he could gain way more than a measly $25 by selling, but there would most likely be repercussions. It was risky, but there was a possibility that he would be safe. Just maybe. What do you mean, Ori? What are you thinking of selling? Why would there be repercussions, or whatever? He needed to get a grip on his mumbling, or he could really get in trouble. Also, did Shinso just give him a nickname? Nothing, sorry. I didn't mean to say any of that out loud. My, caretakers wouldn't like it if I sold what I was thinking of selling. I'll figure it out. Izuku explained, his voice low. On another note, did you just call me Ori? What does that even mean? Shinsu's cheeks turned a light pink, embarrassed of the nickname. I don't know, Kodori is so long. If you don't like it, I won't call you it. He replied, sticking his nose up at the end of the sentence. No, it's fine. I was just curious, but I hope you realize that you just gave my nickname a nickname. Well, you're welcome. Izuku laughed, a soft smile resting on his face. Thanks, Shinso. Hey, what time is it? Izuku realized that they've been talking for a while, and both of them had taken a seat on the ground against a building. I think around 4. Do you want to help me find things to sell? I'd like to, dude, but my mom is gonna want me home soon. Sorry. That's okay. Do you maybe want to meet up sometime? I totally get it if you don't want to. I mean, we only met today, so I understand if you don't want to talk to me anymore. And I know I'm kind of weird looking and sounding and, just weird all around, so I wouldn't be offended if you like talky dash. Shinso covered his mouth to attempt to silence him, only to be met with a shock of extreme pain travel throughout his hand and up into his arm. Oh shit. Shinso, don't touch me, dumbass. Izuku exclaimed. Jesus. Do you want to die? I thought you figured that out after you passed out last time you touched me. Izuku was shaking all over, phantom touches and pains flickered throughout Izuku's body. He felt Dabi's arms constricting his chest once again. He realized he was panicking again. Sheet, he had to calm down or control would act up. He took several deep breaths, all the while Shinso sat next to him speechless, unable to completely comprehend what the heck Ori meant. Shinso had passed out due to sleep deprivation and an inhuman amount of running, not from Ori's quirk. He had accidentally used his quirk on another student, causing the class bullies to go after him. He had spent the next hour after school running away from them. Definitely didn't help his exhaustion, which was from staying up to greet his mom after she got done working the graveyard shift at the hospital. He had been so tired that he didn't pay attention where he was going, and thus he ran directly into Ori. He hit his head hard, and his body just kinda gave out. Okay. Sorry. I didn't mean to freak out like that. I'm sorry, Izuku said quietly, crawling back into his shell. His face was blank, his eyelids open and facing down into his lap. Ori, I'm okay. It didn't hurt that bad, and you didn't make me pass out earlier. See, I was super sleep deprived and I had been running a bunch before I ran into you, so when I hit the ground my body just, fell asleep, I guess. Izuku sat perplexed. That didn't make sense. How was Shinso originally unaffected by his quirk? He wasn't immune. That could be determined by the fact that he was stung the second time he touched him. So how was it possible? Maybe it was because Izuku wasn't expecting it? No, that wouldn't make much sense considering what happened with Hisashi. None of this made sense. Who's Hisashi? What happened with him? Shinso asked, sounding a bit concerned. The mumbling thing was getting old quick. No one important. He, tried to touch me when I was asleep and, experienced what it was like to be on the receiving end of my quirk. Needless to say, it's not pleasant. Izuku's voice was hollow, disconnected. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. You didn't really hurt me all that bad, honestly. It just kind of felt like when you touch a hot stove, you know? Shinso reassured. He didn't want his new friend to be sad. What exactly is your quirk? Izuku tensed, not exactly sure if he should just explain agony or all of his quirks. Well, it's called agony. It gives me a few different abilities, though none of them are inherently good. Like you've experienced, it causes terrible pain to whoever touches me, so I would suggest not touching me. Izuku chucked awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Then he stopped, his head falling back to looking down at his waist. It also gives me a bit of strength, nothing crazy or anything, just a little above average. The last part of my quirk is not good. I've dubbed this part control, but I don't use it. Control is pretty messed up, honestly. Like the name suggests, it allows me to control people's actions by just thinking of what I want them to do. Or so I think. I've only used it once. I don't like it. Izuku's voice was trembling at the end, dry gulping sobs silently poured from his as Shinso sat awkwardly next to him, unsure of how to comfort him. After a few moments of an awkward silence filled with soft whimpers, Izuku's cries died down into an occasional hiccup here and there. Our quirks are pretty similar. Or, I guess the control part of your quirk is a lot like mine. This statement made Izuku look up over at Shinso, albeit a little farther left. My quirk is called brainwashing. The name is pretty on the dot. A person has to respond to me so I can control them, and I can't really do it to more than 2 people at once or I'll pass out. Anyways, I understand what it's like to have a villain's quirk. Villain's quirk. That term stuck with Izuku on his walk home after making plans to meet up with Shinso next weekend. A villain's quirk. It should have been obvious to him, but no. God, he was stupid to not have realized it sooner. Sensei had planned it all. He gave him all these quirks specifically to groom him into being a villain. What else did he plan? Hisashi's betrayal? His losing his eyes? Dabi's death? Izuku felt his heart begin to tighten and squeeze at these thoughts. No, he thought to himself, I can't focus on the past. The question now was, what else does Sensei have planned? Are you sure, Ori? You barely have enough money to afford the player. Are you sure it's worth it? You've been working pretty hard to get that money. Shinso said, his voice laced with concern. Izuku had spent the day panhandling, as they had for the past week after their first encounter, usually using Izuku's blindness to guilt people into giving them more money. It had been a slow day. By 6 o'clock, they had earned just over $14, $6 under their average for a 5-hour day. Apparently, Izuku wanted to spend a portion of his hard-earned money on a piercing, saying that it was an ode to a friend. He then had to explain what an ode was to Shinso, who still didn't fully understand his reasoning. Yes, I'm sure, Shinso. I owe this to my friend, and piercings don't cost that much if you bring your own jewelry, which I'm going to. We've almost earned enough for both, okay? I need this. Izuku smiled pleadingly at Shinso. After a few moments of contemplation, he finally smiled, shook his head, and chuckled, utterly defeated. Fine, but don't come out crying and complaining. Izuku smiled and jumped up excitedly. He was finally going to get the piercing. All right. Izuku exclaimed, fist pumping up to the sky. Want to meet up here tomorrow? I'm sure your parents are going to start worrying about you soon, and I need to plan everything out. Yeah, you're right, Shinso said, checking his watch. Don't go spending your money without me, okay? Izuku scoffed, a smile on his face. Shinso and he exchanged goodbyes and began walking in their respective directions, Shinso heading home and Izuku to the shady neighborhood where the base was located. By the time he reached the neighborhood, the air had begun to feel chilly, signaling night. Izuku breathed in and reveled in the cold air that filled his mouth and lungs. He would never get tired of how the cool, fresh air felt and smelt, along with the freedom that it came with. Izuku walked into a dark alleyway a few blocks away from the base. The soft tap, tap, tap of his cane echoed off the walls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There was. He reached up and jumped, grabbed a hold of the cold metal ladder, and pulled down. The ladder's legs hit the pavement with a loud thud. Izuku smiled and grabbed a hold of the ladder, folded up his cane, and began his ascent. After a few minutes of climbing, he finally reached the top of the building. He stood up, feeling almost weightless. He pulled his cane out from the waistband of his pants, unfolded it, and began walking about the roof. He soon found one end of the floor and sat down with his feet dangling off the edge. He felt the chilly breeze whip across his face and he smiled a large, almost manic, smile. This was what freedom felt like, and God, it was euphoric. He kicked his legs back and forth, humming a little nonsense tune. His mind began to wander, and soon memories filtered into his mind. They were a bit different from the usual memories, which were usually of Dabi. This time, they were of Kaken. Izuku didn't realize how much he missed his friend and all of his stupid adventures. A thought hit him and he began to laugh. He always played the villain when they played their hero game, and while Kaken was the perfect hero, he was an even better villain. Fate always was a cruel mistress, and he wondered if that was her way of showing Izuku his grisly fate. No, he thought to himself, I will not end up being Sensei's SLV for my entire life. I owe that much to my family and friends, he said aloud to the frigid air. Images of his past and present life swelled and intertwined in his mind as a new sense of determination surged within him. He would become free not for himself, but for those who had to suffer for him. That would be what Dabi's piercing would represent. He would break free, that was his promise to those he loved and had loved. Bakugo couldn't stand the other kids in his class. They were all shithead extras who had never had an original thought in their life. Not a single one was smart enough to even talk to him, leaving him pretty lonely, though he would never admit it. Yes, he had his idiot lackeys, but no one compared to Izuku. He explained this fact to his mother after they had gotten into a fight over the lack of friends his age. She had told him he wasn't being fair to the other kids. Izuku was a special kid, it wasn't fair to compare to anyone to him. He guessed she was right, but that didn't change the fact that he didn't have any friends, or that he didn't want any if they weren't Izuku. As she said, Izuku was special and Bakugo couldn't replace him. So that left him where he was now. Angry and alone. It didn't bother him too much, he had other things to worry about. Like avenging his dear friend and Inko. That seemed to be the only thing that really kept him motivated. It seemed to be the one thing that kept the nightmares at bay on the bad days where the flashbacks haunted him and all he could see was his beloved friend, covered in blood. Izuku had been missing for over 4 years, soon to be 5, as the date he was taken was coming up fast. The first week after his disappearance had been chaotic. Police officers and heroes were at his house on a daily basis, asking hard questions that Bakugo didn't understand and quizzing his parents about Auntie. The only thing that made that week bearable was his mom's constant optimism and her infectious hope that they would find Izuku. Bakugo started believing this and clung on to that hope even months after the police stopped coming to their house. This hope started to diminish after the first 6 months, but he never stopped believing that Izuku was alive, even when it was announced that the case had gone cold and someone bought the Midoriya's house. It was a week after Izuku's 5th birthday when the new couple moved in. Bakugo wasn't too upset at first, as the couple was pretty nice, and it was going to bought despite its the past owner eventually, so he didn't let it upset him too much. No, he was fine until they started throwing out their things. He was on his way to school when he saw a large plastic bag bulging with all. Might memorabilia get thrown into the driveway? He, in a few words, lost his sheet. How dare they throw out Izuku's prized collectibles? He was going to want them when he got back, and these assholes were just going to throw it away. He stood staring in shock for a few more seconds, unable to decide if he should just take the bag home for safekeeping so Izuku can get them when he got back, or if he should go confront the JRKS who were throwing away his stuff. He was just going to take the bag until the beach threw a bag of their pictures onto the concrete. Bakugo didn't have any thoughts as he walked up to the lady other than, "This beach is throwing out Auntie's pictures. I gotta kill her." And he was ready to, his red eyes were filled with rage and his palms were damp with sweat, ready to be ignited. He stamped his way up to the lady and began screaming at her, telling her how these things weren't hers and she wasn't allowed to do that. After a few moments of screaming, he noticed the look in the women's eyes. They were filled with what looked like fear, the expression too similar to Izuku's. Bakugo stopped mid-scream and just stared at the poor lady who was now on the verge of tears, apparently not being used to being cussed out by a 5-year-old. Bakugo stared and began to tear up. He missed looking at his friend's beautiful eyes. He was always an open book who wore his heart on his sleeve. The more he thought of his dear friend, the more he cried, and soon he was reduced to a blubbering mess sitting on his new neighbor's porch steps. The lady must have gone inside to grab her spouse as he was soon being soothed by two sweet women on both sides. They sat there for what felt like hours until his sobs had quieted down to soft gulps and whimpers. One of the women pulled him into a hug, and he accepted it gratefully, now feeling a bit like an a-hole for screaming at them. "I'm sorry we were throwing out your friend's stuff, hun," the lady hugging him said, her voice lulled in a calming manner. "We heard about what happened to the people who lived here. I'm so sorry you had to go through that." Bakugo sniffed and looked up at the lady. She had light blue eyes and long dark brown hair spun into a loose bun sitting on the top of her head and had large circular glasses resting on the bridge of her nose. She also had a small scar on her right cheek. "You gave my wife quite a fright, young man," the lady said, motioning over to the frightened woman with a protective look in her eyes. Bakugo looked down at his lap in shame and angled his body to look at the other woman. "I'm sorry, miss. It wasn't nice for me to yell at you," he sniffled. "I accept your apology, dear. You should have told me about what was upsetting you before screaming, okay?" Bakugo's head seemed to dip lower. "Yes, miss. I'm sorry." He was pulled into another hug. The couple soon became like a second family to him despite his parents' disapproval of the women's relationship. Bakugo didn't really understand why, but he didn't care what they thought. It wasn't their business, anyways. After the first month of meeting the girls, Katsuki was over at their house almost every weekend, and that's how it was all the way up to now. His parents didn't mind him hanging out with the women at all. They were kind and got Bakugo out of his room for something other than school, and that was good enough for them, for a while. They were worried that Bakugo wasn't hanging out with anyone his age, and so his mom confronted him, leading him to where he was now, brooding on the swings of a nearby park. It took him a while to realize it due to a total remodel and change of the name, but this was the park where he lost his best friend. Katsuki chuckled when he realized it. Of course he had to end up here of all places after a fight concerning his friend. Fantastic. One good thing comes out of today, he thought as he walked home. He got his mom to actually listen to him. Plus, after an argument like that, his mom is bound to let him get away with staying home from school tomorrow, meaning he had more time for training. Awesome. Izuku got scolded heavily when he went back to the base, as he got back around an hour after curfew. It wasn't Izuku's fault he was late. He fell off the ladder while getting down and twisted his ankle. He tried to explain this to Sensei, who ignored the justification and sent him to wake up Shigaraki and tell him that he demanded him to train with Izuku. Great, just absolutely great, he thought to himself, and fear's icy aura began seeping into his chest, constricting his breathing. Training was bad enough now that Izuku had gotten a handle on knowing where his opponent was, as now Tamura didn't have to go easy on him, which Izuku doesn't believe he ever put any effort into taking it easy for him, he just put in less effort. Tamura was not a morning person, and was especially cruel if woken up. So much for hoping Sensei would let him ice his ankle for a bit. Izuku slowly made his way upstairs to Shigaraki's room, dreading his reaction to being woken up. He reached the door to the room, closed his eyes and knocked twice. A few moments of standing in silence and shaking as a leaf passed, no reply from Tamura. Izuku in a shaky breath and opened the door, cringing at the low creak the door made. He waited a few seconds before stepping into the room. He flicked on the lights and crouched down as fast as he could in case he threw anything. He waited for a tick and made sure he was safe before standing back up and making his way up to the bed. He stood at what felt like the foot of the bed and braced himself. "Tamura?" he said in a shaky whisper, his voice unwilling to heighten. He breathed in and out, trying his best to calm down. Okay, he thought. If he hurts me right now badly enough, then I might be able to cut training short. He thought he may be even to skip training altogether and actually get some sleep before going to meet with Shinso. And hey, if he's obviously hurt, people will give him more money. He then realized that he was creepily standing in front of Shigaraki, probably mumbling to himself. He blamed his growing eeriness on the fact that he lived exclusively with creepy murderers and criminals and tucked any concerns about it away to worry about later. He focused back at the task at hand, mentally cursing his current predicament. He breathed out loudly and moved to the side of the bed over to where Tamura's head lay, softly dusting his fingers on the edge of the bed as a way to direct himself to face Tamura. He breathed in softly, preparing himself for all possible reactions Tamura might have to being woken up. "Tamura," he said, voice more clear than before. He stepped away as fast as he could when he heard the bed creak and the blankets ruffle. His breathing paused. Seconds passed without any more noises and Izuku cursed to himself again. So it had come to this. "Tamura!" He screamed, his hoarse voice shaking and cracking as he placed a hand on Tamura's shoulder and shook gently. He barely heard the movement fast enough to jump away before Tamura was able to fully grasp his wrist. Izuku sprinted out of the room, both hands occasionally reaching out to feel for the surroundings. When he had finally heard the sounds of dishes being washed, he jumped over the counter and grasped for Kurogiri, who just sighed and pulled the young boy behind him, listening as Shigaraki screamed and stomped down the stairs, running in an almost deranged manner. "FC hero lover, where'd you go?" he screamed, both hands open in a clawed-shaped figure, ready to destroy anyone or anything that got in the way of his prey. "Tamura, language," Kurogiri stated, boredom and annoyance obvious in his voice. Izuku squeezed even tighter to his pant leg, his hands shaking violently. "Kurogiri, where'd the eyeless F go?" "He put his shitting hand on me, Kurogiri. I have to teach him a lesson," he exclaimed. A crazed smile stretched across his face as he cracked his knuckles. "He was instructed by Sensei to wake you up for training, Tamura. Though due to the states both of you are in, I'm going to request that you both wait for a while. We'll hold a match later. You can return to bed. Please excuse Izuku from any lambasting until then." His voice had changed from being annoyed onto that of someone trying to explain something to a very small child. "Am I understood?" Tamura replied in angry grumbling as he made his way to the staircase that led to his room. Izuku let go of the breath he forgot he was holding. Kurogiri kneeled down to face Izuku and placed a hand on his shoulder. Izuku jumped at the touch, and used to it as Kurogiri seemed to be the only one who could really touch him without being affected. "Why didn't you come to get me?" he asked, voice soft. Izuku sniffled, head hung. "Sensei told me to wake him up, Kuro. I had to do it myself. It was a direct order." Kurogiri hated that he had helped bring this poor boy into this life, especially now that All for One had determined it was soon time for Izuku to begin working for the League. He had already chosen a name for the boy and had demanded that anyone who interacted with him must call him as such. He was honestly terrified of what the future soon held for the young boy. "Okay, little bird. I understand. Next time, you probably shouldn't touch him, though." Izuku smiled a bit, now having calmed down slightly. "Now, let's take care of your injuries." Izuku woke up sore in the morning, his ankle burning. That's what he got for running and jumping over sheet with a swollen ankle. He sat up slowly and rubbed his bandaged arm, feeling if any blood had seeped through the covering. Shigaraki apparently got a better hold of him than he thought, considering how he had managed to destroy a large section of his wrist and forearm. What a lovely way to start his day. He limped down the stairs and sat on a bar stool, listening for anyone other than himself and Kuro, who rarely left his post behind the bar, ready to serve drinks at a moment's notice. After a few moments of silence, Kuro passed him a glass of fruit juice and orange slices. "Thank God for him. How are your injuries?" Kurogiri asked, sounding carefully uncaring. "Fine, a bit sore at most. Time," Izuku replied, mirroring Kuro's voice. Apparently, there were unknown eyes around. 5:01, though I don't know why you ask, you wake up at the same time every day. On the dot. Izuku immediately understood the situation after hearing Kuri's last sentence. It seemed today would definitely be good to get out. Izuku didn't like being around during torture sessions, or as he and Kuro had given it the simple code name, .times. Whenever Kuro slipped the word .into casual conversations, Izuku knew it wouldn't be a good day to be home. that had come up with a few code words so that Kurogiri could warn him if anything unsavory was to occur during the day. They came up with this idea after Izuku had passed out after an anxiety attack caused by a flashback triggered by listening to a victim get his eyelids slit. Yeah, I guess. Force of habit. Kuro clicked a glass against another while putting it up. Izuku knew he understood what he had said and replied with the glass clinking. He could head out a little earlier today, and he could come back later as well. He pulled on a pair of jeans and his usual hoodie, and then slipped into his oversized sneakers. He limped carefully to his dresser, pulled out the bottom drawer, and grabbed the earring he had hidden there along with the tape. He put the dresser back and headed for the door. Izuku could barely contain his excitement when Shinso finally showed up at their spot. He sounded groggier than usual, but happy nonetheless. "Are you ready to go do this?" he asked Izuku, who smiled and nodded determinedly. "I'm ready." The walk to the parlor was a quiet one, Shinso too tired to offer conversation, Izuku too excited to say anything other than exclaiming how excited he was. The workers were at first extremely worried and concerned about the two young boys who had just walked through the door, but after a long, half-baked explanation about how poor blind Izuku's one wish was to get this piercing before he died of a horrifying rare disease that had already taken his eyes. Half-baked, yes, but not at all unconvincing. Almost as soon as they walked in, they were soon walking back out, Izuku smiling and smiling. "I promise, Dabi. I will be free. I promise you." Izuku shut the door behind him and flicked off the lights. He walked to his dresser, pulled out the cassette tape, and went to his bed where a plastic bag sat. He trudged over to it with the tape in hand and crawled under the blankets. God, he was sore. He opened the lid to the player and inserted the tape. He laid flat on his back and plugged in the cheap earbuds Shinso recommended. He put them in his ears, closed his eyes, took a breath, and pressed play. "Hey Izu. Since you're listening to this, they got me." Izuku's breath stopped at the sound of Dabi's voice. He felt his lip quiver as Dabi's voice cracked at the end of the sentence. "Let me start off with this. My death will not be accidental. Sensei will kill me off in some way to make you feel guilty, but know this, dipshit. My blood will not be on your hands. There's no way a weak blind kid like you could kill me, even if your quirks give you the strength of 10 horny hippos." Izuku chuckled at these words. He missed Dabi's crude humor. "But yeah, I'm not here to tell you it'll be okay, or that you're safe. That's bullshit, and I'm not gonna lie to my favorite freak. You're not stupid. You know you aren't okay, or safe, or whatever Sensei is trying to feed you. You have never been safe, not from the moment Spitfire decided he wanted to raise his only son. At least when he was the only one who wanted you in the league, you had a chance of being free without all the carnage and shit that Sensei's gonna make you endure. Anyways, as I said earlier, I'm probably dead if you found this. Scratch that, I'm definitely 6 feet under if you found this. Hopefully, you found it sooner than later. I don't really want to think about what Sensei's forced you to do if it's later." There was a pause. Izuku felt the cold seep into his bones as he snuggled further under the rough tan blanket, making sure it covered his head and body entirely. He heard Dabi cough awkwardly. "So, if I'm dead, I failed in helping you escape." Izuku was confused. Dabi never spoke about escaping, and he sure as hell never tried to help Izuku escape. "I've been planning our grand escape for a while now, ever since Sensei said something that I didn't really like the sound of. He called you Shigaraki's pawn. Now, I've known Tamura since I was Sensei has spoiled him from the very beginning, honestly making him childish. You've noticed this, no doubt. You're smart. Observing. I know you've seen how Sensei spoon feeds him anything he wants. Unfortunately, Tamura does not want you. Sensei does the. You were a blank slate. Easily manipulated and moldable. You didn't even have a quirk. He could use you in any way he wanted, or so he thought. Izuku, you are the strongest, most badass, kindest kid I have ever met, despite the fact you've seen and experienced things that would make most adults PSS themselves. You deserve so much better than the life you have now. I have some acquaintances who helped me pull some strings. I have set up an account for you at the Hosa Bank. I'm not sure if you knew it, I'm sure you didn't, but that's in the same city as the base is. You're smart, you'll find it. When you get there, ask for Kawaii. Tell them that you're a friend of Dobby's, and he'll take care of you. But that's for later. There's no use in having the money while you're still a part of the league, right? I'm gonna be straight with you, there's no escaping them completely. Sensei will always be hunting you, but you are a certifiable genius. Be smart. If something seems shady, get the hell out of Dodge. Now, on to leaving the base. You need to earn trust. Show you are an irreplaceable asset. You got to do a better job than I did at this, okay? I didn't understand the value of loyalty when I was younger, and because of this, I made some choices that I made many in the league lose trust in me. A lot of them still don't trust me. That could possibly be the reason I die. You have to make better choices, got it? Now, you need to be able to leave the base. Obviously. Sensei probably make you complete some nonsense task before being able to leave, so prepare yourself for that. Now, do not, and I cannot stress this enough, do not try and escape within the first 10 times of going out. That sheet'll get you caught right away. Sensei isn't a very forgiving man when you break his trust, so you have to be careful. Wait at least a month of going outside before you try and escape. Be smart. Izuku paused the tape when he heard footsteps and waited a few minutes after the noise dissipated. Izuku found it funny how, without knowing it, he had already completed a lot of these steps, or at least some of them. Sensei trusted him enough to where he can leave without asking now, and Shigaraki was less cruel to him. That had to mean something. He had been leaving for over a month, so maybe it was a good time to leave? Maybe. He had to see what else Dobby said before deciding. He pressed play again. The best course of action, though I know you're probably gonna disagree, is to stay the hell away from the police. Even though you look the part of an abused, fed-up kid taken against his will, most will have you write a report and send you away. If you go to the police, Sensei will find out. Listen to me, kid. Trust no one. I'm sorry, but you gotta go it alone. You're too trusting for your own good, and if you blindly have faith in someone, you're gonna get really hurt. Trust me on this one. Oh shit. I haven't even told you how you're gonna leave. So, you're gonna pull some movie magic and fake your death. Izuku choked on his saliva at these words. He scurried to pause the tape as he coughed. Fake his death? Really? He knew Dobby was crazy, but this was a whole new level. How the f was that even possible? He caught his breath and pressed play again. No, it sounds crazy, but it's safer than flat out disappearing. You're gonna make Sensei think you killed yourself. Think about it. You've had everything taken away from you. You live in constant agony and you've been forced into this life. It makes sense you would rather end your life than end up hurting someone in the future. Now, while you obviously can't blow your brains out or slit your wrists or some shit like that, but I've learned that the most convincing way to do it is to jump off a bridge and drown. Or at least make it seem like you did. You know, write a little note, throw some shoes down and jump. The only problem you'll have with it will probably be making it believable. You'll need to actually jump, unfortunately. And you'll need witnesses, so make sure there are a few people around. Also, they'll probably only keep Sensei away for a month or two at most. When your body isn't found, Sensei'll start a manhunt. You need to be out of the city at least by then, or you will undoubtedly be found. Now, there's a specific bridge that I recommend you dive from. The name is the Minakami Traverse. It's a pretty touristy place, so it's got people. It's high enough that it would be believable for you to jump off of it and die at your age and size, even with your strength quirk. The current isn't extremely fast, but it's enough that you could believably drown in. It's also heavily wooded on the sides, so you can easily escape from the water into the trees. When you jump down feet first. When you hit the water, breath out through your nose so you don't accidentally really drown. Let the current carry you a few feet away before you head out of the water. You don't want anyone to see you get out of the water alive. After you kill yourself, find a little motel a few blocks away called the Sleepy Tabby. Go to the front desk and tell them Dobby sent you and that you need a secured room. They'll take care of you for a night, but that's it. The room's SEK and the walls are paper thin, but the beds are 1,000 times better than the prison cot Sensei has you sleeping on. They'll also get you some new shoes, so there's that. After the first night at the Tabby, you need to go to that bank and collect the money. You'll need some new clothes too. I'll leave the rest to you. Keep this tape hidden and stay safe. You should destroy this cassette, but knowing you, You sentimental sheet, you wouldn't be able to do it. Before I go, I need to tell you some things. About me. I know you love heroes, but you can't trust them, okay? My real name is Tuya. Todoroki Tuya. My dad's endeavor. I ran from my home from that hellhole that's when Sensei found me. The scars on my face? The staples you never stopped asking about after I let you feel my face? Sensei convinced me to burn up my face to hide my identity. That's why you trust no one, okay? You are the only one you can trust. And Izuku, I love you. Stay safe. The soft click of the cassette player was the first noise that filled the shocked silence of Dabi's room. The second was the soft scratching of fingernails against the skin. The third sound was the soft whimpers of a scared little boy, too small to have the thoughts that entangled his mind. For the first time in a long time, Izuku's face reflected how he felt inside. The emotion he bore on his cheeks is one of pure terror as hot red tears dripped off his chin and stained the sheets beneath him. Aizawa Shoyuta hated his agency at times. Those times being any time in between Monday through Sunday. They had once again sent him away from his home and back to Hosu to investigate some acclaimed villain activity. He had just arrived in town and was already regretting all recent life choices. His agency had booked him a cruddy motel room in the middle of the shittiest part of town. It wouldn't have been so bad if Hizashi had been able to come with, but no, his husband couldn't come. Aizawa just wanted to go home. Paperwork was better than this. He stepped out of the sleek black car and nodded a farewell to the driver as he sped away into the dimly lit city. He looked at the blinking LED sign on top of the building. It had a large blue star illuminated by more lights with the words, Shooting Star Motel, etched out underneath. The building was a dark blue, not much lighter than the sign. The paint was chipping badly off the metal boards it was painted on. Aizawa stared in distaste for a few moments longer before trudging his way towards the entrance. He opened the squeaking glass door to a shaded lobby. The tan carpet had a sickening yellow undertone and the wall was covered in a terrible wallpaper. The scent of cigarettes and booze invaded his breath and lungs. He walked up to the front desk, leaving his face stoic as ever. Aizawa Shoyuta. Checking in for a few nights. He said in a monotonous voice to the balding, overweight, middle-aged man who had previously been playing on what looked like an old Game Boy. The man flicked open a blue planner and scrolled his finger down it looking for his name, despite there only being 5 other names on the page. All right, let me get you your keys, sir. The man exclaimed, much too happy for Tuesday night. He turned around and grabbed a key for Aizawa. He held out his hand in an expecting manner, to which the man obliges. Aizawa looks at the keys to see that they've been marked ARM 132, so he opts to walk down the hall instead of taking the stairs. 129, 130, 131, there it was. He braced himself for whatever atrocities the room might hold. He unlocked the door with a soft click and pushed the door open and looks in before taking a step inside. It was honestly only half as bad as he thought it was going to be. Thank God for small miracles. He walked over to the small bed and set down his black travel case. He unlocked it, unzipped it, and took out the files resting beneath his clothes. He laid down the manila file on the small table sitting on the far end of the room and sat down, examining the information within. The first thing that caught his eye was the grotesque picture of the disfigured boy. He had been found 3 months ago in a blue plastic barrel filled with nitric acid. He was assumed to be 16 or 17, he was extremely malnourished and his upper body was made up of over 70% scar tissue. Aizawa skimmed over the pages, getting a basic grasp on the case. Basically, they knew nothing. The killer had removed his teeth post-mortem, all lacerations found on his body were weeks old and they didn't find any fatal wounds during the autopsy. The body hadn't been in the acid for much longer than 27 hours when they found it, which was barely enough time for it to begin eroding the skin. It had, however, eaten away his eyes and had made its way into the head. There was no obvious cause of death, leading the police to believe the death was most likely Quirk-related. Most likely an emitter type, though it couldn't be determined due to lack of evidence. The police had called him in due to this lack of evidence to try and solve the case. The best thing to do would probably be to go out and gain a lay of the land, and that's what he did. He dressed in his black attire, threw his goggles around his neck, and wrapped his capture weapon around his shoulders. He, of course, went out the back door of his little room. He stood on top of an old building a few blocks away from the cruddy hotel and looked around, watching for any suspicious behavior. He spotted a few shady people here and there, but that was to be expected. This was probably the worst part of town. Soon, however, he noticed something a bit odd. There was a small hooded figure lurking in the shadow of the large building. The person definitely looked like a kid, but he couldn't be sure. He crouched down, observing the person. They were on the move again, and Aizawa followed above. Each step the kid made was silent and exact, but there was something about their movements. He couldn't quite place what it was, but something was off about it. It was like they moved with too much thought. Aizawa was intrigued. The kids soon stepped out of the shadows, though. It was getting brighter. The world was waking up. Aizawa guessed his patrol should have ended a bit ago, but he thought it was best to keep trailing the kid. He wanted to see what they were doing. Then he saw the kid reach into his waistband. Aizawa tensed, automatically preparing for the worst. He watched intensely as they pulled out It was a cane. That explained the thought-out steps, but it also raised more questions. What the hell was a blind kid doing wandering around at 6 in the goddamn morning? Judging by their clothing, they didn't seem to have the best home life. That concerned him a bit more. Maybe they were trying to get away from home for a bit? That made sense. They might have even been homeless. That was also feasible, considering that the kid was hanging out around this side of town. Aizawa continued watching as the kid tapped his way down the sidewalk. Where were they going though? The kid seemed to have a place in mind, considering that his steps were strong, instead of leisurely. Aizawa was soon running out of buildings to perch on. Well shit. It looked like he was gonna have to give up his bird's eye view. He tucked his goggles into his pocket and pulled his hair into a bun. At least he now looked somewhat normal to onlookers. It's not like it mattered when it came to the kid. Aizawa climbed down from the building and walked a few yards behind the kid. They soon hit a bridge, and the boy stopped in the middle of it. Aizawa stopped too, and the kid seemed to notice. They had tensed up, freezing completely. Well shit. It looked like the kid had DMN good hearing. Hello? The kid asked, voice quiet and shaking. Aizawa couldn't really do much in this situation. What are you doing out so early? Aizawa asked, blunt and straight to the point. The boy turned around to face Aizawa, facing slightly left. The boy's face left Aizawa shocked. His eyes were open, revealing the fleshy pink insides of the sockets. His eyelids and cheeks were covered with light red scars with large brown and purple bags lining the sockets. He was ghostly pale and had light freckles dotting his cheeks and nose, adding a hint of color to his cheeks. His hair was untamed and dirty, but the green tint still popped. This kid needed help. The boy's face was stony, showing no emotion. Did Shigaraki send you? I told him would do it and I am. He said, his voice a low, frightened whisper. Aizawa didn't like what the boy had said. At all. Red flags and sirens were going off in his head. Sorry to disappoint, but I don't know who that is, Aizawa replies, keeping his voice steady. I was just worried when I saw a blind kid walking the streets by himself. The boy seemed to relax a bit at these words. What are you doing out, kid? Nothing. The boy replies a little too fast. I'm just out on a walk. Aizawa took a step forward towards the boy, and the kid instinctively flinched, stepping back. I'm not gonna touch you, okay? I'm just moving to sit by you. Is that okay? He spoke softly and slowly as he would to the kids he encountered while in the field. The boy nodded and slowly moved to sit against the rail. Aizawa took slow, careful steps over to him and sat down next to him. The boy had his knees pulled up to his chest while he sat cross-legged feet away, not wanting to make the boy uncomfortable. What's your name, kid? The boy seemed to ponder for a second before replying. Kotori. Aizawa hummed in response before telling the boy his name. They sat in silence before Kotori spoke. Why'd you follow me? As I said earlier, I was a little concerned when I saw a blind kid out on his own. I just wanted to see what you were doing. I'm curious, what did this Shikigiri want you to do? From how you sounded, it doesn't seem like anything good. The boy didn't react as violently as Aizawa thought. That in itself perturbed him. Nothing really. He just asked a favor. Yes. Why do you care? Alright, sorry kid, but we both know you've been lying this entire time, okay? If it's not too much to ask, can you try a little honesty? Kotori clearly wasn't expecting this response. He jumped away from Aizawa, shielding his face like he was expecting a blow to the head. Well shit. Someone really F'd this kid up. Considering how he talked about the Shargaraiki guy, it was a safe assumption that he had something to do with this kid's issues. Hey, buddy, I'm not gonna hit you or anything. I just want to make sure you're okay. I can't really do that unless you tell me the truth, okay? Kotori seemed to calm down a little at this notion as he moved his arms back to his sides, but he still sat a few feet away. He gave a small nod and closed his eyes. Okay then. Let's start from the beginning. He held out his hand to be shaken. I'm Aizawa Shoyuda, what's your name? Your real name? Not Kotori. The boy turned to him, offered a very small smile. Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you, Aizawa sir. It then hit him that he was still holding his hand out for the blind kid to shake. But at this realization, he quickly moved his hand back down to his side. That was stupid. So, Midoriya, could you tell me what you're really doing out here? His small smile disappeared as soon as the word was said, and he looked down at his knees. I can't really tell you, sir. I'm sorry. It could get you in a lot of trouble. God, it was like this kid wanted him to be concerned. In trouble with who? Midoriya shrank farther into himself. Bad people. And the police, probably. Izuku looked back up at him. In all honesty, you shouldn't talk to me, sir. I'm kinda a beacon of bad luck. He offered a wobbly smile to the man before a small crash was heard behind them. Midoriya jumped up at the noise, pulling a small knife from his pocket with practiced ease. He sat back on his right leg and pulled up his fists into a fighting stance. While his body conveyed ease, like he was unconcerned, his face told a different story. Aizawa just sat, too shocked at this boy's reflexes. Aizawa, sir, you need to leave. Midoriya's voice was a quiet, shaking whisper. Midoriya, it was most likely just an animal. Put the knife away, Aizawa said as he began to stand up. He reached out towards the boy to get him to relax, but Izuku seemed to sense the touch coming. He stumbled away from Aizawa, a look of betrayal and fear clouding his face. Don't touch. Aizawa pulled back away from him, trying to calm him down. Sorry, Midoriya. I shouldn't have tried to touch you. Please, come sit back down, okay? Nothing's gonna hurt you, okay? A low, guttural chuckle made itself known from where the quiet crash was heard moments ago. Izuku pulled back into his position, pure terror emerging from his face. Is that so? Little bird, who's your friend? A young man stepped out from the side of the building, a large, gruesome smile spread across his lips. It was Aizawa's turn to step into a battle stance. The man was in a black sweatshirt and gray pants with his hood pulled up, his face obscured by long grayish-blue hair. And no one, Tamura. IW is on the way to the meetup, I promise. Izuku exclaimed, obviously terrified. Aizawa steps in front of him in a protective manner. Oh, I bet. Come on, we're going home. Sensei wants to talk. Izuku's face turned a milk white, the fear even more prominent on his features. Sorry to butt in, but what do you want with Midoriya? Aizawa had become fairly annoyed with being ignored. However, it seemed his interference angered the hooded man. Excuse me, but who the f are you, and why are you talking to a child this early in the morning? Tamura exclaimed angrily, before he paused and smiled. Oh, I see. You're one of those weirdos who get it on with children, aren't you? He chuckled, anger turning to glee. You know, you can play with him for a little if you want. His quirk makes it pretty painful to touch him, but hey, if you're into that, he's perfect. Aizawa glared and opened his mouth to speak to tell the man how offended disgusting he was, but Tamura beat him to the punch. Hey, I'm not one to judge. Whatever tickles your fancy, dude. You gotta pay for him. A cute kid like him isn't cheap dash. He was cut off by a swift punch to the lower jaw delivered by Aizawa. You're a sick fucker, you know that? He shouted as Tamura wiped his cheek and sat up, a manic grin appearing on his face. "Sorry, didn't mean to assume," he exclaimed as he lunged toward Aizawa. He dodged the attack and swiped Tamura's legs out from under him. Izuku stood behind them and watched, absolutely dumbfounded at what he was hearing. Aizawa, a stranger, was fighting Shigaraki. For him. But why would a stranger be worried for his well-being? Hell, why would anyone care about his well-being? He couldn't let Aizawa get hurt over him. He took a deep breath and jumped on top of Shigaraki. He held down his left hand and hit his face over and over until felt the warm trickle of blood splash his fists. He kept hitting Tamura, over and over and over and over. He kept going and going until he was sure Shigaraki was unconscious. He sat on top of Tamura and caught his breath. He then realized he had done. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God, he was it. He attacked Tamura. He would be punished terribly when he got back, if he came back. Oh. He can't go, not now. If he goes now he'll be caught, and if he gets caught he'll be beaten severely to say the least, and to say the most he'll lose a finger or maybe his hand. Ogo. His thoughts were cut off by Shigaraki's hands as one covered his mouth and the other stabbed a small, sharp object into his left side. That'll teach you beach. Sensei thought something like this might happen, so he gave me a special little present to give to you. Think of it as a farewell gift. At least for now. Tamura pushed the now quivering Izuku onto the pavement before running to a newly appeared wisp of black particles and jumping into it. He was gone, leaving Aizawa 10 times more confused. He pushed all questions aside for later as he ran to the shaking Midoriya. Aizawa squatted in front of him and reached out to touch him before stopping, remembering what the crusted F had said about Midoriya's quirk. Well, he thought to himself, this is probably gonna isekai. He put his fingers to the boy's neck, checking his pulse. He was automatically met with a burning sting that gradually increased in pain the longer he made contact with him. It soon became unbearable, causing him to pull away. He took a deep, unsteady breath before slipping his phone from his pocket and dialing the police. He told them of his current predicament and whereabouts. When that was done, he dialed in a different number. "Hey, Mike, mind coming to Hosu for a bit? I think I'm gonna be here for a while." Aizawa was tired and sore. Apparently sleeping in crappy plastic chairs left you feeling worse than before you fell asleep. He looked over at the bed where the kid slept. He was apparently in a worse state than Aizawa originally thought. Yes, he could tell that the boy was malnourished, but Jesus. According to the doctor, Izuku was not only malnourished, he was iron deficient. He had severe internal bleeding from a ruptured spleen, and had multiple broken bones that healed incorrectly. And that wasn't even the worst of it. While these issues were absolutely terrible, they were nothing compared to his abnormal impairments. The kid showed traits of a quirkless person, such as a pinky toe malformation. He also showed signs of housing a quirk. In fact, he had multiple signs, though they all told of a different quirk. While performing tests, it was discovered he had irregular muscle spasms that only occurred with strength quirks. He had an extra section in his frontal lobe which only appeared in people with mental quirks, such as Aizawa had. They discovered the pain quirk first when bringing him into the hospital, which was a process, to say the least. Midoriya also seemed to go through a transformation within a few hours of being at the hospital. After an hour of being here, he started experiencing an increased sensitivity to seemingly everything. The lights in his room, the noise of the hospital, the feeling of the blanket and bed, even the taste of his own mouth was overbearing. Around an hour of the sensitivity appearing, it hit its peak and became too much for Midoriya's body to handle. He began seizing and had to go under in order to keep him safe from himself. It was believed to be caused by whatever that Shumajiraki guy injected him with. When testing him, it was discovered his parietal lobe had swelled 3 times its normal size. It was the sign of a 4th quirk. While Izuku slept in a coma state, Aizawa was bored and his husband's flight had been delayed, so he decided to use his free time to learn about the boy. He called detective friends and PI buddies, looking for information, and he soon had learned all that was available to be learned about Midoriya Izuku, albeit there wasn't much. He had gone missing at the age of 4 on the day his mother was killed in a villain attack. Judging by his birthday, the boy he had been missing for 4 years. He had been abused by villains for 4 years. No wonder the kid had been so distrusting. There was one thing that he had learned that he found interesting. Apparently, he and his mom were with another young boy, Bakugo Katsuki. It made him wonder, was the attack planned? Izuku was the only one taken during the attack, and Inko Midoriya was one of 3 killed during the attack. There was no way it had all been a coincidence. The question remained, however, what did the villains want with Midoriya? There was a soft knock at the door. Aizawa stood and opened it, revealing a small nurse. "Mr. Eraserhead? There's a man here to see you." "Oh, thank God." He gave her a small nod and all but ran to the stairs. He sprinted down the steps, taking 2 at a time until he hit the last set. He caught his breath, regained his composure, put on an uncaring face, and shuffled down the stairs. Sitting in a chair facing away from him sat Hisashi. He let a small relieved smile greet his lips. He walked over to him and placed his hand on his husband's shoulder. Hisashi whipped around with a giant smile lighting up his face. "Aizawa! My love!" He was pulled into a crushing hug and all Aizawa could do was roll his eyes and grin. He pried himself away from Hisashi to look at him. "Mike, I missed you too, but we gotta go upstairs." Hisashi shot him a confused look but complied anyway as Aizawa grabbed his hand and led him to the elevators. They stepped in and he pressed the floor button. They stood in silence for a few seconds, still hand in hand, before Hisashi sighed. "Shoyuta, you know I love surprises and all, but why are we at a hospital? If it was for a case you would have told me over the phone." Aizawa gave his hand a little squeeze and looked at him. "I may have run into an issue." Hisashi quirked his eyebrow. "An issue? What kind of issue?" Aizawa threw on a deadpan face and stared directly at Hisashi. "I made a friend." Hisashi's face became wide and animated with a mix of surprise, shock, and glee. "A friend? My Shoyuta? Making friends? Who are you and what have you done with my husband?" Aizawa kept his face neutral as he exclaimed a little huff. It was going to be fun seeing how he reacted to his new friend being a child. Actually, considering the state Izuku was in, maybe it wasn't the best idea to bring the loud hero in to meet him just yet, or at least not until a fair warning was made. "Hey, Mike? My friend has a sensitivity quirk. While we're here, you gotta keep it quiet." Hisashi nodded understandingly. Hisashi pulled him into a side hug and chuckled. "I'll keep it quiet, promise. I'm just so excited." Aizawa just hummed in agreement as the door opened. They stepped out, hands still interlocked due to Hisashi's firm grip. Aizawa led him to the room, exchanged nods, and opened the door slowly and quietly. Hisashi se in a small gasp when he saw the boy. Somehow, he had managed to look even worse than before. He was ghostly, causing the scars to pop on his face and the bruising on his arms to look even more unpleasant. His frail body looked so tiny in the sea of blankets and pillows as they rested on the small bed. Honey, who is this?" Aizawa motioned Mike into the room and shut the door behind them. "This is Midoriya Izuku." Hisashi stared at him, asking for more information. "I found him on patrol. It was 5 in the morning and all of a sudden he pops out of nowhere, walking so strategically. It was like every step he took had been thought through. I was in the shady part of town, so I thought he was up to something. I followed him for a while, and soon I learned he was blind when he pulled out a cane. I was trailing him for a bit and then somehow he heard me. When I was walking." Hisashi's mouth widened, as this a true feat Aizawa could easily run and jump across building tops almost soundlessly. He had become so used to moving silently that Hisashi had started threatening to tie a bell around his neck so he knew when he was coming. It was unbelievable that this child had heard him. He asked if I was sent by someone named Shigaraki or something, and he told me he was on the way to go do whatever that was, so I was a little concerned. I talked to him for a little bit, which just concerned me more. We were sitting down and the Shardgarmaki man came out from nowhere and attacked us. I was fighting him when the kid, he gestured towards the bed, lunged at him. He beat the sheet out of him, but he ended up getting injected with something. They both sat down on the ground as there was only one chair, and Aizawa told Hisashi about Izuku's quirks and past. By the end of it, Hisashi was crying softly for the poor boy, and Aizawa's heart ached. It had been a very stressful past few days, and he was just glad his husband was here. Mike, I want to meet the kid who was with the Midoriyas. He might know something about why they were targeted. Also, well, I think he deserves to know his friend is okay. He looked over to where Midoriya lay. More or less. The brat. Get the door. Mitsuki called from the kitchen where she was making breakfast. Why can't you, ya old hag? Katsuki called back as he stomped down the stairs. I'm making breakfast, you ungrateful brat. She replied angrily. Now be a dear and get the demon door. There was another set of sharp knocks against the door. I'm coming, screamed Katsuki, causing his mom to kick off her slipper and hurl it at him. He glared at her as he opened up the door. He faced the people who were at the door and glared at them. There were two men. The one on the left was wearing light tan khaki shorts with a pink tee and a Hawaiian shirt while the other dressed in an all-black getup. What a set of weirdos. Whatever you're selling, we ain't buying it, he said as he began to close the door, though it was pushed back one by the one in black. I can assure you, we aren't selling anything. I can assume you're Bakugo Katsuki, is that correct? The man asked in a deadpan voice as he pushed the door open the rest of the way. Katsuki crossed his arms, glowering at the dark-haired man. Who wants to know? Aizawa sighed, getting ready to unload everything from the porch until Mitsuki came up to the door and pushed Katsuki over to the side so she could greet their guests. Hello there, what can I do for you? She exclaimed with a sweet smile. You're Bakugo Mitsuki, right? She nodded, smile dulling a tad at the sound of the man's voice. It was so uncaring. My name is Aizawa Shoyuda and this is my partner, Yamada Hisashi. We have some things we would like to discuss with you and your son. Can we come in? Mitsuki nodded and let the men in. They sat down on the plush sofa and Mitsuki and Katsuki sat across from them. Instead of the darkly dressed man speaking first, the blonde man started. Hello, Bakugos. He exclaimed politely and excitedly. Thank you for inviting us inside, despite our appearances and Aizawa's terrible introduction. We're actually pro-heroes. I doubt you'd recognize Aizawa here. He pointed his thumb at him. He's underground. But you might know me, present Mike? Hisashi exclaimed as he stood with his hands on his hips, taking on a heroic pose. The Bakugos just stared, and so he sat back down, feeling discouraged. Aizawa then spoke. Anyways, we're here to discuss a case you both were involved in a few years ago. Katsuki felt his heart leap into his throat. They found something. Why else would they bring it up after 4 years? He felt his mom grab his hand. He exhaled a deep breath. Aizawa looked at the Katsuki and grabbed his shoulder. Katsuki, we found Midoriya Izuku. He's alive. Katsuki looked up at him, disbelief written across his face. He was alive. He was alive. Holy shit. His whispered quietly as a smile grew and his eyes widened. He was alive. He looked up to the two men, and his smile faltered. Aizawa had the same blank expression except his eyes had a darkness to them and Hisashi only offered a sad smile. He looked at his mom, immediately afraid when he saw the look on her face. Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. He moved away from Aizawa's touch and gripped his teary-eyed mother's hand and waited for an explanation. Aizawa spoke. I found Izuku. I didn't know who he was and I wasn't searching for him, but I found him. He went on to explain that night in excruciating detail, his face filled with emotions that Katsuki didn't think he could express. He explained what they had found out about his health and quirks at the hospital, leaving everyone in the room on the verge of weeping for the poor boy. He then explained Midoriya's blindness, which he hadn't even mentioned to Mike yet. Aizawa cried while he spoke, but he didn't let Mike comfort him. He finished, leaving the room in scared, painful silence. Katsuki spoke. Can I see him? He whispered out. The men exchanged glances before Yamada responded. Soon. It would be unsafe for both you and Midoriya if you were to go visit him right now. We do have a few questions for you, Mitsuki. The case has previously been treated as a random attack, but it's become pretty clear to Aizawa and me that most definitely is not correct. Inko was one of only 3 deaths that occurred in the attack, and Izuku was the only one who was kidnapped. We believe that the attack could have been targeting them. Mitsuki couldn't believe that. Inko was too sweet to have any enemies. Do you know of anyone who would have wanted to hurt either one of them? Mitsuki took a breath. She had an ex-husband. I never met him, but from what Inko had said about him, he was a monster. She had actually moved to Mustafu to run away from him. She said he was abusive and was obsessed with Izuku in a way that was anything but fatherly. She was scared of his friends too. Really scared. Apparently, they were a real shady group. Aizawa hummed in thought. What is his name? I think he could definitely be a lead. Midoriya Hisashi. Though, Inko once said his friends called him something else. I can't remember it. It had something to do with his quirk though, I remember that much. He breathed fire. Was it fire breather? Sorry, I can't remember. Yamada shook his head. Oh, don't worry ma'am, you've helped us plenty. They began to stand up. Thank you so much for your help. Can we get your number? Yeah, let me write it down. Do you guys have business cards or? Mike reached into the pocket of his Hawaiian shirt and eloquently pulled out a small card. It depicted Mike in his hero costume and had an LED background which flickered. The words "Put your hands up radio" was etched under him with 2 phone numbers underneath. Call this one to reach my personal phone, he said as he pointed to the one he was referring to. They exchanged somber goodbyes, and soon the couple was on the road on their way back to Hosu. Their trip was quiet as their minds were filled with thoughts and worries concerning the broken little who had turned their lives upside down. It was too much. The feeling of the light on his skin was like millions of tiny pinpricks. The previously itchy hospital clothes had become unbearable and made his skin feel as though it was being burned. Even the feeling of the skin of his fingers and palms were bristly and painful to rub together. The sounds of people talking buzzed in his ears as though a fly had crawled into them and laid their eggs, leaving millions of screeching, wriggling maggots infesting his eardrums, while the endless beeping and whirring of the hospital machines made his head ring and his brain feel as though it was being stabbed by hundreds of needles simultaneously with every goddamn beep. The sound of his inhale and exhale sounded as though rockets were going off in front of him. The smells of his sterile room made his head pang with every inhale, and the disgusting sour perfume the nurse wore gave him a migraine that made him think his head would explode. The taste of his own mouth haunted him, the taste of his own flesh filling his mind constantly. He wanted to rip it out, to be rid of the rotting flesh taste, but he didn't think he could handle the taste of blood. It felt as though an immeasurable amount of things were going off and filling his head to the brim, making it impossible to think or comprehend. It was too much. Until it wasn't. It all just stopped. The light blinked away, the clothes were gone, and the maggots seized still. He felt like he was floating. There you go, Aizawa whispered. Izuku sat up slowly. What did you do? He asked. At the moment, I'm using my quirk. The doctors want to try something. Izuku didn't like the sound of that. What is it? Well, they had an experimental quirk suppressant sent over, and they want to try it. Izuku gulped. Will it hurt? He whispered. Aizawa sighed. Honestly? I don't know. I don't think so, but as I said, it's experimental. Tests are still running on it. Let's look at it this way though. The pain that this could cause, he shook something, causing a metallic ting, would be nothing compared to the pain you go through with your quirk. Izuku thought about it. He nodded, still reveling in the fact that he could actually form coherent thoughts. Wait, let's do it. He nodded determinedly. If he could be able to function again, it was absolutely worth it. He heard Aizawa stand and huff. The pain came back in a rush. Even though the pain only lasted for a second or two, Izuku screamed in surprise and pain. It was soon gone again, disappearing as quickly as it came. Sorry, I should have warned you. My quirk is erasure, meaning I can erase other people's quirk by looking at them, but it stops as soon as I blink. I should have warned you, I'm sorry. Izuku just nodded, willing his nausea away. Midoriya, I'm going to have to touch you to put the suppressor on, okay? Izuku took a deep breath and nodded once, preparing himself for the incoming interaction. He felt Aizawa grab hold of his elbow. His touch was gentle, but Izuku still locked up at the touch. Was Aizawa hurt? Was he hurting him? What if something went wrong and Aizawa held on for too long and it was over? Aizawa had slid on the suppressor and let go. Midoriya, I'm going to turn off my quirk now, okay? All Izuku could do was nod as he prepared for the impending pain. He squeezed his eyelids tight and waited. He felt the familiar entrance of his quirks, but to a much lesser degree. The pain was there, but it was bearable. It was much better, honestly. He smiled softly. I take it that it worked? Izuku flinched slightly at the close proximity of the noise. It's better, thank you, sir. He smiled, looking in the direction where he thought Aizawa was. Don't thank me, I didn't do anything. Not really. They sat in awkward silence, neither knowing really what to say. Why did you fight Tamura? Izuku asked in a small voice, finally voicing the question that had been bouncing around his mind. Aizawa stared at the boy for a while. Well, if there was such a thing as stupid questions, what Izuku had asked would qualify as one in his mind. Though only for a second. The more he thought about it, the more he realized why Izuku was confused as to why Aizawa battled against the villain. The poor boy had probably never had someone stand up for him, or at least not in a long while. He lived in a kill-or-be-killed environment where those who stood for themselves survived and those who didn't were fed to the wolves. This was shown by the boy's mental and physical state. He sighed, realizing the kid's been waiting for a reply for a while. Well, Izuku, he was trying to hurt you, and that isn't okay. I didn't want you to get hurt. Izuku's face scrunched in confusion. He looked down into his lap and began mumbling pretty much incoherently. Aizawa just watched the boy, trying to make sense of the endless flow of spewing words. He caught small bits and phrases such as, but Dabi said, and Kuro warned. After a few moments more, the mumbling slowed and faded, and Izuku looked up, almost directly at Aizawa's face. It was unsettling how good the boy was at finding faces. His face was clouded with a few different emotions. Aizawa couldn't distinguish them all, though he could pick out the previous confusion, a bit of something like distrust and anger. That doesn't really make a lot of sense, though. Aizawa, sir, you didn't know me and I don't know you. Why would you try and take down an opponent without fully understanding the situation? You had no idea what Tamura was doing there. You could have run and avoided the conflict, but you didn't. Dabi told me that's how you get dead, sir. You don't not avoid a blow when it comes to strike, but you stay to fight before it even starts. That's not smart, sir. You didn't even know anything about your opponent. You had no knowledge prior to the fight, and yet you still fought head-on. Excuse my language, sir, but that's some tomfuckery thinking. Izuku took a breath and stared open-eyed at Aizawa. Another thing. You rely too much on your upper body. I could hear your feet dragging when you moved, sir. You could be so much faster if you worked on your footwork, especially since you don't have a physical quirk. Aizawa could not believe what he had heard. He was being cussed out by an 8-year-old on his technique. Thank God Hisashi was out investigating their acidic John Doe case. He really didn't feel like being laughed at by his husband. A few of the things he said did strike Aizawa. Oh. Is that so? Izuku nodded. Hey, kid, if you don't mind me asking, who's Dabi? Izuku didn't reply. He just closed his eyes and curled in on himself. He shrugged. A friend. Aizawa waked over to the bed and sat on the end a few feet away from Izuku and looked forward. Is your friend one of those villains? Like Tamura? Izuku whirled his head around and glared at him for a split second, then widened his eyes and looked down, anger covered with fear. No. Don't compare him to them, please, sir. He was the only one who cared about me in there, so please don't disrespect him by comparing him to Shigaraki. Aizawa looked at the boy with sympathy. The few things he said made him think, though. Wait, is Tamura and that Shiramaki dude the same person? Izuku stifled a laugh and nodded. Aizawa hummed and nodded. Also, you said your friend was the only one who cared. Did he leave the group? Izuku looked up at him, eyebrows scrunched in contemplation. He looked up at Aizawa, face filled with grief. No, was all he replied. Aizawa hummed again, understanding what the boy had meant. I'm sorry, kid. Izuku just shrugged. It happens. People die. A lot. There's not really anything you can do about it. Aizawa was about to reply when his phone began to buzz. The caller ID revealed it to be Mike. He pressed the answering button. Aizawa, you aren't gonna believe this. Hello to you too. He deadpanned to his husband. Yeah, hi honey. Anyways, it seems like John Doe might have a connection to our little friend. Aizawa blinked and looked over to the kid. 1 minute Mike. Hey kid? I'm gonna step out. Izuku just nodded and laid down. Aizawa walked into the hallway and closed the door behind him, praying that the kid couldn't hear them from out here. All right, Zashi. Could you elaborate please? He heard him take a deep breath. Yeah, so I just visited our friend Mr. Doe at the morgue, and guess what I found? Hizashi paused for dramatic effect, causing Aizawa to roll his eyes. His lower abdomen had some distinct scarring that I thought I recognized. And sure enough, they look pretty frickin' identical to the large section of the boy's back and the small piece on his shoulder. Judging from how distinct and unusual the scars are, I feel like it's safe to assume they're Quirk-related. Which means, our boys are related to each other. Aizawa couldn't believe it. Small world, huh? That or John Doe could have been a villain working within the same group Izuku had been forced into. Another question arises, however. Who had given them those distinctive scars, and why? Alright, I'll talk to the kid about it. Head back here when you finish over there, please. We've apparently got a lot to discuss. Talk soon. I love you. Love you too, see you soon. He hung up and headed back into the hospital room. Izuku had fallen asleep, curled into a ball. Aizawa chuckled. He shuffled over to the bed and sat back down on the end, this time facing the boy. He was looking a lot better. A bit of color had returned to his face, and one of the nurses had combed through his hair. He also had a certain lightness to him since the suppressor had been introduced. It was like a weight had been lifted from him. He started whimpering. His eyelids scrunched almost like he was in pain. Aizawa figured it was probably a nightmare, which was to be expected after all the shit he had been through. Aizawa reached out, hesitated, and then placed his hand on his shoulder. Izuku didn't even react. Aizawa breathed a sigh of relief. He rubbed the boy's back softly, trying to comfort him. The cries soon began to die down, and Izuku was at ease. Aizawa sighed and moved to get up, only to be met with louder tears. He began down and began to pet the boy once again. He looked at the suffering boy. Aizawa vowed that no matter what, he would protect him. Izuku was scared. So, unbelievably terrified. He was dizzy and his insides felt as though they had been churned into mush. He couldn't breathe. There were scissors inches away from his face, and Aizawa and Yamada were sitting a few feet away doing nothing. Another set of quiet snips were heard banging through his head and hair drifted down to scratch his face. He couldn't bear the irritation any longer, but he was too terrified to move in fear of the person holding the sharp blades to his head. His breath began to speed up, leaving him feeling even more anxious. Izuku, are you okay? Yamada's voice was soft, soothing. Izuku nodded stiffly, fearing what the man's reaction would be if he said no. Over the past couple of weeks, Izuku had gotten to know Aizawa well and had even begun to trust him, but he didn't know about Yamada. He was rarely there, and even though he seemed very kind, Izuku knew all too well what a kind facade could hide. Aizawa seemed like a bitter, unfeeling man when around others, but Izuku knew it was a cover. After being with the man for over a few weeks, he realized it was a mask, much like Dabi. Izuku, truth. Aizawa said, and Izuku froze. Of course he could tell he was lying, it's not like he was super convincing. God, this man was infuriating at times. I'm fine, he exclaimed, trying his hardest to sound convincing. The sooner he got this done, the better. He just wanted to be alone. The small room he had been moved to was too little for 4 people to be crammed into and he hated being surrounded. He had grown used to Aizawa's presence, and Yamada's was familiar enough, but he didn't know the third person at all. He's never been around them, and he didn't like the fact that Aizawa had entrusted his life to a stranger. The snipping of hair started again after Aizawa had assumedly told the stranger to continue. Izuku hated everything. Aizawa had told him his hair was a mess and needed to be trimmed, though Izula didn't understand why. From what he could remember, he had only had his hair cut once before, and that was when his mom was around. If haircuts were important, the villains probably would have had it cut at least once before. They had him bathe at least once a month and clip his nails every once in a while, but they never cut his hair. Also, according to a comment Yamada made a few days ago, Aizawa had long hair too. Why the hell was Aizawa making him cut his hair if he didn't have his own cut? It was unfair and plain cruel. Alright, all done. The stranger exclaimed too loudly and too happily for Izuku's liking, and he flinched. The stranger was apparently a lady, which scared him a little more. He didn't like girls. He had only really known two ladies, his mom and Auntie Mitsuki. It had been over 4 years since he had seen or spoken to a normal girl, and he had no idea how they acted. To him, they were foreign, unpredictable. Something to be wary of. He knew it was probably dumb and irrational, but he was honestly terrified of them. Yes, he had known one lady in the organization, but she was evil. She was an older lady named the Mistress, and for the month she had stayed with the organization, she had demanded Izuku to be her little servant. Izuku honestly didn't remember most of the time she was there, but he knew that judging from what he did remember, that was probably a good thing. The main thing he could recall, however, was her infatuation with spiked weapons. And him and Dabi. He felt the scars on his back begin to tingle and ache with phantom pain. That wasn't so bad, was it? Yamada asked, volume jumping from the previous quiet 3 to a deafening Izuku needed a stronger suppressor. Right now. Yeah, was he replied in a monotone voice, mimicking Aizawa's tone. Silence followed the statement until Yamada began laughing hysterically. Izuku looked towards the blubbering hero in confusion. What happened? Did he or Aizawa do something funny? Aizawa! He sounded just like you. You have a little green doppelganger. Izuku turned pink, a little embarrassed. Maybe mimicking Aizawa wasn't the best thing to do if Yamada reacted like that. Shut it, Mike. Aizawa replied, sounding almost bitter. Izuku heard the couch rustle, assumedly from Aizawa standing. Alright, now that that's all done, we have to ask you a few questions. Is right now okay to do so? Izuku nodded as he was honestly expecting it. If he was in their position, he would probably want to know a little more about the crazy villain kid he rescued. So, you've given us bits and pieces about the villains and we've read your file, but we pretty much know nothing. Can you tell us about them? Izuku nodded and moved to sit cross-legged. Where should I start? From the beginning is probably best. Aizawa said, using a calming tone. Izuku nodded again, a sense of determination filling the atmosphere around him. He told the two heroes everything. From watching his mother be crushed by a building to being torn from his best friend. He told them of his father, of his cruel experiments and attempt on his life. He told them about Shigaraki and showed them all of the scars he had left on his body. He told them of Kurojuri, of how the inhumane Shadow Man had become a guardian of sorts. He told them of the Mistress, though only briefly to explain the scars on his back. He told them of Sensei and of his sickening kindness and his painful quirks. Finally, he told them about Dabi, saving the best for last. How he had become more than an ally, and how he had saved his life from his own father and those he was supposed to trust. He smiled as he recalled the sparring that resulted in the large scar that stretched across his left upper body and neck. He faltered and cried soon after, and then told them of his death. He told them of his villainous quirks and how the combination of two had easily resulted in the murder of his brother. He had been reduced to a hiccuping, gulping mess when trying to tell them about the cassette tape and how Dabi had prepared a way for him to be free even after he died. He ended his story, leaving out Dabi's past and parenthood. Izuku took a few breaths. Something bothered him about what Aizawa had said earlier. They had read his file. He wasn't really sure how that worked, but he was pretty sure he needed to work an investigative job in order to get a hold of those. Hey, Aizawa? Yamada? What are your jobs? You're here a lot, so it must be pretty open hours. Aizawa chuckled. Yeah, for now at least. Mike and I are pro-heroes. Izuku didn't know how to feel about that, but it honestly should have been obvious. Even though his footwork was messy, Aizawa did strike with a practiced precision. He was obviously experienced, he could easily tell as much, so why didn't he connect the dots? Stupid. On one hand, he was excited. He was a fanboy at heart, After all, so how could he not be excited to be spending time with heroes? On the other hand, he couldn't trust heroes. He thought of what Dobby had said about Endeavor and the stories some of the villains had told him. One man with what would be considered a villain's quirk had told him how a hero had killed his family and had pinned it on him due to his evil quirk. Another told of how his wife was murdered by a hero, as he had left her trapped in a burning building in order to get to an interview. Another was injured in a hero rescue and had been badly disfigured. Izuku had been told hundreds of stories like this, all from passing villains who had come to the bar. Many of them had turned to villainy in order to get revenge, some just to make ends meet. He had once asked Dobby if all heroes were bad. He had told him no, not all were bad. He then told him something that Izuku had recently begun to understand. Heroes and villains were two sides of the same coin, and that the world was filled with a false sense of black and white. Some heroes were more vile than the biggest bad, and some villains were more righteous and worthy than most of those who masqueraded as a hero. Izuku had just nodded and acted like he knew what Dobby meant and went on his way. Dobby probably knew he didn't understand, but he didn't try to explain it to him. Izuku was starting to realize why. "We're also teachers." "At you?" exclaimed Yamada loudly, making Izuku jump as it pulled him from his thoughts, and Aizawa hissed. Yamada gave him an apologetic smile. "Sorry, that was loud." Izuku nodded absent-mindedly before what he had said fully hit him. Holy shit. He was in the presence of two UA teachers. Scratch that. He had not only been rescued by a teacher from his goal school but had scolded one on his FING footwork. "Oh god. Holy shit," was all he said, his eyes wide open for the first time in days in embarrassment. What the hell was his life? Language? Yamada exclaimed in a sing-song voice. "You guys work at UA? Why didn't you bring it up? Like ever? Wait, why aren't you guys working? If you're teachers, you should probably be at the school doing your job. Why aren't you?" Aizawa replied this time. "Kid, it's July. School's out." Yeah, that made sense. In all honesty, Izuku never really paid attention to the seasons changing or anything. Come to think of it, Izuku didn't even know what year it was, or how old he was. Strange, huh? It just didn't seem all that important when he was with the villains. When he was with his mom, he loved his birthdays. Thinking back to what happened the last time he celebrated his birthday, he didn't really think he could ever go back to enjoying it. "Hey Aizawa, sir? What's the date?" Aizawa thought for a second. "It's the 7th of July. Izuku shook his head. "Okay, but what's the year?" Yamada and Aizawa exchanged looks, both equally worried. They knew he was deprived of a lot of contact with the outside world, but DMN. "It's 2012. Aizawa replied, a sense of hesitancy in his voice. How would the kid react to being told he had been missing for over 4 years? Izuku just sat mumbling to himself and wringing his hands together. Yamada and Aizawa watched him, feeling a little concerned. "So I'm 8, huh?" Izuku stated quietly, more to himself than anyone else. Mike reached out and patted the boy on the back softly. Izuku flinched slightly at the contact and moved out of reach. He swung his legs off the foot of the bed and looked up at pale beige wall, eyes open. "I assume you read about Kakin in my file." More looks were traded between the pro couple. "I'm sorry, I don't think they were mentioned." Izuku turned around and faced Yamada directly, eyes meeting sockets. "Bakugo Katsuki. I want to see him. Please." Urgency fueled his words. Gone was the frightened victim, replaced by a determined survivor who was finally ready to face the world once again. Izuku tapped up towards the door, a hero on both sides. Aizawa on his left, Yamada on his right. He was dressed in an oversized light blue shirt and well-fitted jeans given to him as a present from a nurse who had a son around the same age as Izuku. The woman's kindness confused Izuku, unsure of her motives. Aizawa explained that she was just a nice person, which Izuku still didn't understand, but he nodded just the same. His cane soon found the step leading to the door, and he took a breath. "Izuku, if it's too soon, we can reschedule. We can call Mrs. Bakugo and plan for a different date." Izuku shook his head. "No. We're already here and I need to see him." Aizawa just nodded before realizing once again that Izuku couldn't see. Okay, we're ready when you are. Saved Yamada with a wink and chuckle sent to his partner. Aizawa just rolled his eyes. Izuku stepped over the short stair and stood in front of the large dark oak door. He touched the soft wood from his long-forgotten memories before inhaling a deep breath and knocked softly. The door creaked open softly. A soft, shocked gasp was heard, and then it was accompanied by muffled cries. It was at this moment Izuku truly missed being able to see. He yearned to see his aunt's face after all these years. He remembered her spiky bob as it tickled his nose in hugs and soft hands as they patted his head or held his in their palms, and Izuku soon began to sniffle. He missed being able to cry as well. He heard Mitsuki sniffle and laugh wetly. Hey squirt. Long time huh? He nodded softly and looked up to where he thought her face was. He then thought of how everyone else reacted when they looked at his face, and he looked back down in shame. He knew he wasn't very nice looking. He subconsciously reached to touch the scars underneath his left eye where a phantom itch graced him with its painful memory. He didn't want her to see him like this. He wanted her to remember him as the cute 4-year-old, not the broken boy he was now. Squirt, look at me. Mitsuki's voice had lost the softness. It was strong and cold but not lacking kindness. Izuku looked up hesitantly with his eyes closed. He heard her bend down and sit on her knees. Familiar soft hand caressed his cheek paternally, causing him to flinch. She began crying softly. You look so much like your mom. He broke down and began sobbing in the doorway of the house, with two heroes standing behind him and Mitsuki wrapped around his shoulders in a hug. The hug was nice, much nicer than the last one he had. Mitsuki wasn't in any pain at all it seemed, so thank God for that. After what felt like an eternity, she pulled him up and guided him to the couch, telling him that Katsuki and Maraso would be home soon. Yamada and Aizawa sat at his sides, looking a bit like bodyguards to Mitsuki. While Yamada made conversation with her, Aizawa seemed like he was in his own little world, only returning to their plane of being to talk to Izuku and make sure he was okay. Mitsuki found his concern for the boy endearing. Izuku was distant. He sat with his hands folded and legs held together, as though he was trying to take up as little space as possible. His head almost exclusively pointed down facing his lap, and he never once opened his eyes. Yamada had explained his disability in better detail over the phone, and Mitsuki was terrified of the boy's past and said with both herself and the villains who had done that to her best friend's child. The door swung open from being kicked in, causing Izuku to jump and freeze, automatically squeezing at his little arms hard enough to turn his knuckles white and the skin under his grasp to turn red. We're home, announced a familiar voice. Izuku let his hold lessen and he reached out for Aizawa's hand. Aizawa obliged, obviously very protective of the young boy. That in itself reassured Mitsuki that Izuku was in good hands. Katsuki stomped into the house with both arms filled with brown paper bags brimming with produce. He reached up and put the groceries on the counter, as he was supposed to when helping bring in supplies. He stepped away wand-headed for the stairs. Hey Ma, I'm gonna head over to Aiko and Haramako's house. He shouted as he began heading upstairs, not even sparing a glance down to the living room where they all sat. Maraso moved to sit next to his wife before calling to his son. Katsuki, come sit down. We have guests. Katsuki rolled his eyes and was about to make a snarky comment when he noticed the two heroes. Izuku was hidden between them, and thus went unnoticed by him. He walked down the stairs slowly, eyes on the two heroes. His mouth was a grim line, unsure of what to make of the surprise visit from the heroes that had found his best friend. Was something wrong? Was Izuku okay? The closer he got to the bottom of the stairs, the more he began to worry. What if he was taken again? He sped up and soon reached the end and began moving towards the couches, only to notice a tuft of green hair poking out from the front of the couch. Holy crap! Holy sheet! Was he really here? He broke into a sprint to get around the couch. He jumped over Yamada's feet and stood face to face with Izuku. The room was silent while Katsuki stood silently, examining his long-missed friend, memorizing every freckle, scar, and stray hair on his face. Maraso was about to say something before Aizawa and Mitsuki sent him a look. It wasn't their place to say anything. Izuku offered a scared, wobbly smile. Hello Kaken, he said with a little wave. Katsuki just stared at him, making no movements. Izuku felt the anxiety and self-doubt creep and crawl under his skin as every second passed. What if Katsuki didn't like him anymore? What if he found a new, better friend? It wouldn't be hard, he was a coward when they knew each other, and now he was broken. He couldn't think of anyone who would really want to be his friend, unless they were forced to be. For all he knew, Shinso could have been a secret villain whose job was to pretend to be his friend. What if Katsuki didn't want a blind friend? He always complained about having to take care of him, so he would probably just be a thorn in his side, right? What if? His thoughts were abruptly cut off by a tight hug and the sound of angry crying. Don't you ever leave me again, you idiot? Izuku nodded and began his hiccuping sob. Oh, how he missed being able to cry. I'm sorry, Kaken. Katsuki began to cry harder and Izuku held on to him a little tighter. He promised himself that he would never be the cause of Katsuki's tears ever again. He would always stay by his side, and that was a promise. Izuku was discharged today, Yamada said after a long silence. Katsuki had nudged Yamada over and plopped himself down next to Izuku. He sat with his arms crossed and his default glare while Izuku sat looking at his lap with a happy grin stretching from ear to ear. Really? Where will he be staying? Asked Mitsuki pleasantly with a fond smile sent to the boy. Aizawa rubbed the back of his head and groaned. That's the million-dollar question. The police wanted to put him in foster care, but I don't think that's plausible. In all honesty, Japan's foster care system is a mess and many kids suffer within it, and Izuku is a special case. His suppressant band, he motioned towards the gray metal bracelet on Izuku's wrist, is fantastic for a while, but his body will begin to build a tolerance against it. If he were to go into foster care, he wouldn't be able to get the help he needs to learn to control his quirks. Mike and I have talked about taking him in for a while, but we're heroes. Our schedules aren't exactly clean-cut, and Izuku could end up as a target for being in our care. He's already dealt enough with villains. Mitsuki hummed in thought and nodded. I understand where you're coming from, but think about it this way. Your quirk is erasure, which would come in handy when dealing with his unstable quirks, and you guys could help him learn how to control them, right? Who better to teach a child how to control his quirks than heroes? Also, we can watch Izuku when you're off heroing. I work at home, so he can come over at any time. She smiled reassuringly at Aizawa. Instead of making the decision for him, why don't you ask him what he thinks? It took us a while to figure it out, but kids can make some pretty smart decisions on their own. She winked at her son, who'd sked and looked away from her. Aizawa looked down at Izuku, whose smile had disappeared and was replaced with a nervous line. What do you think, Izuku? Izuku looked up to where his face might be, anxiety blossoming in his chest. He didn't really know what to say or how to voice his thoughts, and so he spat out everything. Well, I guess I wouldn't mind living with you. Actually, the opposite. I would love to live with you, but I don't want to be a bother to you both. You have your own lives, and I don't think it would be fair for me to interrupt that. If you were to take me in, I would become your responsibility. Do you really want to take care of someone like me? Like you said, I'm a liability. If I were kidnapped by a villain as leverage, you wouldn't be able to efficiently take down and apprehend them. You're good people, and a villain would use that to their advantage. That could end up getting you hurt. I could end up getting you hurt. That wouldn't be fair to you. I'm sorry, but I don't think I deserve to live with you guys. You're good and I'm not. He didn't get a reply for a few minutes, and he figured Aizawa and Yamada were thinking it through, until a sharp sting hit his cheek hard. Kaken slapped him. You're an idiot, Deku. They want you to live with them. They don't see you as a responsibility, they want you to be safe and they keep you out of danger. They're heroes, there's no way they wouldn't be able to take down any villains, even if your dumbass got in the way. Izuku sniffled at Katsuki's words. You're not bad, Deku, you're gonna become hero with me to kick villains but with me. Izuku began to sob and threw himself at his friend. Within the hour he had spent with his friend, he had already begun to feel better about his situation. Thank God for Kaken. So, is that a yes? Asked Yamada with a soft smile. Izuku whimpered and nodded, a wobbly smile stretched on his lips. All right, but we don't have anything to house another human. We have a spare room, but that is pretty much the cat's room at the moment. You might be stuck on the couch tonight. Yamada said, sending a pointed look towards Aizawa, who had a soft spot for strays and occasionally took one home after patrol. Maraso cut in. He could stay here for tonight. That way you have some time to clean and set up a space for him. Aizawa shook his head. I don't think that'd be a good idea. He's only been back in society for 2 weeks, it might be a little soon for sleepovers. Plus, we don't know what motives the villains had when they released him and we can't risk your safety. Maraso nodded in understanding. Katsuki jumped up from his seat. No, I'll protect him from any shitty old villains. I'd like to see them try and take me down or take Deku away again. I'll kick their butt. He sent small explosions from the palm of his hand, each burst causing Izuku to jump and flinch violently. Loud noises were still extremely painful, even with the suppressor. Katsuki noticed Izuku's reaction and stopped quickly. He apologized and sat back down, hands by his sides. The adults made plans to speak soon and to schedule a playdate when everything was settled. The boys hugged and said goodbye, thought Katsuki had a hard time letting go of his friend. It made sense, last time he let go Izuku was kidnapped and subjected to hell. The only thing that eventually made him let go was Aizawa promising that Izuku would call tomorrow. Katsuki was set on making sure that promise was upheld. A final set of goodbyes were exchanged and soon the trio was headed back towards Yamada's car. Katsuki watched through the window as they drove away and waved until the car was far out of view. Katsuki couldn't wait for tomorrow, where a certain call was scheduled to take place. Shudo stopped and looked around for whatever was meowing once again. He stood in a neighborhood not far from his own. His father was out of town in business and he had decided he would take a walk while he was still free to leave the house. He was on his way back when he heard a soft meow, and here he was now, on all fours looking under someone's bush in attempt to find the crying kitten. And there it was, a tiny, pink, hairless cat was lying alone under the shrub. She looked to be a few weeks old, its eyes open and wide. She mewed once again and swatted at Shudo's hand playfully when he reached to touch it. He laughed softly and smiled. He pulled the kitten out and cradled her against his chest, softly scratching behind her ear. She began purring lovingly and Shudo practically skipped all the way back home, excited to show Fuyumi his new friend. While on his way home, he decided to give the little kitten a name, Snaps. Like the ginger snaps cookies his mom used to make. He personally found the name to be ingenious. He walked up to his mansion-esque hellhole and pulled out Fuyumi's lended keys, unlocking the left French door, which were custom-ordered with a fiery symbol encrusted into their centers. He had Snaps hidden in his jacket in order to surprise Fuyumi with her. "Fuyumi, I'm back!" he shouted. Fuyumi rushed in, looking extremely pale and frightened. She had a large smile plastered on her face, while her eyes spoke of terror. Her left cheek was blossoming a deep red. "Shudo, welcome back, thanks for running out to get me those keys." "Oh, the market didn't have them? Oh well. Their father was home." "Oh God." "Yes, sorry Fuyumi. I'm going to go change, I need to finish my schoolwork." He spoke loud enough for his father to hear him from his office. Fuyumi nodded. "Okay." She hugged him fast and tightly, causing Snaps to mew quietly. Fuyumi made a face, and Shudo allowed Snaps to poke her head out. Fuyumi laughed silently and pet her head softly. She then looked at Shudo, speaking in their language of facial expressions all the Todoroki children had mastered. She was worried, her father did not like animals. She had learned this at the age of 4 when Tuya brought home a little garter snake. The sounds of Tuya's cries while his snake was stomped on still haunted her dreams, along with the other screams of her other brother, who was 1 at the time, and her mother. Tuya disappeared 2 weeks after the snake incident. He sent her a relaxed face, leaving his eyes intense. He told her not to worry, he would keep the kitten hidden and safe. She nodded, but was clearly still worried. While Natsuo and Shudo had found ways to hide their emotions, Fuyumi had not. Natsuo used humor, turning all tears and sadness into laughter and smiles. Shudo used a blank face, leaving all emotions hidden in the back of his mind. Fuyumi was a bit of an open book, though she tried her hardest not to be. She was smart though. In order to survive, she had learned to lie. Her openness made her lies more believable, and her father trusted her words more than her other siblings, and she used that to her advantage. She hurried Shudo to the stairs, urging him to hurry. He ran upstairs, holding Snaps carefully to his chest. He opened his door and closed it quickly behind him, locking it. He knew the lock would nothing against his father, but did it anyway. More out of comfort than anything else. He let Snaps out of his coat and set her down on the bed gently. She crawled around before snuggling on his blanket, falling asleep. He smiled at the cute kitten, before focusing at the task at hand. Where would Snaps stay? She could stay in his room, but he had to keep her hidden. He looked around his room and his eyes landed on his closet door. He had a walk-in, though he had no real use for it. His clothes took up less than an eighth of the rack space while the rest of it sat empty and untouched except for old blankets and sheets. Perfect. He opened the door and flicked on the light. He reached up and grabbed the blankets, using them to form a bed of sorts in the far corner of the room-sized closet. He then realized he had little to no knowledge concerning how to keep a pet cat, and he also had no idea what kind of cat Snaps was. He walked out of his closet and sat at his desk, turning on his computer and typing in types of hairless cats. He learned that Snaps was a Bambino. He then searched things hairless cats need. After scrolling for a bit, he clicked on a website where it had a checklist of things cats needed to stay happy and healthy. According to the site, Snaps needed a lot. Luckily, his father had money to spare and he needed new school supplies for the summer schooling his father had forced him to do. He picked up Snaps and moved them to his closet and put his jacket over the kitty while she slept. He closed the door and went down to get Fuyumi and something for Snaps to eat. He went to the pantry and grabbed a can of tuna, drained it, and set it aside. He grabbed a small glass bowl and filled it with water. He ran back to his room with both objects in hand and closed his door behind him again. He set the food and water down over by the door, patted Snaps again, and ran down again to get Fuyumi. He passed his father's office silently and knocked softly on Fuyumi's door. She opened it, looking a bit frightened before seeing Shudo. She smiled and let him in. She locked the door behind them, also believing in the comfort of locked doors. "Hey Shudo, what's up?" she said as she sat in her desk chair while Shudo sat on her bed, as they've done a million times. The only one missing from the usual equation was Natsuo, who was at a friend's, though his father didn't know nor care. "Snaps needs a lot of things and I need to go to the store. Can you tell father we're going for school supplies? He listens to you for the most part." Shudo looked at his sister pleadingly. "Snaps." He nodded. "My cat." He replied simply. "Oh, I'll go talk to him, but you owe me. I've already been hit once today for not having lunch ready." It was then Shudo noticed the makeup expertly blended on her face. If you looked hard enough, you could see the outline of a bruise sitting on her upper cheek. NG must have had a really bad day. He usually left all marks below the collar and in hard-to-see places. He nodded, and Fuyumi stood and left the room. He sat on her plush bed and listened for anything that signaled his father being upset, knowing that if he was, he needed to hide. His father enjoyed using him as an object to work his anger off on. After a few minutes of heart-clenching silence, Fuyumi came back in with a wad of bills in hand and had a pleased smile resting on her face. They snuck past the office and left out the large doors, Fuyumi sporting a beige purse while Shudo had a baseball cap to hide his hair. Being noticed everywhere he went wasn't as fun as people thought it was. They walked all the way downtown, neither one finding the task hard or tiring thanks to NG's terrible stamina training. Shudo didn't understand why he made his siblings train as well, as he often told them they would never be anything. He asked Fuyumi about it and she just shrugged. He's got to keep up his image. It would seem pretty neglectful for him to outwardly ignore us while he trained the sheet out of you. Shudo hummed and nodded. That made sense. They reached the little pet shop and walked in, a little bell going off as they entered. The shop was pretty big and was full of both pets and equipment alike, and Fuyumi ran towards the glass puppy enclosure sitting in the front. She squealed and pointed to them excitedly, making Shudo laugh. He patted her back and they headed towards the cat stuff. They scoured the aisles for scratching posts, litter boxes, beds, and a sweater. Shudo's room was cold and the website said while Bambinos were adaptable, they did better when warm. They ended up leaving the shop with a 2 feet tall scratching post, a kiddie bowl bed, a blue litter box, a large thing of kitty litter, and 3 sweaters for Snaps. They had to call a cab in order to get it all home in a timely manner, which Fuyumi found hilarious. Trigger warning begins here. Go to endnotes for a summary of the rest of the story. They got home about an hour after leaving. They opened the door only to meet the enraged face of Enji Todoroki. "How dare you lie to me?" he roared while pulling in his offspring and locking the large doors behind them. Shudo quickly grabbed his sister's hand, trying to calm his sister down. Her face was ghostly pale and he was afraid she would pass out. He looked up defiantly at his father, trying his best to keep an emotionless expression on. He was shaking terribly. "Shudo, I went into your room to check if you had done your chores. You would not believe what I found." His voice was eerily calm and his eyes wide. "Come on, I'll show you." He grabbed both of their arms tightly and pulled them upstairs toward Shudo's room. The siblings shared terrified looks. Shudo started losing grasp of his emotions, fear for his kitten overcoming him. Fuyumi tried to send him reassuring looks, but failed miserably. She prayed once again for someone to come and save them, despite knowing nothing would help. She was once again rendered powerless against her father. Enji slammed open the door, briefly letting go of Fuyumi. She didn't try to run, knowing that running would make matters worse and Shudo would be punished more heavily than he already would be. He grabbed her wrist once again and moved forward, kicking open the closet door revealing Snaps. The cat mewled and tried to run out when Enji's hand came down to grab her, but she wasn't fast enough. Enji caught her by the tail while the children watched terrified. An audible snap was heard when Enji pulled Snaps up in the air by her tail and she screeched loudly in pain. Fuyumi covered her mouth in shock and began crying while Shudo stood still, eyes wide, too scared to move. He knew his father was cruel, but whatever he was about to do was inhuman. This is what happens when you lie and deceive. His voice was strong, and he walked past the children while Snaps wailed and struggled in his grip, biting and scratching in an attempt to be free. Fuyumi and Shudo ran after him, knowing that if they did not things would be much worse. They followed him to the backyard. Enji looked directly at his children as he snapped the kitten's left back leg with little effort. A terrifying screech ripped from the small creature, and Enji smiled at his children's faces. Fuyumi was bawling and Shudo had fallen to his knees. Enji dropped the crying cat on the ground and set it on fire. Snaps screamed in pain while Enji walked inside and locked the door behind him, so the children could not follow him in. They watched in shock as the kitten was burned alive. Snap's screams got louder and eerily began to sound like a small child's scream. They stood in terror as the screeches abruptly ended, though the flames didn't die with the kitten. Fuyumi sank to her knees and cradled Shudo, who had never stopped staring at the flame. She cried and screamed, begging for someone to save them. No one came. The flames finally burned down. They learned nothing was left of Snaps. Enji finally unlocked the door. He walked out, grabbed Shudo by his limp wrist, and dragged him inside for training. Shudo did not react and moved on autopilot, his conscious self retreating deep inside his mind where reality couldn't reach him. Fuyumi sat outside staring at the burned spot in the grass, subconsciously rubbing her bruised wrist. Heroes had failed them once again. Izuku walked behind the heroes as they led him to his home for the time being. On the ride there, Aizawa and Yamada explained his current situation to him. He was without family, and due to that, the police would have to register him into the foster system. Luckily for them, Aizawa found a loophole that let Izuku stay with them. The law states that a child in foster care must stay in a facility or in authorities' custody. Since Yamada and Aizawa were pro-heroes, the law regarded them as authoritarian figures, and thus Izuku could stay with them until they could legally foster him. Izuku honestly found the process really interesting. It seemed that not even laws were clean-cut. Izuku tapped up to the door, heard one of the heroes unlock it, and walked in. He took off his shoes and tapped around the house, exploring it all. After around 10 minutes, he felt like he had a good grasp on the first floor's layout. The carpet in the living room was long and plush and spread throughout the house. The only places without it were the bathroom and the kitchen, which had tile. Izuku wasn't used to carpet. He had only really had carpet once, but that was in another life when his mother was alive. The bar had wood floors and terrible, plaster-like tiles in the bathrooms. The hospital had tile too, even if it was a bit weird and waxy feeling. Hell, even the bakugus had wood flooring. Carpet was foreign, meaning it was untrustworthy. It also dulled the taps of his cane, which he didn't like. It took away his sight, which wasn't okay. He wouldn't tell Aizawa or Yamada. It wasn't his home, it was theirs. They probably liked their carpets, so he wouldn't say anything about it. He made his way back to the couch and sat on the far left, taking up as little space as he could. He was a stranger in someone else's home and thus felt like he didn't belong. The feeling wasn't new, however. He only once truly felt as though he belonged, but that was a long time ago and that feeling had faded from memory. He folded up his cane and sat it on his lap. He stroked the felt of the couch, his quirk making the texture coarse and uncomfortable. Of course, he would never say as such. Yamada plopped down on the opposite side and flicked on the television. Izuku listened silently to the show. Soon he heard a familiar voice that he had heard at least 1,000,000 times before. "Do not fear, for I am here." He simultaneously felt his heart leap in excitement and his stomach lurch in fear. He was still a fanboy at heart, and All Might was, well, All Might. When Izuku was first taken to the bar, he would pray every night to whatever god that would listen that All Might would come and save him from his dad's flames and the scientists' experiments, but he never came. Heroes always failed him. After 4 months with no sign of being saved anytime soon, he stopped. It had become obvious that he had been forgotten about, and he accepted it as fact that he would never be saved. He chuckled to himself. What would his past self think about his current situation? He had an even better question afterward. What would Dabi think of his situation? His breath hitched. Shit, the cassette tape. He didn't have it. Cold dread seeped into his bones and fear filtered through his veins. What if the villains found it? God, he was an idiot. He should have destroyed the DMN tape. He sat frozen on the couch, no one the wiser of his internal struggle. He felt stupid, hideous. Dabi's secrets would be revealed all because he was so DMN sentimental. What good was it to keep something that he would end up foolishly leaving in the hands of the goddamn villains? What about Dabi's family? He was Endeavor's child, though the flaming hero apparently wasn't much of a father. Did Dabi, or rather, Tuya, have any other family? Was his mother still around? Did she also run from the hero? Did Tuya have any siblings? Were they in trouble now because of him? Oh God, what had he done? A hand touched his shoulder softly, tearing him from his thoughts. "You okay, kid?" Izuku shrugged off Aizawa's hand, refusing to face him. "Yeah, I'm okay." Aizawa walked back into what Izuku figured was in the direction of the kitchen. He was anything but okay in actuality. Would the villains change their minds about letting him go if they found the tape? Oh God, taking residence in Aizawa and Yamada's house could have even worse consequences than he thought before. He was putting his saviors, 2 fantastic heroes, in incredible danger. God, he was an idiot, a total waste of space. He couldn't even remember to bring the goddamn tape with him despite Dabi explicitly telling him to keep it. Idiot. F-I-N-G idiot. He was shaking with rage and mumbling stale insults, causing Yamada to worry. He waved his husband over to the couch and gestured to the kid. Aizawa sighed and walked over to the couch and plopped down in between Yamada and Izuku. "Kid, what's wrong?" Izuku froze. He inhaled deeply, most likely trying to stifle his mumbling. "Nothing," he replied, voice low. Aizawa sighed once again. "All right, Izuku. You can sit there and pretend you aren't set off and I'll sit here and pretend I don't hear your pissy rambling. If that makes you happy, we'll do it. Just know, doing so isn't going to help your situation. I know you're used to being ignored and internalizing all your emotions, but that sheet doesn't fly in this house. If you don't want to talk about it, then that's okay. I won't force you, but I do expect you to be honest to me and Mike, even if you are feeling crappy." Izuku was looking down at his hands, ashamed of himself. He had upset Aizawa. He upset one of the only people who cared about him. Aizawa let out one last exhale. If you want, we can get out of the house and go do something. It can't be very enjoyable sitting on our old couch listening to Zashi's crappy sitcoms. Yamada sputtered and placed a hand to his chest. You wound me, sir. Aizawa laughed. Izuku looked up in surprise. Stone-cold Aizawa Shoyuta had honest-to-God laughed. That was new. Izuku inexplicably began to feel a lump in his throat, made of sobs threatening to splash out. He felt one bubble out into the world, and he soon began to cry. He couldn't truly explain why. He just felt so drained. He was stressed and scared and angry, confused and anxious and tired. And so he cried and flinched away when either Aizawa or Yamada would try to touch him or comfort him. The more he cried, the more clear the reason behind the tears became. He was free but still trapped. Always trapped by the villains, their chains binding him through the gaping holes where his eyes should be. He was free and Dabi was dead. His family was in danger because of his stupidity. It was all too much. He was gasping, trying to catch his breath. His senses began to increase and decrease, things coming too focused while others faded into a background. The scent of his own stench, the smell of fear and weakness became unbearable, and when it faded it was replaced by the feeling of the heroes gazing down at him, his heroes bearing witness to his breakdown. The feeling of the couch became like small needles pricking into him, and he welcomed the pain. It was a distraction that he could hold on to, and he mourned it when it faded. The pain was a lifeline, dragging him out of the pit his own mind had trapped him in. He was gasping for air, a different kind of pain grabbing his chest and lungs, squeezing the air out and refusing to let any more in. It was too much until he was rescued once again. A soft hand grasped his, guiding him in his breathing. A soft voice guided. He followed the instructions, the pain in his chest subsiding. The overstimulation faded away, back into the bearable silence the bracelet caused. His mind faded into a state of silence, his existence faded into just that, existing without thought. He was calm, the hand never leaving his own. He gained back a grasp on where he was. He listened to Yamada's breath. His hand still in his. Thank you. He whispered. He was so tired. The world began to fade away and he fell asleep. Aizawa and Yamada breathed heavy sighs of relief. Yamada took his hand away from Izuku and draped his arm over Aizawa's shoulders. Aizawa's breathing was heavy, his facade cracking to reveal a heavy body and fearful eyes which were beginning to pool with tears. He was upset he couldn't help Izuku through whatever he was going through, and he was afraid he wasn't cut out to raise him. Yamada read his husband's dejected eyes and hugged him tightly, ignoring the tears falling onto his shoulder and the silent cries his spouse uttered. Aizawa's reaction was to be expected. He had never dealt with anyone like Izuku. His students were almost always very arrogant and fearless and lacked the compassion a hero needed, which was why they were expelled. He had only had a few students with mental illnesses and only one with a bad home life, but he had never met anyone like Izuku, and he was terrified. How could he help the poor boy? Yamada stood up and went to their room, returning with a soft gray blanket in one hand and an even softer black cat in the other, boasting a happy smile. Aizawa smiled back as Mike sat back in his spot before handing the kitty over to Aizawa and laid the blanket down on top of them and a sleeping Izuku. Aizawa set Salem down. She gracefully walked over to Izuku, sniffed at him for a moment, and laid down against his chest. Aizawa smiled softly and nudged Yamada to look. He squealed, pulled out his small BlackBerry and snapped a photo. He tucked the phone back in his pocket and grabbed the TV remote off the small oak coffee table and flicked through the channels. He settled on an old slasher, one complete with cheesy graphics only the 80s could offer. Aizawa snuggled down and rested his head on Mick's chest, letting the stress fade into the background. He closed his eyes and let himself relax, finally feeling grounded for the first time in weeks. He had been running on fumes since going to the hospital after first meeting Izuku. This was the first time he had been home since being assigned the John Doe case, and he had never been more glad to be home in his entire life. The sounds that surrounded him brought a sense of comfort he hadn't experienced in a long time. The soft purrs Salem emitted as she slept mixed with Izuku's soft snores and Yamada's soft heartbeat as it thrummed beneath his head. I could get used to this, he thought to himself as he drifted off. He could definitely get used to this. Shinso was worried. It had been a month since he had last seen Ori, and their last meeting wasn't exactly making him feel any better. Ori was tense, constantly peeking over his shoulder, listening for something. Ori had wanted to meet to apologize, though Shinso had no clue as to what he was apologizing about. He just kept saying sorry, making no sense. After Shinso had told him to stop, they sat in silence for a majority of the meetup. Shinso just fiddled with his watch and watched as people walked past them, giving Ori pitying looks and throwing a coin into their styrofoam cup. After 10 minutes of complete silence, Shinso had had enough of the endless silence. He took Ori to the park and spent their earnings on a scoop of chocolate ice cream for them to share. Ori was confused, not understanding why they got the ice cream. They had been panhandling. So Shinso could buy a gift for his cousin, whose birthday was coming up. Ori didn't understand why Shinso had spent his money on ice cream instead. Shinso just smiled and said that he seemed sad, and that ice cream helped him feel better when he was sad. Ori smiled back at him sadly, found his spoon, and scooped up a bite of the soft serve. His eyes opened wide at the taste and feeling. It had been years since the last time he had eaten anything so delicious, and he savored the feeling of the cold treat sliding down his throat. His eyes opened wide and he began to cry, making Shinso stand up and run over to Ori. He asked him if he was okay, making him cry even more. Shinso just stood awkwardly next to him, trying to comfort him without touching him, which was harder than Shinso had thought it would be. Eventually, he was sitting next to Ori as he cried until his throat was rough and scratchy. He sniffled, his cries finally dying down. He looked over to Shinso, his head hung low, and smiled the brightest smile Shinso had ever seen from the other boy. "Thank you," was all he said before he stood up and began to walk away. Shinso had tried to stop him, causing Ori to smile a heartbreaking smile, telling Shinso goodbye. Shinso didn't want him to leave, as this goodbye was one of finality. It was a promise, one that Shinso didn't want. Ori was the only person who had ever treated him with kindness, other than his family, despite his evil quirk. It was like Ori knew what he was going through, and Shinso didn't want to lose that. And thus, he tried to use his quirk on him. "Ori, when are we going to meet again? Next week? Same place?" Ori turned around with that same bittersweet smile. "We won't dash," he froze, his eyes opening and his face going lax. It was Shinsu's turn to cry now. He felt miserable, automatically feeling terrible for using his quirk on his friend, but he couldn't let him go. He couldn't bear his only friend leaving him. However, he suddenly felt his control slip inexplicably. It had felt like he had the reins of control ripped from his hands, and he was then shackled with the same ropes, though this time Ori controlled them. Shinso was frozen in his own mind, unable to move. It was like he was looking through a window as he stared at Ori, who sported a face of utter betrayal and terror. He walked back toward Shinso, who had begun to feel scared, really scared. He was experiencing what it felt like to be trapped by a quirk like his, and he was scared of it. How was Ori able to turn the control around to him though? It didn't make sense, his quirk only hurt people when they touched him. How was he able to turn Shinsu's quirk against him? Kotori stood in front of Shinso, sadness seeping into his face. "You used your quirk on me. But why would you do that?" He was hurt and upset, and all Shinso wanted to do was apologize and make Ori feel all better. He messed up really bad, and he couldn't do anything to make it better. He felt terrible. Something akin to realization and understanding spread across his features, soon joined by fear once again and anger. "You're one of them, aren't you?" His voice was quiet. Oh God, what did you tell them? Do they know about the tape?" Sheet. He looked at Shinso one last time, with pure hate written across his face. "Tell Shigaraki to go F himself." He screamed and ran away from the still frozen Shinso. As soon as Ori was out of sight, he unfroze and fell to his knees. He began to cry and ran home, knowing that he would never see his dearest friend again. And so here he was, once again standing in front of the building where they first met, hoping that maybe, just maybe, Ori would come too. And once again, he went home at 6 empty-handed and worried. He would find Ori and apologize, And that was a promise he would keep. Hisashi couldn't believe it. They had let the little sheet go, despite making such a big fuss when he had tried to kill it. He was chasing after a villain who had screwed him over when selling him his drags when a familiar inky portal pooped in front of him. He was giddy at its appearance, assuming that the League had finally realized how big of a pain in the butt the little imp was and wanted him back to finally kill the sheet. Imagine his surprise when Tamura had told him that Sensei had instructed him to let the kid go. The thought enraged him. They had f'd him over and tossed him out, and then proceeded to f'd him over once again and let the kid go. He lit the coals in his throat, ready to attack Shigaraki in anger. He lunged, only to be caught midair by Kurogyari's warp gate and flung against the wall. He sat on the disgusting ground and chuckled, wiping away the trickle of blood as it leaked from his mouth, a streak of crimson drying on his cheek. "Gentlemen, can we please act civilized? For once." Kurogyari snapped. He had been in a bad mood since Izuku left, though only Sensei seemed to notice the attitude change, and had written it off as annoyance from dealing with a childish Tamura, who had become oddly obsessed with Izuku after letting him go. Tamura glared at Kurogyari before creeping over to the bar and taking a seat. He patted the seat of the stool next to him, gesturing Hisashi over. He stood and stalked over to the stool and sat, tapping the bar for a drink. Kurogyari obliged, glaring daggers at the ground as he poured the abusive a glass of his preferred bourbon. He set it down in front of him and walked into the back, needing a break before he snapped and accidentally killed someone. "So, why'd you guys bring me back?" Hisashi asked as he took a gulp of his drink. Shigaraki shrugged. "We have a proposition." Hisashi laughed and took another swig. "What kind of proposition?" His voice held a sarcastic note. "We've been keeping tabs on your son, per Sensei's request. He's apparently been taken in by a pair of heroes, Aizawa Shoyuda and Yamada Hisashi, also known as Eraserhead, and Present Mike. From what we've learned from our informants, they have been assigned to a case concerning some of our dealings. Sensei wants you to deal with them." Hisashi sked. "What would I get out of the deal?" Shigaraki's fists clenched in jealousy and suppressed rage. "You can do whatever you'd like to the boy, and you'll have the protection of the League once again." He practically snarled out the words, clearly not agreeing with Sensei's plan. He still didn't understand why he couldn't just go and take care of the situation, but he trusted his teacher's judgment. A hungry smile spread across Hisashi's face. A dangerous flame flicked out of his mouth and he liked his lips. "Sounds good to me. What's the address?" Hisashi said, excited to get the mission started. Shigaraki reached into his pocket and pulled out a messily folded, slightly crumpled slip of paper. "All your info's on the paper." He grumbled. He stood up and walked behind the bar, crouching down to grab something from behind the counter. "We've also got a little something to help you out." Shigaraki stood up and placed a syringe filled with a metallic liquid down on the counter with that unique glass tink. "The F is that?" he said, crossing his arms. "That is Trigger. I assume you've heard of it." Hisashi stared at the vial, shocked. He couldn't believe that they had gotten their hands on the drag. Trigger was an experimental drag used to enhance a quirk's strength or potency, though it had become scarce and hard to find after the police had begun to really crack down on distributors and dealers after the drag became popular amongst big-time villains. It was crazy that they had gotten their hands on a whole vial. "How the hell did you get your hands on that?" he exclaimed, slamming down his glass in excitement. This was going to be fun. Shigaraki chuckled. "We have our resources. You should know that." Hisashi slung his arm around Tamura's neck, feeling adventurous. "You know, you're a real bro, as the kids would say." His eyes lit up. "Oh my god, I'm going to call you Shigahomie." He cackled lively. Shigaraki had to restrain himself from reaching up and grabbing Hisashi's face to let it dissolve away and reveal the piece of sheet skull, which he would tear into to pull apart the idiot's brain so he could figure out how a human being could be so impossibly stupid. He grinned to himself at the image of Hisashi's eyes melting away from his skull, leaving him blind like his precious little Izuku. He liked his lips at the thought of the boy. He couldn't wait to get this over with. He missed playing with his little Izuku. Hisashi spotted his hungry grin and mistook it as something else. "See, you like it too." I got your back, Shiga homie. Shigaraki was pulled out of his fantasies at the sound of the older man's voice. His sickening smile disappeared, replaced by disdain. He picked up the man's arm with 4 out of his 5 fingers and set it back down on its owner's lap. God, how he wished he could destroy his arm, to watch it wither away into dust and hear the lovely blood-curdling screams he would produce. He couldn't. Not yet. He would have to wait. Yeah, thanks. Oh, I forgot to mention that you'll be joined by the mistress. He smiled at him. Hisashi whipped his head around to stare disbelieving at Shigaraki. His eyes bulged and he swallowed hard. That was bad. Very, very bad. He chuckled nervously. Are you sure? The mistress isn't too big of a fan of me, remember? Soft clicks of heels entered the room. Hisashi gulped, feeling the fear swell in his throat. The stool next to him slowly pulled out. He couldn't look, fear gripping his muscles, freezing him in place. She sat elegantly and her long gold nails began tapping on the counter. I may despise you and your kind, you disgusting Pefli, but I love my little birdie. I truly do miss playing with him. Her words were soft and eloquent, her French lilt adding a sense of perfection to her words. Hisashi slowly turned to face her, keeping his eyes low. He knew not to meet her gaze, as she did not take kindly to it and saw it as an invitation to attack. He wanted to lash out against her, but he knew to hold his tongue. She was wearing her signature attire. She had black dagger pumps with a golden heel, a long fitted black dress with a slit traveling up to her upper thigh to where a golden garter could be seen holding 3 black-tipped throwing knives. A sleek black belt rested on her hips and held a long golden whip, and a necklace was tied around her long, unblemished neck. Her blonde hair was curled and resting on her shoulders while the rest was pulled into a braided crown. She was stunning. Hisashi opened his mouth to greet her, but was swiftly cut off. Tamura, my dear. It has been too long, she said as she reached across Hisashi and grabbed Shigaraki's hand carefully with both of hers. He nodded and smiled pleasantly, a face that was reserved explicitly for the mistress. He shook her hands and met her eye, waiting to see if he had lost his respect and readying himself to gain it back if need be. The woman was unpredictable, and he had to prepare himself to deal with her sudden mood swings and changes. Luckily, it seemed as though her opinion of him had yet to change. She retracted her hand after a few moments and sat back in her chair. So, Hisashi, mind sharing the information? She slid her hand across the counter and picked up the slip, not waiting for an answer. She carefully unfolded the messy paper and read through the chicken scratch. She made an angry little noise. So my little birdie is living with heroes now? I cannot believe it. No doubt they took him in for publicity. People love a disabled child, and it would break anyone's heart to hear about Birdie's sad tale. Shigaraki nodded, ignoring the angry pang in his chest at the sound of her calling Izuku hers. She would get her punishment later, along with Hisashi. They would both get what they deserved for harming his Aizu. Shigaraki couldn't stop thinking of the boy after he let him go. His every thought and dream was connected to Izuku. He didn't really understand why he missed the boy as much as he did. At first, he just missed training with the boy. He was so smart and adapted well to almost anything thrown at him. It was fun to watch how he would react to the changes, and he always looked forward to trying to kill the boy. Soon, he began to miss just seeing Izuku. He was so cute and skittish, something Tamura didn't really notice until he was gone. Izuku was the only one to ever escape his grasp, and that made him want the boy even more. He soon became the only thing on his mind, which made him a distraction that Shigaraki couldn't afford to have. He figured the best way to rid himself of these thoughts was to get his little Izuku back home with him, where he belonged. He ignored the mistress's scheming, focusing more on how he would treat the boy. He was too harsh before, which made Izuku want to leave. Shigaraki didn't want that. He needed to show him how wonderful life was with the villains, how much better it was than with the heroes. The League was a family to him, and he wanted to show Izuku that the League could be his family too. He would be his family. Izuku had a bad feeling in his gut. He and Yamada sat in the living room, watching another crappy sitcom while Aizawa was away on a call. He promised Izuku he'd be back by the morning, patted him on the head and left. Yamada wanted to go do something, like go on a walk or get some new toys for Salem, but Izuku didn't feel up to leaving the house. He felt off. Like there was something wrong, but he couldn't place why. It might have just been Aizawa not being with him for the first time since he was saved, but he wasn't sure. It was like a dark shadow hovered behind him, tucked just out of sight. He knew it was there, but he didn't know what it was. It left him nervous. He sat next to Yamada, absent-mindedly stroking Salem's soft fur, listening to her soft purrs. The longer he sat there, the more the melancholy feeling bothered him, leaving a bad taste in his mouth. He needed to get his mind off of it, and so he needed to entertain himself. When he was in the bar, he spent his time making mental notes on the villains and their quirks and would run through them when he felt like everything was too much. He decided that adding Aizawa and Yamada to his notes would suffice as a good distraction. He started with Aizawa, starting with his quirk, moving to his occupations and aliases, and then moving on to what he thought Aizawa would look like. He imagined him to be middle-aged and a bit lean, considering his movements. He imagined his hair to be a little below his shoulders, and a light shade of brown in color. Next, he moved on to Yamada. He admittedly didn't know a lot about him, except his quirk. Strange. "Hey, Yamada, sir?" His voice was small, timid. Yamada yawned before replying. "Yeah. What's up, kiddo?" He shifted to face the boy, who had been pretty quiet since Aizawa left. It was obvious Izuku preferred him over himself, but that was to be expected. Aizawa had saved him, so it made sense. So, I was just thinking, and I don't really know anything about you. I know some things like your quirk and your occupations, but that's pretty much it. I know a lot more about Aizawa and I'm making my notes, but I don't have a lot on your page and I'd like to add more, so if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to ask you more things about yourself. You know, for my notes. He finished lamely. Yamada didn't reply at first, making Izuku nervous. Did he say something wrong? Did Yamada not want to tell him about himself? His thoughts were interrupted by soft sniffles and Yamada exclaiming, "Of course I'll tell you about myself, little listener," which made Izuku jump and laugh, surprised at Yamada's sudden burst of noise. "But I do have to ask," Yamada started, voice dropping back down to a normal volume, "what do you mean by your notes?" Izuku looked at him in confusion, not understanding his question. What about his notes? He hadn't explained what his notes were. He'd only told one other person about them, and that was Dabi. He used to take notes of his favorite heroes when he was little, with his mother's help of course, but that was a lifetime ago. "Well, you see, sir, I have a hobby? I guess that's how you describe it. I like to learn about quirks and people, and I keep all the stuff I learn in my head, kind of in a safe? In my head. If that makes sense." He was looking straight forward, his expression scrunched as he tried to explain his information box. It was hard to put into words, but he did his best. Yamada nodded, trying to understand. "So, you take the information you learn and organize it in your head?" he asked, trying to wrap his head around the concept. Yamada thought he would have a hard time thinking like that. He had always been a very visual person. He had to see something in order to remember it, unlike his husband. It seemed that Izuku and Aizawa were even more alike than he thought. Izuku nodded. "Yeah, that pretty much sums it up." Yamada hummed. "So, what do you want to know?" "I guess, everything?" Izuku looked down at his lap in contemplation. There was so much to ponder, so he started with the most obvious one. What's your first name?" "I know Aizawa's but not yours." Yamada chuckled. "Really? Huh, I thought I told you my full name." "Well, it's Hisashi." Izuku froze. Hisashi. The name echoed in his head. Hisashi. 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 Hisashi is. He felt a familiar hand press against his back, causing him to flinch, but he was pulled from his thought nonetheless. He heard his Yamada say something, but it was muddled. He couldn't hear it through the fog of anxiety that swelled in his mind. His breathing was fast, and he tried to slow it down by taking long, deep breaths. Yamada wasn't Hisashi, he was safe. Yamada wasn't Hisashi, he was safe. He repeated the mantra over and over, slowly convincing himself he was safe. The fog faded, revealing a concerned Yamada asking about his well-being. This further solidified the fact that Yamada wasn't even close to being like his father. Like he would ever show any concern, the BSTRD. He breathed out real deep. I'm okay, really sorry for worrying you. His voice was shaking and unconvincing, and the shaky smile he offered to Yamada did not help his case either. Yamada obviously didn't buy it but placated him anyway. Okay, Izuku, I believe you, he said, clearly not believing him, but he tried his best to sound convincing nonetheless. Can you tell me what upset you? That way we can avoid doing it or saying it. Yamada spoke softly but kept it upbeat. Izuku opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out on the first try. He was scared of how Yamada would react to him not liking his name. He closed his mouth and swallowed hard. His voice shook slightly and his stutter began to act up. Your name is the same as MMIFA. There's. He struggled to force the words out, the fear of Yamada lashing out or kicking him out of the house making it hard for him to communicate, making him worry even more. Yamada gently placed his hand on his shoulder, making the boy jump. It's okay, Izuku. I'm sorry for scaring you so much. How about we don't use my first name, then? Izuku just nodded, too focused on slowing down his breath and calming down. How about this? You can call me Dada? Mickey. Izuku looked over towards the man, a little confused. Mickey? What kind of name was that? He chuckled at the absurd name. Yamada seemed to deflate. You know, like the American cartoon? I thought it was cute. He whined, making Izuku laugh even more. Yeah, I'm hilarious. But what else do you want to know? He exclaimed, eager to change the subject. Izuku looked down in his lap, thinking hard. What do you look like? Better yet, what do both you and Aizawa look like? I know he has long hair, but that's, like, pretty much it. Well, Yamada looked down at himself, trying to figure out the best way to describe his look. I have long hair, just a few inches past my chest. It's a really yellow blonde and straight. I have a mustache. Izuku slowly compiled the details and began to string them together to make an image of what he thought Yamada would look like. He added little notes on how Yamada explained some things quieter, like a little scar on his neck and another on his forearm, signaling he was embarrassed? No, ashamed. He was ashamed of his scars, probably because they reminded him of a fight or a villain that he had gotten wounded by. Izuku could relate to him, though he was ashamed of his scars for different reasons. Yamada finished describing himself, wacky clothing and all, and moved on to Aizawa's profile. As I said earlier, Aizawa has long black hair, just a little bit past his shoulders. It's really soft actually, despite it looking ratty. He's got some scratchy stubble and dark eyes with dark circles surrounding them from his lack of sleep. He's the same height as me and has really soft skin. He's just really soft. Like a cat, almost, he chuckled at that thought. He usually has a blank, almost thinking expression when we're out with others, but he has the softest, nicest grin when we're home. Yamada's voice trailed off, a happy little sigh escaping him. Izuku was a little confused. Hey, Yamada, sir, what exactly is your and Aizawa's relationship? Are you roommates? Yamada almost choked, the boy's question shocking him out of his happy memories of his husband. Oh God, this was not a conversation he wanted to have without Aizawa, but so be it. He just hoped Izuku wasn't introduced to homophobia while with the villains. You see, Izuku, we're married. Well, in America we're married. Japan isn't as forward as them in that aspect. Izuku was once again confused. How were they married only in America? What do you mean you're only married in America? That doesn't make sense. His face was scrunched up, thinking. Yamada wasn't expecting that to be the first question he asked, expecting something more along the lines of, but you're both boys. But he was perfectly fine with this instead. Welp, the US made a law that let us marry, but Japan has yet to pass a law like that, he said, a bitter edge at the end of his sentence. Izuku was still confused but nodded anyway. It was clear that the topic was a little sensitive, so it was best to not press on. He honestly should have realized that they were in a relationship. He was kind of upset with himself for not picking up the atmosphere they had definitely produced. He had really begun to let himself slide. He needed to start paying more attention. He yawned, feeling pretty worn out. Yamada must have noticed as he mumbled a silent curse. "Ah, sorry buddy. I let you stay up pretty late." Izuku let his head roll around to Yamada. "How late?" Yamada chuckled nervously. "A little past 11. Can we keep this late-night powwow to ourselves? I don't think Aizawa would be too happy with me for letting you stay up so late," he said, murmuring something about Aizawa being a hypocrite. Izuku nodded, stifling a giggle. Yamada breathed out a relieved sigh. "Thanks, Green Bean. But let's get you to bed." Izuku appreciated the nickname. It made him think of Dabi's stupid names. The thought of Dabi still made his heart clench and ache, but that pain would soon dissipate. Just as soon as he was able to ensure the Todoroki's safety from the organization. Soon he promised himself. So, the mistress watched as her little bird climbed up the stairs of the hero's home, silently cursing and fiddling with the syringe she held in her hand. She and that child sat in a tree, watching, waiting. They would attack soon, very soon. She very much wanted to attack right now, but they were explicitly told to wait until everyone in the house was asleep. And so she sat, ignoring the urge to turn to her left and stab the disgusting pig at her side as he breathed heavily on her shoulder. The sooner the mission was complete, the sooner she could kill him and blame it on the hero's or Birdie's terrifying quirks. Oh, how she loved her little plaything. She remembered the first time she laid eyes on the battered little boy, knowing it was love at first sight. She took him under her wing as soon as she could, feeling like a proud mama bird every time her hatchling managed to keep his whimpers silent as they trained. He was a strong birdie, and she loved to see how far he could be pushed before breaking. Of course, all the pain was essential for him to blossom into her perfect son. He would be her perfect child, surpassing all the others who had come before. Sure, she loved all her chicks, even if most of them had left her oh so selfishly, but none held as much promise as he did. She watched as the hero went around turning off the lights of the home. She smiled and stood, her black dress falling gracefully around her legs. "Hey, mistress, did you see Eraserhead in there?" "I couldn't see him." Her smile melted away and revealed an annoyed grimace. "No, I didn't." She ground out, turning to glare at Hisashi. He looked down as soon as her eyes met his face, fear appearing in his eyes. She smiled at the scared look and patted his head, enjoying the dominance. "Don't worry, pig, I don't think he'll be an issue." She smiled once more at him, noting the beads of sweat that began to appear on his forehead. She grimaced in disgust and wiped her hand on his shoulder. "Nasty swine." She turned back to the house. It seemed that they had all fallen asleep. It was time to strike. "Come in, it's time." Izuku ran down the halls of the bar, the wall behind slowly decaying and turning to dust. Shigaraki's cackle followed close behind, impossible to escape. He ran down the endless corridor of doors, not once daring to look behind him or to open a door, knowing either action would have dire consequences. The hallway was dark, but he could see it all. Each door and worn piece of the wooden floor beneath his feet, just how he imagined them all to look. The ground soon became like thick, dense mud. He tried to keep moving forward, but the floor kept him stuck. Shigaraki laughed as he moved closer and closer. Izuku could almost feel the man's breath on the back of his neck. He opened his mouth to scream, but nothing came out. He was picked up by his neck and watched as Shigaraki opened a door and threw him in the room, entering after him and closing the door. Izuku looked around, knowing what this room was. He was picked up by an unseen figure and strapped down to the large chair in the center of the room. He was surrounded by medical tools, the most notable item being a syringe filled with a clear liquid. Izuku didn't know what was in that syringe, but he knew the effects that it caused. He was soon surrounded by doctors and nurses. He tried to scream, to struggle and get away from the terrible people, but it was pointless. He found his voice and began to yell and plead. "No. No, not again. Don't take them away, don't take my eyes. Non dash." His voice cracked and ended abruptly at the sight of his father standing next to Dabi, softly patting his shoulder while Dabi just smiled at him. Dabi had betrayed him. He whimpered, the image of Dabi being the last thing he saw before he began to scratch his eyes out. He screamed. Izuku shot up, breathing heavily and sweating. That nightmare was by far the worst so far. He breathed in and out, calming himself down. He soon felt drowsiness begin to fill his head once again and laid back down. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he heard a familiar soft laugh, one that haunted his dreams and hidden memories. It was Mistress's. He sat up again, a cold chill settling into his bones. He knew it was probably just an after effect of the dream, but it still scared him. He tried to lay back down and fall asleep, but his mind was too awake. He sighed, cursed, and sat up. He kicked off his blankets, stood, and made his way to the door. He decided a drink of water might help. He felt his way down the hall and stairs and headed to the kitchen. He felt the cold tile under his bare feet, shuddering slightly. The entire house was chillier than usual, come to think of it. He listened silently and heard the faint whisper of wind. Huh, did Yamada leave a window open? He would close it in a sec after he got a drink. He dusted his fingers over the countertops, counting his steps before reaching up and opening a cupboard door. He stood on the tips of his toes and reached up as far as he could, softly patting shelf, searching for a glass. His fingertips soon found one and he grabbed hold of it, quietly slinking back down on his heels. He spun around and began heading towards the sink. He found the faucet and turned it on and began to fill the glass. After a week of living with the heroes, he had learned how difficult everyday tasks really were, especially when it came to things in the kitchen. The first time he tried to get himself a glass of milk was a mess. Not only did he manage to waste an entire gallon of milk, but he also managed to break the cup. It was terrible and, dare he say, almost traumatic. It was almost comical. He could function just fine while fighting, or at least better than most seeing people, but he couldn't perform simple tasks that most kids his age could do in their sleep. A soft creak echoed through his head and he whipped around, feeling the presence of another person. They were too far away for him to figure out who it was, but he assumed it was Yamada. Oh no, did he wake him? Yamada? Did I wake you? I'm sorry, I couldn't sleep so I decided to get a drink. No response. Another gust of wind blew in, and Izuku felt a chill run down his spine. Yamada, he was once again met with silence. Something was wrong. Very wrong. He readied himself, knowing whoever was in the living room wasn't anyone who belonged here. Hello. He began to walk forward, acutely aware of his surroundings as he had just passed them once before a few minutes ago. God, he wished he had a weapon. He had no idea who this was or what advantages they had with their quirk, and a knife could possibly give him a better chance against them. The person in front of him didn't move, they just stood idly and silent. What do you want? He asked quietly, proud of how steady he managed to keep his voice. Honestly, he was pretty tired of the eerie silence. It seemed the stranger was tired of it too, as he released a low, guttural chuckle. Izuku felt a wisp of heat meet his face, and Izuku automatically figured that the person had some type of heat or fire quirk. His stomach filled with lead at the thought. Fire quirks were the worst. A treacherous thought betrayed his courage and fear took hold of him. Dad. Another chuckle. The man ran forward, making Izuku jump away. More heat greeted his face. Oh God. It was him. It was him. Fear boiled into a rage. This man had already taken so much from him, and here he was now, threatening his newly built home and happiness. The rage boiled and boiled, soon overwhelming him. His thoughts were muddy and distant, only one thought clear. He would not let this man destroy the first true family he's had in a long time. Izuku steadied himself, took a deep breath, and slid the band off his wrist. It passed his palm, then his knuckles, and then the joints of his fingers, until finally, the bracelet fell from his fingertips. His quirks seemed to scream joyfully at the loosening of the wristlet and the prospect of being free. Sensations, his sensitivity quirk, clawed at his mind and senses, slowly overtaking everything. He pushed down the overstimulation, refusing to let it control him. He needed to stay in control in order to save his family, and he would not let his own quirk destroy his life again. He struggled against his quirk, slowly pushing it into the background. While focusing on his quirk, Hisashi lunged at him, tackling him and burning his arms severely. The pain was unbearable, his quirk infusing his nerves with heightened awareness and sensibility. Push it away, he thought. He muttered the mantra under his breath and slid out from under the villain. He only needed agony and control. That was all he needed. Unfortunately, sensations made it impossible to use his other quirks, slowly eating away at the strength of Agony's natural defense mechanism that surrounded him constantly. He was a mess. Hisashi continued to attack, burning Izuku over and over. Sensations had melted far enough into the back that he was able to function almost normally, or at least enough to dodge Hisashi's attacks. After a few more burns and scrapes, Izuku finally was able to land a decent hit to his jaw. Hisashi yelled in anger and fear slowly began to pool in Izuku's stomach once again. He heard soft footsteps from upstairs, and he prayed he hadn't woken up Yamada. He could possibly help, but his quirk wasn't suited for battling with Hisashi. Plus, Yamada's quirk would most likely drive sensations back into the front lines, which would disable him for a while. The entire situation would be a bomb just waiting to go off. Despite this, Izuku still yearned for help. His entire body was running on autopilot, dodging attacks and rebuffing while Hisashi pummeled him. He did a wellness check, assessing what damage had been done so far. He had multiple new burns, the worst one being on his left forearm. It seemed that the rest of his body was still okay, but he was so pumped on adrenaline that he couldn't be sure. More sounds came from upstairs, making Izuku jump. While he was distracted, Hisashi landed a hit to the left side of his head, disorienting him and making him trip. Sensations began to slip out from his grasp, the pain increasing into something worse. Much worse. He gripped the side of his head, his thoughts scrambled. There was so much pain. It pinned him to the floor while Hisashi laughed hysterically. "Ah, look at the little baby. You effing waste of space, you thought these heroes would save you? Keep you away from the mean old villains." Hisashi mocked, laughing sharply. "You're an idiot, you little sheet. They don't even care that we're here." Hisashi leaned down and grabbed Izuku by the neck, slowly reaching down and picking him up. Izuku struggled against his grip, kicking and twisting, Hisashi laughing all the while. He tried to scream, his throat constricted by the tight grip. It was too much, it was all too much. He was trapped. He heard more steps, this time they slowly began to descend the stairs. A loud yawn echoed down the stairwell. "Izuku?" Yamada's sleepy voice asked, and Izuku began to struggle more. He kicked at Hisashi's chest as his grip tightened around his neck. Izuku's thoughts mushed together and twisted into something incomprehensible. He started to truly fade away. "I'm dying." The thought was terrifying, but it somehow comforted him as well. He wouldn't hurt anymore. He wouldn't worry Yamada and Aizawa anymore. More footsteps. Izuku tried to alert the hero, making grunts and wet gurgles while swinging his legs in an attempt to maybe kick a wall or something else. Finally, he hit something. "Thank God," Hisashi was said, but it didn't matter. Yamada had heard him. The steps were more frantic. Yamada was running towards him. "Izuku!" He roared, quirk activated. Izuku's head rattled, but it didn't matter. He was done for anyway. As long as Hisashi would get his butt kicked, it didn't matter. Hisashi's grip loosened and he was thrown on the ground, his burns splitting against the hard floor. He groaned in pain. More shouting, more pain, more. He finally drifted. But he just hoped Yamada would be okay. A blood-curdling scream erupted from Yamada, sending Izuku from his stupor. A familiar click, click, click of heels whispered by him. "Oh God! Oh God! No. No. She was here. Oh Jesus, if she was here." The mistress's soprano chuckle filled the room along with Yamada's agonized screams. "Pig, did you do this to my birdie?" she asked, the toe of her heel poking at his stomach. Hisashi didn't verbally respond, but Izuku knew he must have nodded or something as the mistress made an angry little huff. "How dare you harm my little bird?" A loud crack echoed through the room, followed by another scream. Yamada's wails had quieted into whimpers while Hisashi's filled the space. "How dare you!" she screamed, sounding absolutely terrifying. Izuku had never heard her sound so upset, not even when Dabi had burnt his neck. He was scared of what that anger would result in. Another snap was heard, though this one silenced Hisashi. Izuku couldn't hear a breath coming from him. Mistress had finally cracked. She stood panting while Izuku and Yamada laid on the floor, awaiting what would come next. Yamada writhed in pain, and Izuku was scared of the mistress seeing this as an act of weakness. She was going to kill them. She was unstable and frankly insane. He needed to get Yamada out of here, or she would murder him. Izuku didn't want Aizawa to come home to his dead husband. He began to struggle to his feet, slowly pulling himself up using the wall he had kicked. He stood, wavering slightly. "And mistress?" She whipped around to face him, a smile in her voice as she spoke. "Oh, hello Birdie. I'm sorry for doing all that in front of you, but that pig was just awful." Izuku had not missed the mistress's perception of people at all, in all honesty. She saw everyone as an animal, only seeing herself as human. She was a step above, and thus ruled them all. Izuku couldn't stand it. He just nodded, readying himself for her attack. Attack she did not, however. She clicked over to him and pulled him into an embrace with her thin arms, giggling at the pain that agony caused. "Oh, how I missed your silly quirks. My dear, it's time to come home." Izuku's blood ran cold. He didn't want to go back, not at all. He finally had a real home for the first time in a while, and he refused to give that up. He slowly wrapped his arms around her waist, reaching with feather-soft fingers for the black-tipped knives. They were coated with a tranquilizer, one that caused severe hallucinations. He knew from experience how terrible it was to be sliced with one, and he thought that it was her turn to experience what it was like to be on the receiving end. He found a handle of one of the blades, and he sighed internally. His heart was beating a mile a minute as he took hold of the handle and carefully, but swiftly pulled the knife into his grip and stabbed it into the mistress's waist. A cruel scream tore from her lips, and he pulled away and ran to Yamada. "Where are you injured?" Izuku whispered frantically, shaking his arm in case he had passed out. "Chest," was all he responded, his voice low and shaky. Izuku didn't want to imagine what he looked like. Yamada was a friend, and he had almost died because of him. He seemed to bring pain everywhere. God, coming to live with the heroes was a mistake. Izuku began to help him stand up and they began to shuffle out of the room as fast as they could. Izuku had never been more happy to have his strength quirk in his entire life. They struggled towards the door, speeding up at the sound of the mistress's stomps heading towards them, her insane chuckles spiking Izuku's blood pressure. They finally reached the door and Yamada fell to the ground, his legs giving out from under him. Izuku cursed and lifted him back to his feet, struggling with his own exhaustion. He smacked his shaky hand across the wooden door, searching for the knob. He became frantic as the steps got too close for his liking. The handle was nowhere to be found and Yamada was growing heavier at his side. He felt like a caged animal waiting to be put down, desperately trying to escape cruel fate as it crept closer. They were trapped. He finally let Yamada sit on the floor, dropping him with a groan. He searched with both hands, the mistress shouting shrilly from just the other room. They were almost out of time. "Birdie! Here, Birdie!" Her voice was rough and scratchy as she yelled endlessly. She was close. Izuku made a split-second decision. Either he could keep struggling with the godforsaken door, or he could go upstairs and try to break a window. The ones downstairs were barred. Aizawa had told him as much when he had had a panic attack, as he was worried they weren't safe with him there. It looked like his fears were reasonable. He was a danger. He decided the latter option would have to do as the mistress entered the room next to them, only a few yards away. He picked up his guardian once again and began to drag him up the stairs with him. Each step was a mile long and too high, almost impossible for Izuku to climb while carrying Yamada, who seemed like he was trying to stay awake. They made it 3 steps before Izuku slipped and Yamada stumbled down the stairs, crying in agony when he hit the floor. Izuku scrambled down to him, his heart thumping in his ears. The clicks of heels tapped against his skull and Yamada's sticky blood made him sick to his stomach. Sensations ingrained everything about the terrible scene into his head, and he wanted to throw up. He began to pick up Yamada again when the mistress had finally found them. Time was up. She grabbed hold of Izuku, screaming about him being a bad bird. She threw him into the other room, doing it so easily, as if he was nothing but a rag doll. The carpeted flooring was hard and scratchy against his chest and cheek. He tried to scramble away, to get back to Yamada, who had most definitely gone into shock, but the mistress just cackled like an old hag and stomped on his burned arm. Izuku let out a surprised and pained gasp, but he refused to scream, to give her the satisfaction. She sighed at the lack of noise. "Little bird, why'd you try and run from me?" she asked in a sickly sweet voice, making Izuku's skin crawl. He was so tired, but he couldn't fall asleep. Not yet. He needed to save Yamada. He needed to get rid of the mistress. She threatened and attacked his family, and that couldn't stand. He listened to her monologue about him being ungrateful, deciding that if he didn't act now, he would lose his chance to attack. He took a deep breath and whispered a confident, "Stop talking." The mistress' mouth flew shut, almost like a puppet's. "Move your foot off me," he said, louder. She did just that, and Izuku breathed out a tired sigh. Control was draining, and if he didn't end this soon he would lose control. He stood up and held his battered arm, feeling for any new wounds. It seemed that it was fine. "Sit down," he said, voice sounding almost casual. He was in control. Yamada and Aizawa were safe. His family was safe. Until he felt his control slip. He heard Mistress's voice speed up, and he knew something was wrong. He hadn't noticed his control elude at first, but felt it all but disappear. It was then that she lunged at him, seemingly going feral. It was ironic. The woman who had deemed all others an animal had lunged at him on all fours, acting like a deranged little creature. He struggled under her iron grip, despite it doing very little. "I've had enough of your sheet, birdie." Her voice was an angry snarl. He felt a cold shiver spread through him at the words. She was going to kill him. Truly, she was going to kill him. He felt a sharp pain spike in his shoulder, the pain growing unbearable. He refused to let the scream in his throat escape his lips. He wouldn't let her hear him. His mind began to dull as the familiar fog of the hallucinogen filled his mind. Fearful images filled his brain, soft and angry whispers banging around in his head. Sensations doubled the effect of the drag, making everything so much worse. Yamada's scream echoed in his brain, breaking down all comprehensible thoughts as images of his mother and Dabi dying filled all his senses. The smells of blood came with his mom, ash and cinnamon with Dabi. He cried senselessly. The images were replaced with those of Yamada being sliced open by the mistress and Aizawa being destroyed by a zombie-like Shigaraki. No, he thought. No. I won't let that happen. He faded into sleep before dragging himself out, a flicker of indescribable pain stabbing behind his eyelids. He struggled against the images and voices and the growing pain in his head, taking a deep breath and sitting up. He stood up, ignoring the pain in his shoulder and the bombardment of noises and flashing images that reigned free in his brain. He listened for any noises, only to discover silence in the room he was in. It seemed that the mistress had left him alone. That made his blood run cold. What had she gone away to do? He began running, limping slightly at a stabbing pain in his leg. The pain in his head bubbled, feeling almost as though something beneath it was struggling to be released. Izuku felt a shiver run down his spine and he pushed the gruesome thought away. He struggled out of his current room and back over to the stairs. He searched violently, spinning around with his hands shot out at his sides. He called for Yamada, but got no response from him and instead received a shrill giggle. The chuckle echoed in his head, bouncing off the cavern walls of his mind. It was too much and he shrank down to his knees. The noises were coming from everywhere, Izuku unable to find the true source. He couldn't tell. He was trapped and Yamada was going to die if he didn't find him. If only I could see, he thought, the pain in his skull growing. The thought repeated itself over and over, the headache intensifying along with it until he was lying on the floor sobbing in pain. He tried to will the thought away, tried to make it go silent, but that only seemed to make it worse. The word "see" echoed in his brain until it felt like someone was screeching it into his ears. He felt a slow trickle of liquid begin to escape from his left socket. Tears, he thought? It wasn't. It was blood. His other eye began to bleed too, the pain from inside escaping out and pooling into his empty eyes. The bloody tears began to stream up into the holes, rapidly circling. Izuku screamed, fear and pain overtaking him, and he passed out. The blood didn't stop, however. It spun and spun before slowing and finally calmed. Gone were the empty flesh-filled sockets, now replaced with a pair of black, crimson pools. The new eyes were a dark black, only the reflection revealed a dark red undertone. They were speckled with little white dots, adding an almost starry effect to his eyes. Small wisps of purples, blues, and pinks seemed to dance within the eyes themselves. There was no pupil, no iris, only the dark black and stars with dancing colors blanketing on top of them. They were beautiful. Aizawa swiftly walked towards his porch, ready to be home. The case had been boring and uneventful, pissing him off beyond belief. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his keys and unlocked the door. He let out a loud yawn before replacing the keys back in his pocket and opening the door with a satisfying click. "Mike, I'm back," he shouted, knowing Mike had most likely stayed up to greet him like usual. There was no reply, but that didn't worry him. Yamada often fell asleep while waiting for him. He kicked off his shoes and headed for the living room, only to find nothing. Aizawa wasn't deterred and began heading for the kitchen, the thought of finding Mike asleep on top of the table making him smile. That smile was soon gone, however, when Aizawa came upon the sight of a mangled corpse. His arms had been broken awkwardly and his neck had been snapped. He frantically looked around the kitchen, searching for more evidence. There was none, and he sprinted out into the hallway, screaming Izuku and Hisashi's names. He ran towards the stairs when he couldn't find either one of them, before finding an unconscious Izuku. The boy looked the same, albeit a tad burned, but his injuries weren't the only thing that caught his attention. It was the stunning eyes. Aizawa shook himself out of his staring. He could worry about that later. He carefully picked up Izuku and moved him to the couch before throwing a blanket over him. Out of sight, out of mind. Or so he hoped, because whoever had done this probably wanted Izuku. He needed to keep him out of trouble. He ran up the stairs silently searching for his husband, only to come upon a gruesome scene that made bile begin to rise up his throat. Mike lay gasping in front of another body, this one seemingly still alive despite the damage done to her body. Her intestines were dangling idly around her neck, wrapped around to make a disgusting necklace of gore. She held a knife in one hand, a needle in the other, her arms coated in blood. Her abdomen seemed to have exploded, and her guts lay around her in a gory display. Aizawa maneuvered around the breathing corpse and picked up his husband carefully. He carried him down the stairs slowly, trying not to jostle him around. Yamada was clearly in a lot of pain and Aizawa didn't want to make it worse. He brought him to the living room and set him down on the love seat as gently as he could. He removed the blanket off Izuku. It seemed that there weren't any villains still around, except for the two bodies left in their house. There was no point in leaving Izuku under the blanket. He moved to the lights and flicked them on so he could properly assess the damage done to his family. It then dawned on him that he should most likely dial the police, especially since they had 1.5 corpses lying in their home. He grabbed the home phone from the floor, where it had apparently been knocked over, and dialed. He told the operator who he was, what the situation was, and his address. He hung up after a fast goodbye and an explanation of needing to call an ambulance. It was at times like this he cursed the emergency contacts separation his country had. He dialed in 119 and once again gave the operator all the information. He soon hung up and set down the phone, taking a breath. His nerves were shot and he was shaking. He wasn't there to help his family when they needed him. He checked over Hisashi first, as he seemed to be in worse shape. He had multiple slashes on his face and arms, but that was the least of his worries. The left side of his chest and side was a dark, sickly periwinkle and violet, the shades fading more red near his back. Best case scenario, he had a few broken ribs and such. Worst case, he had internal bleeding. He sighed and kissed his forehead before propping his head up with a throw pillow. He turned to Izuku next. The worst injuries he had seemed to be a burned arm, though it very well could have been fractured as well, but that was nothing compared to his shoulder on the same arm. He had a knife protruding from the upper part, just below the acromion and above the rotator cuff. If the knife had managed to damage either one, Izuku very well could have permanent damage. He let the knife be, not wanting to cause more harm. Everything else seemed to be okay, aside from a few bruises. What really intrigued Aizawa was his eyes. They were an eerie kind of beautiful, but Aizawa wasn't too trusting of them. Were they a product of whatever was in that syringe that the villain upstairs had been holding, or something else? He couldn't focus on that right now. He needed to keep his family safe, and to do that he needed answers. Izuku laid in the hospital bed, squinting at the wall. He saw it. He actually saw it. Or at least the outline? His new sight wasn't anything like what he had had as a young child, and that wasn't super normal, apparently. He could see the profile of the objects in his small hospital room, but there was no color. Instead, the white outlines rested on the blank dark gray that haunted his vision when he was blind. That was okay. What he had now was spectacular. He could look around a room and tell where everything was along with what it was and the size of it. He could see beyond that too. He could see all the objects in the room next to him as well, and if he concentrated hard enough, he could see everything in all the rooms in the hospital. That hurt his head, though, so he didn't do it. What he was most excited about, however, was the ability to see other living beings again. They kind of looked like ball of a distinctly colored light when far away or if he didn't focus on them, but if he did, he could see them. He could see the outline of every detail if he really tried, and he could see a colored outline around the person, but that also left him with a headache. He cried a lot when he saw Aizawa for the first time, his scary dark purple aura and all. His savior looked almost exactly how he had imagined, and it made him very happy. So happy. He knew things were different. He knew. He could feel silences in Aizawa's presence. He knew he wasn't the same, but he felt like it wasn't a bad change. He had a quirk that his body had produced itself, and it made him ecstatic. It wasn't an evil quirk and it couldn't hurt others. He loved it. He knew Aizawa didn't trust it, but he would come around. The new quirk was tiring, however. He could only use it for an hour or two before he got a migraine, but it was worth it. He could see. In all honesty, however, Izuku wasn't truly as excited as he let on. He didn't really want the new quirk, but he had it and he was probably expected to be happy about it. He kept the quirk in the forefront of his mind as a distraction from that night and from the voices that haunted him from the memories of the incident. By focusing on using his new quirk, he could forget about the horrors that haunted him. He still wasn't allowed to see Yamada, which scared him a lot. Aizawa assured him that he was alive and getting better, but it didn't help. If he wasn't dead or close to it, why couldn't Izuku see him? A small voice in the back of his head told him it was because Yamada didn't want to see him. It told him that Yamada hated him. It made sense. He had been hurt because of him, and they were in danger of being attacked at any time thanks to his presence. When they first took him in, they said it didn't matter, but that had to have changed. Yamada almost died. They had 2 dead bodies tainting their home. Both were caused by him. Any sane person would give him up to the government, he knew that. He wouldn't be angry or upset when they did, he had no right to be. He put them in danger, and that wasn't okay. Footsteps echoed behind his door, causing him to jump. He sighed at his own reaction, knowing that his jumpiness at the sound of steps would, unfortunately, most likely become a permanent part of his life. His door opened and he focused on his eyes, flicking his quirk on. The familiar pang hit and soon he could once again see his surroundings. He looked to Aizawa as he entered the room and noted the immediate sense of unease. He made his way over and stood at the foot of his hospital bed, arms locked at his sides. He was upset. Izuku sighed. It was time. It would be okay. The villains wouldn't hurt them anymore. Izuku, you have a guest. He nodded. It was most likely his new handler. If only he was normal, then maybe he could have stayed with the heroes. He pushed the thought away. There was no point in wishing, he was being sent away and there was nothing that could be done about it. The headache came soon, and he turned off his eyes again. Back into the world of darkness. Holy shit! Aizawa's voice exclaimed and Izuku jumped, immediately getting ready for a fight. Who is it? He yelled, debating on turning his eyes back on. What happened? Why do your eyes do that? Izuku stood on his cushiony bed, arms falling limp to the side. What did they do? He closed the lids, feeling self-conscious. What happened? Aizawa seemed to have a hard time articulating what happened, though. Your eyes, they fell? Out of your head? Izuku's hands immediately flew up to his eyes, terrified. The sockets were empty. He screamed, both in shock and in sorrow. Oh God, they were gone. He flopped back down on his bed again, sadness filling his chest. After a few moments of letting it soak in, he tried to activate his quirk again. It worked. He gasped and smiled, while Aizawa shouted again. They're back! Izuku felt the bulge of the orbs in his skull and nodded excitedly. Footsteps from a new person entered his room and he jumped, forgetting about his ability to see people because of his fear. A transformation's quirk. Interesting. The voice wasn't familiar, so Izuku finally used his quirk to see the figure in the room. The man was tall and dressed nicely in a gray suit, the blazer undone. He was definitely an official. He held his hand out to Izuku and shook his hand with a firm grip. Hello, Izuku. I'm Detective Tsukachi. I'm a friend of Yamada and Aizawa's. This was a lie. Not fully, but it wasn't the truth. Izuku could see that much from the coldness Aizawa sent towards the man, but he clearly held respect for him all the same. The man obviously held a sense of pride about himself, with his squared shoulders and raised chin. He had a light orange surrounding him, fanning out wildly and standing above him, seemingly raising him higher. Something about it told Izuku a lot about the detective. It was like he could assess the type of person he was by the colors wisping around him, which wasn't something he remembered being able to do before with Aizawa, which was strange. He'd have to experiment a little and see what secrets his quirk held. Tsukachi believed he was an honest, good person. He had faith in himself and his quirk, though Izuku couldn't tell what his quirk was. What he could tell is that he saw it as an internal part of himself and that he saw it as the most important part of himself. Izuku pitied him. It was a truly sad thing to rely on your quirk for happiness. Izuku realized he had been staring for a while. His head was pounding, though it seemed like the pain had escaped his grasp while he had been lost in thought. He closed his eyes and clicked off his quirk again, pain leaving slightly. He sighed in relief. He looked to where the detective stood once again. When are we leaving? His voice was soft, sad. He reminded himself once again that it was for the best. By leaving, he ensured at least some safety. I'm sorry, what are you talking about? Izuku was confused. If Tsukachi wasn't here to take him away, why was he here? There was no reason for a detective to be here. Why are taking me away soon, right? I mean, my arm is healing up and I can walk around and function again, so you can take me to some government home now. That way I'm not putting anyone in danger anymore. He was looking down at his feet by the time he finished, his voice quiet. He felt the two adults' eyes on him, making him feel small and stupid. He heard Aizawa bend down next to him. He felt his gentle hand on his shoulder. Izuku, what made you think we'd send you away? He shrugged. It was pretty obvious, wasn't it? I got Yamada hurt. Really, really hurt. He felt the familiar lump of sadness in his throat, though this time it was joined with the welling up of liquid in his sockets. A drop of liquid rolled down his cheek, surprising him. It a tear? It seemed he could cry now. Aizawa gasped and touched his cheek where the tear had trailed, muttering a single word in an almost curious voice. Blood. Izuku was surprised and reached for the tear himself. It was already drying, leaving a crusty dry feeling on his face. More new information that'd have to be filed away for later. Izuku, we'd never send you away. You weren't the cause of Yamada getting hurt, there's no reason for us to be upset. Izuku, you are the sweetest, most kind and caring person I've ever met. You did your best to keep Yamada safe, and for that, Izuku could hear the tears in Aizawa's voice as he was pulled into a crushing hug. Thank you, kid. Izuku let the bloody tears flow freely, allowing himself to cry into the arms of his real father. He wouldn't let anyone touch his family again. Never again. Izuku started a regime to hold true to this promise the same day he left the hospital. He started gymnastics classes and MMA, with his father's suggestion. MMA would teach him more fighting techniques while gymnastics would improve his balance, stability, stamina, and flexibility, and so they decided that was the best combination. By the end of age 9, he was at the top of both classes and was being homeschooled by both of his heroes, being taught a year ahead of his age level. To keep up, Katsuki started tutoring with them when he could, despite it cutting into his time ruling over his lackeys. In a few months of training, Izuku had gained complete control over all of his quirks except Sensations and Seeker, the name he dubbed his sight. By age 10, he was in full control of Sensations and Agony. He had been moved into more advanced gymnastic classes and began taking parkour and tumbling. Due to Izuku's lean physique, he was trained with more feminine techniques and began competing in competitions for gymnastics, often scoring in the top. Never once throughout the next 4 years was his family attacked by the organization. In fact, they seemingly disappeared from the face of the earth. After the attack, the organization went silent. All informants from the league were left with no information on where it went or what they were planning, leaving Izuku anxious. He knew they were planning something, but he didn't know what, a fact that pushed him to train harder than anyone else in both his studies and his athletics. Yamada soon began to joke how Izuku was a better student than the ones he taught at UA, something Aizawa wholeheartedly agreed with. Izuku still did have one large issue to deal with as his 11th birthday came and passed. One thing that he never thought he'd have to experience: public schooling. Izuku walked with Aizawa's hand in one hand and his cane in the other, Yamada on Aizawa's other side. While the adults spoke of everything Izuku needed for school, Izuku himself listened anxiously, imagining all of the bad things that could happen in a school. He no longer thought of himself as a danger, so he wasn't worried about hurting his peers with his quirks or attracting any villains, but he had seen how mean kids could be. He'd experienced it firsthand a few different times, starting as early Shinsu's betrayal, with the most recent example being the time Kaken introduced him to his friends. Luckily, Kaken didn't stand for his best friend being made fun of for his scars and occasional blindness. He had screamed the bully into SBMsen and had made him apologize, flustering Izuku and making him feel bad. Kaken didn't bring his friends over again after that, much to Izuku's relief. Izuku has his quirk turned off as they wandered through the stationery store, stopping only occasionally to grab a pencil box or notebooks and throw it in their cart. Izuku was lost in his thought until Yamada squealed loudly, causing their interlocked train of people to come to a screeching halt. "Izuku, turn on your quirk right now," Yamada said excitedly. He chuckled and complied, closing his eyes and flicking on something akin to a light switch in the back of his mind, opening his eyes again to be greeted by Yamada holding a backpack and the bright auras of his parents, the purple of Aizawa being almost drowned out by Yamada's blinding yellow, creating a lovely amber only his dad's could produce. Yamada looked expectantly at him, waiting for a reaction. Izuku just saw a backpack exactly like all the others, but Yamada clearly thought it was special, so Izuku smiled and nodded. "Looks like a backpack," he said blithely, almost sarcastic. Yamada rolled his eyes. "Well, yeah, but the color is so pretty. And we can get you some cute charms and stuff to put on it." Yamada smiled a blinding grin. Izuku chuckled. "What color is it?" Yamada did a double take towards both the backpack and Izuku. It seemed he had forgotten the lack of color again, making Izuku giggle harder. His giggling turned into laughter, making him grip his belly. Yamada burst out in a laugh as well, and he slung his arm over the boy's shoulders. Aizawa watched with a fond smile, ingraining the adorable image into his memory. "Owari?" a soft voice asked, shock obvious. Izuku felt his veins freeze in a wave of icy anger. Kodori, the name that his captors had branded him with and the name his first friend had used to manipulate him. He whipped around to where the voice came from, quirk still on. He found a boy a few inches taller than him staring eyes wide. "Gotcha." His aura was a blue, almost gray hue. It was close to him, almost huddled around his body as a shield. He was shy or embarrassed. No, ashamed. Izuku ched. "Dien right, he better be ashamed," after making Izuku trust him and then betraying him. Izuku felt a cold rage shiver in his spine, and he began to calmly walk towards the boy. The closer he got, the more the boy seemed to shrink down. Izuku stopped about 2 feet away and Shinso was shaking. He was like a leaf in the wind, and Izuku actually felt bad. He inspected the boy further as he came to his senses. He was too skinny and had dark bags beginning to form under his eyes, darker than they were all those years ago. Izuku could feel a sense of regret come over him in waves, and his anger washed away with it. He felt a hand on his shoulder and he looked up to see Aizawa staring at the boy, eyes hard. He was ready to attack at any moment. Izuku could tell from his tensed shoulders and how his other hand had taken residence in his pocket, already grabbing at his goggles. Izuku smiled and patted his hand, not knowing how else to non-verbally convey a faux sense of security. Aizawa backed off, though Izuku knew without having to look to know he and Yamada were only a few feet behind him, probably holding hands or something sappy like that. Izuku shoved his hands into his pockets and straightened his posture to convey that he was the one in control. "Shinso," he finally said after a long silence. Shinso spoke in a rushed voice like he couldn't say everything fast enough. "Ori, I'm so sorry I touched you and used my quirk on you. I'm so sorry I hurt you and scared you. I didn't want you to go." His voice trailed off into a defeated whisper. Izuku didn't believe him. He couldn't. Even if he wasn't a member, he still tried to trap Izuku with his quirk. He kept his face blank as he weighed his options and considered the boy's apology. He was sincere, but he could easily be lying. A yearning had made itself known and Izuku did his best to push it down. Shinso was his first friend outside the organization and he wanted to trust him. He really did, but he didn't want to risk his family's safety. He finally decided. Or he thought he did until Shinso sank to his knees and began to sob. He mumbled out desperate apologies and pleas and Izuku couldn't help it when his own tears began to flow down his cheeks. He ran to his old friend and wrapped his arms around the older boy's shoulders, sobbing and blubbering right along with him. Yamada and Aizawa were a little concerned, though the latter was a bit more worried. Not only was Izuku a crying mess on the floor with some strange little boy, but said little boy had called Izuku a nickname that didn't have anything to do with his real name and had said some pretty incriminating things that worried Aizawa. Clearly, the boy was from Izuku's past, but how he knew him was a mystery in itself. After they got home, a serious discussion was to be had. That was going to be kind of hard, though. He should have made Mike hold off on getting the kid's surprise, but no, he had let him buy the dog.